Looking at the pale man and the three children on the ground, Captain Lee couldn't help but feel pity. He also has two dolls of this size at home. This little baby must have a mother. Without a woman, can this day still be called life? Besides, this man is still paralyzed. He looked miserable, as if he could not survive. Poor, really pitiful. Thinking that he had almost regarded such a person as a suspect just now, Captain Lee's dissatisfaction with the Yi family reached its peak. If you frame someone, you will go to jail. Did you find anyone suspicious when you searched the yard just now? Captain Lee asked his men. Never found it, the men reported back. But there is one place that was not just checked. What place? Captain Lee glanced at him. When his subordinates saw the head captor's eyes, their hearts skipped a beat, and they hurriedly said, "It's the woodshed." The Yi family servants said that there was a madman locked up in the woodshed. When he saw people, he would rush up and bite them. There were always people guarding them. It was impossible to hide them, so, you guys didn't watch it? Captivity. Lee got angry. He lifted his legs and took long strides forward. The men quickly stepped forward to lead the way. When the gatekeeper saw so many people coming, she immediately covered her mouth. There was her 5 tails of silver hidden there. Officer, official. The grandmother's voice trembled. Who's inside? Captain Lee asked.
In.
The mother-in-law looked back at the woodshed and was about to answer when she saw Mrs. Zhou following the crowd and hesitated. I don't know either. Someone go and open the door. Captain Lee ordered his men.
Yes.
2 officials immediately stepped forward and opened the door of the woodshed. The moment the door opened, Yi Xinran immediately struggled to sit up. Seeing the 3 children and Xiao Huaiyan outside, she dragged her body forward and shouted, "Miss Chongsheng, Chong'an, Chongping, why are you here? Are you here to save me? Lady." Xiao Huaiyan's eyes were full of heartache, and he saw the redness and swelling on Yi Xinran's face at a glance. He clenched his fists, and because he was too strong, the stones in his hands instantly turned into powder. After calming down, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said softly, "Madam, you are all useless for your husband. If it weren't for me being a lame, they would never dare to bully you like this. Don't worry, even if you have to crawl, I will take you home." Yi Xinran shook his head repeatedly. "No, it's all my fault. I shouldn't make my mother and sister angry. If I listen to them in the future, they won't make things difficult for us." The 3 children threw themselves in front of Yi Xinran, hugged Yi Xinran, and started crying. Chongping's voice was particularly loud. He hugged Yi Xinran's neck and cried heartbrokenly, Auntie, if something happens to you, what will we do?" His voice scared back the tears that Yi Xinran had finally squeezed out. "This family of 4 are all drama stars. How come you can act better than me? Especially Xiao Huaiyan. I felt pity for him when he looked so weak and unable to take care of himself. Here, Yi Xinran and Xiao Huaiyan have their own concerns. But to outsiders, the man in this family was paralyzed, the woman was, and the children were crying as if the sky had fallen. What a human tragedy." Li Captu pointed at Yi Xinran with trembling fingers. "Is this the suspect you are talking about? You tied people up at home and told me they might steal things from your home. Yi Desheng, Mr. Zhou, what kind of conspiracy did you come up with?" Yi Desheng was dumbfounded when he saw Yi Xinran. Why is Yi Xinran at home? He was even like this. What did Zhou do behind his back? Facing the master's fierce eyes, Ms. Zhou couldn't help but feel panicked. How could she have expected such a situation? She just wanted to teach Yi Xinran a lesson. Who knew it would end up like this? "Sir, my wife did this, and the common people didn't know anything about it from beginning to end." Yi Desheng took it out first. "Ms. Zhou, what do you have to say?" Mr. Li turned to look at Mr. Zhou. Zhou's legs were so frightened that they became weak. "Sir, I don't know either. I just think her words are disrespectful, and I want to take her back and teach her a lesson." She couldn't continue the arrangement. "In that case, Mr. Yi, we will continue to investigate the matter of missing property in your home. But the evidence of your wife's kidnapping of a civilian woman is now clear, and we must take her back for further interrogation."
Well,
Yi Desheng respectfully agreed. After hearing this, Ms. Zhou was in a state of ecstasy. She shouted towards Yi Desheng, Master, Master, please help me. Please save me. I didn't kidnap anyone. How could I kidnap her? She is our daughter. Yi Desheng glared at her fiercely. How can you explain that people are standing here? That's not me, that's
Mom.
She was about to explain when Yi Xinyao, who had been hiding behind the crowd, suddenly spoke.
Mom, don't worry.
When you go to the county government, Dad, and I will find a way to rescue you. Yi Xinyao comforted her mother. She was afraid that Zhou would reveal that she had done the thing in a hurry. If so, she would be the one taken away. If a woman goes into a place like the county jail, Brother Ziyu will definitely look down on her in the future. Zhou looked at her gentle and sensible daughter, and her congested brain finally calmed down. Right. Yao Yao is Mr. Qiao's fiancé. Even if the master doesn't help, as long as his daughter asks Qiao Ziyu, Mr. Qiao will definitely help. Yao Yao, you must help mother. Ms. Zhou held her daughter's hand, and she reluctantly let go until the official came to take her away. After Zhou was taken away, Captain Li called Yi Desheng aside and whispered, Uncle Yi, the theft at your home is very suspicious. Your wife was always at home when the crime occurred. It is difficult for me not to doubt that this case has anything to do with your wife. Yi Desheng felt as if he was enlightened after hearing this. He said he always felt something was wrong. This is where it turns out that something is wrong. Only family members know best where to put and display things at home. How can a good thing suddenly disappear in broad daylight? If Zhou's internal and external coordination is the case, everything seems to have a breakthrough. Yi Desheng clasped his fists with both hands and bowed to Captain Li. I'll worry about Captain Li for this matter. His eyes signaled the butler to take the silver. But the housekeeper spread his hands. Now the house is empty. Where can he get the money? In desperation, Yi Desheng took off the wrench from his hand and forced it into Captain Li's hand. This matter all depends on Captain Li. Do your best, do your best. The two were still being polite when they heard a scream from Zhou's side. It turned out that after Ms. Zhou was taken away by the officials, before she could walk out of the yard, her knees suddenly softened and she knelt on the ground. When she stood up again, the left side of her face was covered in bruises for some reason. What's going on? Captain Li asked. Boss, this woman is so cruel to herself. In order not to leave with us, she even hurt her face. The officials didn't know how what happened before them happened, and their intuition was that Zhou had done it himself. Half of Zhou's face was swollen, and she wanted to explain that it was not her fault, but a stone that flew from nowhere just now. Unexpectedly, the government officials didn't give her a chance to explain. Instead, they held her arm and threatened, Don't use the tricks of the back house against us. If you have any grievances, go to the county government to discuss them. Zhou was taken out of Yi Mansion crying and shouting. On the other side, Xiao Huaiyan actually climbed out of the car. He dragged his legs and climbed to Yi Xinran's side and helped her untie the rope from her body. Then he stretched out his right hand and gently touched Yi Xinran's injured cheek. Madam, you have suffered. Fortunately, luckily you guys arrived in time. Get back to the car quickly. Your legs don't get cold. Yi Xinran didn't take the slap he received at all to heart. If Xiao Huaiyan hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have even noticed the pain. She held Xiao Huaiyan's arm and helped Xiao Huaiyan back to the car with the 3 children. Li Captu saw all this. Now that the person has been found, you should go home quickly. He raised his hand towards Xiao Huaiyan. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huaiyan said, My wife has suffered so much for no reason. How could she let it go like this? I will go to the county government to beat the drum and complain about the injustice and seek justice for my wife. Zhou has been taken to the county government office. If she is guilty, the county magistrate will make his own decision. No matter what, Mrs. Zhou is your wife's mother. How can any daughter accuse her mother of committing a crime?
Li captó at visa.
If an old man is not virtuous, his son will be unfilial. I believe the county magistrate will give us justice. Seeing Xiao Huaiyan's firm attitude, Yi Desheng looked at Yi Xinran again. Xinran, that's your mother. She gave birth to you in 10 months of pregnancy and worked hard to raise you. Do you really want to go to court with her and be an unfilial daughter? Yi Desheng didn't take Zhou seriously. It's just that now he only wants to trace the whereabouts of the property and doesn't want this incident to cause any extraneous plot. What's more, family scandals should not be publicized. He was a dignified member and would never allow such a spine-tingling thing to happen in his own family. Yi Xinran was unmoved at all. Dad, it's not that I want to be an unfilial daughter. It's just that the country has national laws and the family has family rules. Mom made a mistake, and this matter must be settled. Yi Desheng was so angry that Yu Xiong's mouth hurt. If you sue your mother, you will be criticized for being unfilial throughout your life. You can forget about it yourself, but you still have 3 children at home. Are you going to let this incident become a stain on your children's future? Yi Xinran already knew from the memory of the original owner that in this dynasty, if children went to court with their parents, no matter what the reason, they would become the target of public criticism. In a patriarchal society, children are never allowed to do treacherous things. Seeing Yi Xinran's hesitation, Yi Desheng thought that what he just said had an effect. He smiled proudly and wanted to take advantage of Yi Xinran further. Then I heard a deep voice say, "Our children don't need those false reputations, and we won't let Ranran suffer for them. We must complain about this situation." Yi Desheng's 7 orifices produce smoke. The lost things haven't been found yet, and he is trapped in this family matter and can't get out. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have let Yi Xinran get married in the first place. It's all his fault for being too hesitant and soft-hearted. But now it's too late to say anything, so I can only try my best to appease the person in front of me. He looked at Captain Li. In an attempt to let Mr. Li use his identity to suppress these 2 country bumpkins. But Captain Li seemed to see what he was thinking. He turned his face to one side, as if it didn't matter, and was hanging high. Yi Desheng had no choice but to grit his teeth, take off the jade pendant from Yueao room, and hand it to Yi Xinran. I know you have been angry with your mother for arranging this marriage for you.
You did suffer during this time.
But your mother also has her own difficulties. Even if you can't understand your mother, you should at least feel sorry for your father. In these years, apart from raising you, I have never done anything to feel sorry for you. This jade pendant is my father's favorite thing, and is worth 2 cents. You take it and exchange it for money to buy more food, and don't argue with your mother. Yi Xinran rolled his eyes. On the surface, you didn't do anything, but in fact, you didn't miss anything. If not for your acquiescence, how could Yi Xinyao and Zhou be so bold? But don't give up the Yi family's things for free. She reached out and took the jade pendant. Since my father said this, I will reluctantly bear this tone. I don't have to go to the county government to sue my mother, which can be regarded as my daughter's greatest filial piety. When Yi Desheng heard this, he happily grabbed Yi Xinran's hand. I saw it right. You are the most obedient and sensible one in the family. He has the style of everyone in my Yi family. Okay, that's great. Yi Xinran put her hands back into her sleeves in disgust before Yi Desheng touched her. Then he said, I haven't finished speaking yet. I don't need to sue my mother, but I need my father to issue me a divorce letter. From today on, I, Yi Xinran, am no longer the daughter of the Yi family. From now on, our lives and deaths have nothing to do with each other. Yi Desheng was shocked. Why do you want to sever ties with the Yi family? 18 years of family ties. How can you just break it off? Yi Xinran felt disgusted looking at Yi Desheng's appearance. The relationship between you and me was broken the moment we got married, so why should I care about this piece of paper? After breaking up the relationship, if Mr. Zhou kidnaps me again in the future, Yuanwei, you can no longer use family ties to pressure me. Yi Xinran said. Yi Desheng didn't know when the timid and cowardly Yi Xinran became like this. Now Yi Xinran no longer has the fearful and cautious look before. Yi Desheng even saw the shadow of another person on her face. He suddenly felt uneasy.
No.
Yi Desheng wanted to veto. Xiao Huaiyan reminded kindly, either go to the Yamen to complain and sever the relationship after the county magistrate delivers justice, or sign the divorce letter now. Mr. Yi, please choose one. Li Captu looked at Yi Desheng's calculating look and urged, Mr. Yi, please make a decision quickly. If the victim wants to go to the county government to complain, I must take her back now. Yi Desheng was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Although he was extremely reluctant, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, then I will sign the divorce letter. But Shinran, you have to remember that no matter when the time comes, I will be your father. If you have any difficulties, you must come to me. I hope Mr. Yi won't come to me when he is in trouble. We have nothing to do with each other anymore.
Yerinran replied lightly.
In this dynasty, the divorce letter can only be issued by the elder. A group of people watched Yi Desheng write a letter of divorce, and Yi Desheng and Yi Shinran stamped their fingerprints respectively. As a member of the government, Li Captu immediately asked his subordinates to take the divorce letter to the county government office to have it stamped, so that it would become official. After doing all this, Captain Li laughed. This matter is over. Can you go home now? As a police officer, Captain Li certainly hopes that things will be as simple as possible. Besides, he also accepted Yi Desheng's benefits, so he couldn't do nothing for him. Now, if he persuades Yi Shinran and his wife to leave, and then finds another opportunity to release so, he will have successfully settled the matter. Although Yi Desheng was reluctant, Yi Xinyao, who had been standing in the corner, got what he wanted. Yi Shinran is finally no longer the daughter of the Yi family. She is the real eldest lady of the Yi family. In that case, I will take my leave first. I will go back and report to the county magistrate about the theft of Yi Mansion. Thanks for your hard work. Li has arrested the head. Li Captu led the others away. Before leaving, he glanced at Xiao Huaiyan and others and shook his head with a sigh. Yi Shinran got the divorce letter, packed her backpack, put her things in Xiao Huaiyan's car, and asked her 3 children to leave with her. Seeing Yi Shinran trying to push the cart, Chongping quickly put the rope in front of the cart around himself and pushed the heavy cart into the air. Yi Shinran wanted to help him, but he refused. It wasn't until everyone left that Yi Desheng squatted on the ground and sighed heavily. What is this thing called? The house was robbed, and the Yi family was originally the victim, but in the end, the Zhou family was taken away as a prisoner. He had already lost so many things, but in the end, he had to give away his 2 most valuable accessories. It was a bad year. He must have collided with something. No, he will go to Dabai Temple tomorrow and ask the abbot of the temple to take a look at it for him. As long as this hurdle is passed, their Yi family will get better. Yi Desheng finally regained some strength. He motioned to the butler to help him up and then ordered, Let's start dinner. You don't have to make anything complicated tonight, just 2 dishes. Master. The butler looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say to the master. What's wrong?
Yi Desheng asked.
I can't cook a single dish at home now. The old just went to the kitchen to see, not to mention the dishes, even the cooking pots were stolen by the gang of robbers. Yi Desheng was stunned on the spot and did not respond for a long time.
Master?
The housekeeper knew that Yi Desheng must be very angry, so he tried to reach out to help the master calm down. Unexpectedly, as soon as he touched Yi Desheng's back, Yi Desheng became unsteady and fell to the side. Master? Master. Yi Mansion was in chaos again. The servants were so worried that the servants who went to call the doctor during the day rushed out of the house again and went to the hospital to find the doctor. On the other side, Chongping pulled the car to the intersection, and Yi Shinran saw a familiar ox cart waiting there in the distance. Neo Er was sitting beside the car, and opposite him he was still sitting upright. When Li Zheng saw a family of 5 coming over, he quickly jumped out of the car to help. Niece, you're finally back, are you okay? They didn't make things difficult for you, right? How could such a thing happen? It's really annoying. He held the handlebar with one hand, but kept looking at Yi Shinran with his eyes. He was relieved when he saw that she was indeed not injured. Uncle Li Zheng, I'm worrying you. Yi Shinran was a little sad, but also felt warm in her heart. Several people worked together to move Xiao Huaiyan to the ox cart and tied the cart behind the ox cart to ensure that it could go with the cart. Then Neo Er whipped up his whip and started on his way home. Uncle Li Zheng, how did you know I was in the Yi family? The bullock cart walked a short distance away, and Yi Shinran asked first. Li Zheng looked at Xiao Huayan and replied. Huayan asked someone to inquire. I don't know where he went to look for him, because he was lame. Anyway, after asking for a whole night, I found out that you were kidnapped by the Yi family. After getting the news, Xiao Huayan will come to you with his children. But what can a lame man do with 3 children? Since the Yi family dares to kidnap people, they must be prepared. I said to find a few young people in the village to accompany them. But Xiao Huayan, a strong person, didn't agree with anything. He said he couldn't drag down the villagers, he had to resolve this matter himself. In the end, I have no choice but to come with them and wait for you here. Li Zheng finished telling what happened in one breath, and then asked, Then why did the Yi family kidnap you? Did they hit you? Zhou's slap was so hard that the mark can still be seen. Not much fighting, Yi Xinran reached out and touched Mo Zizi's face, and then said, I don't know why they tied me up. Maybe there was a quarrel on the street during the day. Yi Xinyao refused to suffer and wanted to teach me a lesson. Li Zheng pinched his beard and said, If you ask me, your mother-in-law is too cruel to do such a thing after just a few quarrels. I finally understand why you refused to leave when you got married in our village. Although the village is a bit poor, at least it is a human life. What you're living at home is not a human life, right? That's not my home anymore. Yi Xinran's lips curved and her eyes smiled. Why is it not your home anymore? Have you found your biological parents? Are they not your biological children? Li Zheng asked immediately.
Ha ha ha.
Yi Xinran smiled even happier. Unexpectedly, Uncle Li Zheng is older and has a bigger brain, and he can think of such a plot. It's not like we found our biological parents. After laughing, Yi Xinran explained, I have broken up with the Yi family, and we will have nothing to do with each other from now on. Breaking off the engagement? Li Zheng was surprised again. Although he often heard about the unfilial sons of this family and the incompetence of the elders of that family, this was the first time he heard that someone had severed ties with his family. Unexpectedly, the Yi family could do such a thing. Niece, Uncle Li Zheng has something I don't know whether to say or not. Li Zheng thought for a while and said, When I heard what you said, I always felt that the Yi family couple were not your biological parents. How could the biological parents cut off their relationship with the child? You couldn't have been picked up by them, right? I want to break the kiss. Yi Xinran said. But Yi Desheng and his wife are such selfish people. I don't believe they can pick up other people's children and raise them. Unless it's profitable. Facing the indignant Li Zheng, Yi Xinran patiently comforted him with a few words. Uncle Li Zheng, please don't be angry. There are so many weird parents in this world, and I'm not the only one who has encountered them. Anyway, we have broken off the relationship, and we will just pretend that we don't have them anymore. The bullock cart does not move slowly. In less than an hour, several people returned to the village. Everyone in the village knew that Yi Xinran did not return home last night. Now that Li Zheng and the Xiao family have brought him back, everyone is relieved. It turns out that she was locked up by her parents. I heard that they even gave me a beating. These parents are really nothing. I told her last time when her parents came here that those 2 people looked like they were full of tricks and were not good people. Bad bamboo produces good bamboo shoots, and this daughter is pretty good. That's it. That's it. The villagers were very concerned about this family. Only Zhang Dashan, mother and son, sneered at these remarks. If you don't make good use of such a good background, or even cut off the relationship, you won't be able to spend a penny of your family's money in the future, and you will regret it sometimes. Zhang Dali, who was next door, saw that Xiao Huayan had difficulty moving, so he came over to help. He took Xiao Huayan out of the car and put him on the bed. Looking at the narrow wooden bed and dilapidated roof of the Xiao family, Zhang Dali sighed. Tomorrow I will go to the mountain to cut 2 pieces of wood and make a bed for you. The children are already big. How can you fit in such a narrow bed? Then I'll trouble Brother Zhang. How much money is needed? I'll pay Brother Zhang. Yi Xinran said quickly. Oh, isn't this just a surprise? Zhang Dali waved his hand. Your family has made a lot of money these days. This is what I give to you. Don't be polite to me. That's all the wages you earned for growing herbal medicine. You deserve it. 1 yard is the other. Brother Zhang, don't be too polite. The two of them were studying how big a bed they should make, and Chang'an suddenly said, "Auntie, why don't you let your second uncle sleep with you?
My brothers, and I can just squeeze in."
Yi Shinran looked at him and was extremely surprised. "Chang'an, why don't you sleep with your aunt?" "Because my second uncle is injured and needs better rest. My aunt's bed is the most fragrant. I can give him the most fragrant aunt." Chang Sheng and Changping looked at Chang and with expressions of relief that their children had grown up. Xiao Huaiyan also looked at Yi Shinran but said nothing. Only Zhang Dali was a little embarrassed. He couldn't stand or sit. He quickly stood up and left. "I'm going to chop wood tomorrow. I'll study the style of the bed when I get back. I'm leaving now." Looking at Zhang Dali's hurried-away figure, Yi Shinran said, "Your second uncle's legs are inconvenient now, and he is afraid of being crushed when sleeping. In this way, you all go to sleep in my room at night and leave this bed to the second uncle." Xiao Huaiyan looked at Yi Shinran and wanted to say that he was not afraid of being suppressed. The words came to his lips, but he couldn't speak. The children looked at each other and felt that what Yi Shinran said made sense, so they all nodded obediently. Before dinner, Yi Shinran took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and went into the space to check the harvest at Ye's house. It's great to have storage space. If time is enough, she can bring back more things. When she arrived on the third floor, she found that the things she had randomly packed into the space were automatically sorted and put together. Food and grain occupy the upper left corner of the warehouse. Calligraphy and painting ink occupy the lower left corner. On the upper right are various gifts and valuable accessories. Bottom right are pots and pans and some cheap furniture. Everything was arranged neatly and orderly, and there was no need for Yi Shinran to do it himself. This is actually a warehouse that can store automatically. For Yi Shinran, who is not good at organizing, this is great news. There are a lot of dishes and meats collected from the Yi family, so I don't have to buy groceries these days. As for those valuable things, someone who is capable of being called out by name must not be moved now. If there are any clues, it will cause trouble. But those gold and silver jewelry can be manipulated. Use high temperature to melt those ornaments and break them into small pieces, which can be spent as money. Just use this money to build a house first. Yi Shinran made up her mind and withdrew from the space with satisfaction. I brought a few dishes and made a sumptuous dinner. Babao duck, stir-fried vegetables, garlic eggplant with hibiscus, and pork ribs stuffed with winter melon. I have never eaten these dishes before, and the children like them very much. After Yi Shinran took a few bites, she carried the dishes and rice into Xiao Huaiyan's room. He still had one thing to discuss with Xiao Huaiyan. "I went to the county town yesterday because I wanted to do something." Yi Shinran spoke while watching him eat. "What's up?" Xiao Huaiyan asked. "I want to sell medicine. This medicine for the scars on my face." Yi Shinran said, and pointed at his face. "There is no need to say much about the effect of this medicine. Xiao Huaiyan sees it all." "Very good." Xiao Huaiyan nodded. "Have you figured out how to sell it? Do you need money to open a store?" This was the first thing that came to his mind. Opening a store costs a lot, and he still has some money on hand. If Yi Shinran wants to use it, he can find a way to get it out. Yi Shinran shook his head. "I don't plan to open a store. It's too expensive. I want to sell it in other people's stores first. I have already negotiated cooperation with the owner of Yongle Hall."
Yongle Temple?
Xiao Huaiyan was a little surprised, but when he heard the name of this store, he felt relieved. "It's good. I think the boss of Yongle Hall won't dare to trick you." "How do you know he doesn't dare to trick me?" "If he dares to trick you, I will help you teach him a lesson." Xiao Huaiyan's face was indifferent, but the ends of his eyes were slightly raised. "Don't you object?" Yi Shinran asked him. After all, if the woman in a family is too capable, the man will be said to be a softy. Why should I oppose such a good plan? I told you that if the boss of Yongle Hall dares to cheat you, I can still help. Yi Shinran was very satisfied with Xiao Huaiyan's attitude. Fortunately, for the price of 100 taels, I will give him a commission of 6 taels of silver. I proposed this allocation, and he agreed. Yi Shinran told Xiao Huaiyan her plan. This method of cooperation is very special, and Li Mo actually agreed. Xiao Huaiyan was even more surprised.
But
The suggestion of 6 taels of silver seems a bit high. This owner of Yongla Hall has obviously done nothing, yet he wants 6 taels of silver for free. I would say giving him 2 taels is enough. Earl Yam? Will he agree?
예빈란 프로넷.
Without considerable profits, others will not be willing to take risks. Xiao Huaiyan gave her a reassuring look. I'll talk to him next time we meet. Good.
예빈란 롯데 하필에.
She stood up and put away the dishes, and then said, but it will take at least half a month for your legs to stand up. After 100 days of straining your muscles and bones, you're already getting better relatively quickly. After all, it's about the rest of your life, so don't worry. Yi Xinran was leaving after saying that. Xiao Huaiyan reached out and grabbed her sleeve. You really don't consider sleeping in the same room with me? There was a little hope in his eyes. After all, the two of them are already married. They were obviously already so close when they were on the mountain. Still not. Yi Xinran shook his head. I don't want to move myself.
Do you?
Move. Xiao Huaiyan was stunned for a moment. After I figured out, I was instantly petrified on the spot. He even forgot to let go of his hands. Husband, I have to go to the kitchen to clean up. Yi Xinran signaled him to let go of his hand. Only then did Xiao Huaiyan realize that he had lost his composure and loosened his grip on the sleeves. Yi Xinran walked out of the room with a proud smile on her lips. Do you regret it now? Who told you to say that you can't do it in the first place? The bitter fruits you sow must be eaten by yourself. That night, all 3 children stayed in Yi Xinran's room. She let her 3 children sleep on the bed while she made a bunk on the floor. But after they all fell asleep, he entered the space and slept in darkness. The only problem was that she had to wake up early the next morning, before all 3 children were awake. The next day was another sunny day. Zhang Dali got up early and finished working in the fields, then took an axe and went to the mountain to chop down trees. However, Yi Xinran came to Li Zheng's house and discussed with her about buying land and building a house. Build a house. This is a big deal. Your family of 5 will need to build at least 5 rooms if you consider the marriage of your 3 children in the future. Li Zheng helped her figure it out. Since you are building a house, you have to do it in one step. I want a bigger courtyard, a bigger main room, and a bigger room. 3 children each have a room, plus a master room and 2 more guest rooms. In the front yard, plant some fruit trees, set up a swing, and have a place to play chess and read books. The backyard should have a dedicated kitchen, bathroom, and 2 huts. There must also be a place dedicated to raising chickens and ducks, and a place to grow vegetables. Yi Xinran roughly described what he wanted in his heart, and then asked Li Zheng, which piece of land in the village does Uncle Li Zheng think is more suitable? You need so many houses? The place is too small, and not enough. Li Zheng thought about it in his mind. I think the wasteland at the foot of the East Mountain is quite suitable. But the area of that piece of land is not small, more than 50 acres, and there are no homes in front or behind it. If you live there, are you a little too far away? Remoteness is not a problem. I think it's pretty good there. Isn't it just behind Dongshan Mountain? It will be much more convenient to go up the mountain to collect herbs in the future.
Yi Xinran said.
Li Zheng nodded. Convenience is convenience. You live at the foot of the mountain. If you want to go up the mountain, you have to pass by your door, which saves the need for people to guard you. I'll take you there to take a look first. If you like it, we'll consider other things. Yi Xinran had an impression of the wasteland in Dongshan, but he had never seen it properly before. After following Li Zheng to see it this time, I discovered that there is a river not far in front of it and with mountains in the back. It is really a good place. Moreover, the soil here is compact, not the kind of soft sandy soil, which is quite suitable for building a house. Just choose here. Yi Xinran nodded with satisfaction. Don't look elsewhere anymore? Li Zheng asked. No more.
예빈란 replied.
That's okay. Li Zheng took out his own small notebook from his arms. This wasteland is the inferior land in the village. It's cheaper for you. It's 6 cents of silver per acre. The total cost is almost 30 taels of silver. You think it's okay? Okay. Yi Xinran nodded in agreement. More than 30 taels, which is much cheaper than the price she paid for the mountain. Then I will take someone to measure it soon. After the measurement, I will calculate the price and issue you a document. If there is no problem, I will take the document to the county seat tomorrow to stamp it for you. This land will be yours. With the experience of buying a mountain last time, Yi Shinran was already familiar with this process. Uncle Li Zheng just makes the decision. You can tell me how much money you have after you measure it. Speaking of money, Li Zheng felt a little embarrassed again. We agreed that Milla Mountain's income would be half of yours, but I can't share it with you now. You won't blame me, right? Yi Shinran smiled and said, I don't have much income, so why should I blame you? Hey, who said you don't have much income? I've collected almost 30 taels of silver this month. Li Zheng said proudly. Why so many? Yi Shinran didn't expect it either. It all depends on you. Li Zheng said, last time, Donggo village wanted to dig ditches, but each villager became lazier than the other. Then Zhao Fuxing would think of a way and contacted Sephora Flower Village next to them. A canal was opened between the two villages. After it came down, the water was divided into two halves and directed to their respective villages. If two villages use water, then I will definitely have to charge twice. Later, several nearby villages knew about it, and they were willing to spend money to divert water from the mountains. The richest village is Yezigo village. They spent 5 taels of silver to dig a separate canal in the mountains. Just like this, one by one, I collected the money. Yi Shinran was happy when she heard this. Unexpectedly, the money can be recovered very quickly. At this rate, Li Zheng will be able to recover 100 taels of silver in 2 months. Even if he only receives money for 3 months a year, he will be able to repay what he owes the county magistrate in 3 years. The money was returned. After I pay back the county magistrate's money, I will give you half of the harvest. Uncle Li Zheng, this matter will take several years. I'm not in a hurry.
Yi Shinran said.
It's better not to be in a hurry. It's better not to be in a hurry. Li was looking at the wasteland. When I take a look, you are a capable person. You are different from the people in our village, and you are also different from the ladies from wealthy families. I can't tell what the difference is. Anyway, you can do whatever you want. In your Uncle Li Zheng's territory, I will definitely not let you suffer. Thank you, Uncle Li Zheng. Yi Shinran thanked him repeatedly. Then let's go. I'll go back and call someone. When Li was going back to the village to ask someone to measure the land, Yi Shinran went home first and waited. Before reaching the door of the house, I saw a carriage parked by the door. I don't know who else came to the house. Yi Shinran opened the door and entered the hospital. She found Chang'an sitting at the door waiting for her. Seeing Yi Shinran, the little guy immediately came up to him. Auntie, we have a visitor at home. What kind of guest is here?
Yi Shinran asked.
I don't know him either, but after my second uncle saw him, he kicked us all out of the room and asked us to play outside. Looks like he's a very important guest. Yi Shinran said, and walked toward Xiao Huayan's room. No matter who they are, since they can come to the house, Yi Shinran feels that there is no need to avoid them. As the hostess, she should also say hello. She knocked on the door of Xiao Huayan's room. The next moment, Yi Shinran and everyone in the room were stunned. It turned out to be her. Sitting in the room was none other than Li Mo, the owner of Yonghua Hall. Li Mo looked at Yi Shinran and refused to believe his eyes. He pointed at the woman in front of him and said incoherently, Huayan, this is your wife. This isn't such a coincidence. In comparison, Yi Shinran was much calmer. She knew that Xiao Huayan often went to Yonghua Hall to get medicine, but she didn't expect that it was because he knew the owner of Yonghua Hall. Boss Li, what a coincidence. Yi Shinran said hello. Li Mo also calmed down and stood up to say hello. Sister-in-law, you're welcome. Just call me Li Mo from now on. After speaking, Li Mo looked at Xiao Huayan again, his eyes full of complaints. Have you known this for a long time? Why didn't you tell me just now? It made me look like a fool, and you kept recommending the female doctor I met to you. Xiao Huayan raised his eyebrows with a hint of ridicule. Tell me earlier? Since you came in, have you given me a chance to speak? Only then did Li Mo remember that he had been recommending the goddess doctor he accidentally discovered to Xiao Huaiyan since he entered the door just now. Afraid of Xiao Huaiyan's rejection, he even spent 2/4 of an hour describing how exquisite this goddess doctor's suturing techniques were, which were different from all the doctors he had ever seen. Since you are a family, there are some things that I don't need to say more. Li Mo looked at Xiao Huaiyan's legs, then at Yi Xinran, and then said in hindsight, "Isn't your leg already treated?" Xiao Huaiyan looked indifferent. "What do you think?" Li Mo ignored him and turned directly to Yi Xinran. "Can his leg be saved? Can it be cured?" Li Mo was very excited. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Xinran was a woman, he would even want to pick her up and ask her to answer his questions quickly. Yi Xinran looked at Xiao Huaiyan's tightly wrapped legs and said, "It should be fine." "Very good." Li Mo struck each other with his palms. "Let me tell you, you're the most evil doctor I have ever seen. Maybe there is a way to cure it. Then you are quite discerning." This compliment was quite pleasant to Xiao Huaiyan's ears. "When your legs recover, can you?" Li Mo thought of something. Halfway through his words, when he saw Xiao Huaiyan's cold eyes, he immediately shut up. "I don't know if your legs can be restored to their original state. Sister-in-law, if you need any medicinal materials during this period, just ask. As long as I have them, I will definitely send them to you." "Thank you, Boss Li. Huaiyan's legs don't need any medicinal materials for the time being. However, if your medicine shop can receive the ice spirit flower, I can use it." Ice spirit flower? After practicing medicine for so many years, Li Mo has never heard of this name. Yi Xinran took out a complete flower branch from the space and showed it to Li Mo. Li Mo immediately wrote down the appearance of Huazi. "After I go back, I will have people collect it. Our pharmacy has branches in the north and south. Once collected, I will send it to my sister-in-law as soon as possible. It must be fresh flower branches. If it is a long way away, but the quantity is large, you can write it down for me, and I will find time to go there myself,"
Yi Xinran said.
With Li Mo's relationship, Yi Xinran felt that her business could be bigger again. Seeing that the two of them had finished talking, Xiao Huaiyan mentioned another thing. "I heard from Madam that the business you negotiated with her is for medicine worth 100 taels, and you want to pay 6 taels for it?" He looked at Li Mo. Li Mo looked at Xiao Huaiyan with a puzzled look on his face. "Yes. From what you're saying, do you think it's too much?" "It's only 6 taels, brother. If it weren't for my sister-in-law's superb medical skills, I wouldn't have accepted this business in the first place. If you don't answer, it's your loss," Xiao Huaiyan said. "You don't have the formula for this ointment, and you don't need to make it. You just got 6 taels of silver for nothing. Isn't that enough? What does it mean to get 6 taels of silver for nothing? I'm using the reputation of my shop as a guarantee. Isn't the reputation of my Yongla Hall worthless?"
Li Montag was unconvinced.
Compared to Shun Medical Hall, it's still far behind. Xiao Huaiyan raised his eyebrows. "Xiao Huaiyan." Li Mo became excited. "If you dare to cooperate with Shun Medical Hall, do you hear that we will break off our relationship? It's okay not to cooperate. Just lower your points. You are really..." Li Mo had already guessed Xiao Huaiyan's purpose. Hearing him say it himself, he was still furious. Once this ointment is put on the market, it will quickly improve the reputation of Yongla Hall. Will it be difficult to encounter such benefits in the future? You didn't care about any of this before. Li Mo felt that Xiao Huaiyan was turning his elbows outward, forgetting his loyalty when he saw, and forgetting his friends after having a wife. "It's not too late to care now," Xiao Huaiyan said lightly. He didn't necessarily have to lower Li Mo's price. But as someone who lives next to Yi Xinran, seeing the scars on her face changing at a rapid pace every day, he knows that this ointment is definitely a miracle. Once discovered, those who love beauty will regard this ointment as a treasure. Although Li Mo was reluctant, he was used to following Xiao Huaiyan's arrangements, and in the end, he could only lower his salary from 6 taels of silver to 3 taels of silver. "Sister-in-law, you can't sell this ointment to anyone else except me. Li Mo is a businessman after all. Don't worry, I have no such plans. But there is a good thing I want to tell you in advance." He remembered another happy thing. "In the past few days, several people have asked me about this cream. Then, how did you respond? Yi Shinran temporarily promoted it on the street and wanted to talk to the store afterwards, but she didn't expect that so many things happened later and the matter was delayed. I told them they were all sold out. This item is very rare, and it'll take a long time for the next batch to arrive. When it arrives, a notice will be posted in the store to inform everyone. Good. Yi Shinran was very satisfied with his handling. It can be seen that everyone has high expectations for this thing. Yi Shinran said, I hope there will be good sales. Li Mo is also full of expectations. 3 days later, Yi Shinran went to the county seat to see the fired pots and was very satisfied with the fired samples. Then, as promised before, let's make 100 first. 100 is 5 taels of silver. According to the rules, the guest needs to leave a deposit of 3 taels of silver before we can bake it. Good. After leaving the deposit, Yi Shinran went to a stone shop in the city to select stones for building a house. Most of the houses in the village are made of adobe bricks. Such bricks can be made by yourself, which can save some money, but the disadvantage is that they are not strong and easy to collapse. Yi Shinran thought about the house she lived in now and decided to spend money to build a better one. Blue bricks and stones also have good and bad qualities. The same blue bricks that are 2 feet long and 1 foot wide cost 8 cents apiece for the better ones, and only 3 cents apiece for the poor ones. Yi Shinran decided to buy the cheap one. Li Zheng helped Yi Shinran calculate that she would need almost 8,000 blue bricks for so many rooms. The blue bricks alone cost 24 taels of silver. Although it is a lot, it is within the acceptable range. She decided on the quantity with the merchant, paid a deposit of 1 tael of silver, and paid the rest after delivery. By the time all these things were finished, it was almost noon. Yi Shinran found a street stall and ordered a pot of tea and a bowl of shredded chicken noodles, planning to have a quick bite before going home. As soon as she met, she was attracted by the chat next door. Have you heard? A strange thing happened in our city. What's the matter? What's the matter? It is said that at Yuan Ye's house, everything in the house disappeared out of thin air in broad daylight. The thief who committed the crime didn't even leave any footprints. No one in the whole house saw the shadow of the thief. Do you think it's strange? Every time a person walks, there will be footprints. How could there be no footprints at all? The diners at the same table scoffed. Really not. It is said that Yuan Yi went to the temple to pray for blessings the next day. He said he hit something. Nonsense, even if it collided with something, it should have come out at night. How could that thing come out and cause trouble in broad daylight? That's right. Hey, I heard a different story. The diners at the other table heard the excitement here and came over. What did you hear? I heard that the things in the Yi family were not stolen by any thieves at all. It was Mr. Ye's wife who had someone outside, and she colluded with people outside to empty out everything in the house. Really or not? Several people were stunned. After sleeping on the same bed for so many years, how could he still do such a thing? Really? Mr. Ye's wife, Zhou, is still in jail in the county government. You think if nothing happened to her, then why would the officials arrest her? That's true. Then this woman is really brave. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, and they fly apart when disaster strikes. This member, Mr. Yi, is also unlucky. Why did he marry this woman? Stop talking, it's all life. Yi Shinran was eating noodles and listening to these people talking, feeling a little surprised. Zhou has not been released yet. Did Yi Desheng really suspect that she did it?
Yemanson.
Yi Desheng was dissatisfied with the Zhou family, but then he thought about it calmly and felt that the Zhou family could not do the job of evacuating Yuan waifu here. The daughter is about to marry into the county magistrate's family, and the son is studying in the academy, preparing to obtain academic honors. Even if she doesn't care about her own face, she still has to think about her children. However, Ms. Zhou has been so bold recently that she even dared to tie Yi Shinran to her home behind her back. Yi Desheng decided to teach her a lesson and let her know that she should not make any decisions on her own in the future. So, he didn't rush to pick up Zhou and planned to let her suffer for 2 days and make her remember. Yi Xinyao, on the other hand, had been emptied of all her dowry and private money. She had been overly worried these days and lay in bed wiping tears every day. She could not remember that her mother was still suffering in prison. Poor Zoe, she was looking forward to her day and night, but she never got a family member to come see her. She thought the county boss had convicted her and not allowed her family to visit. She was so frightened that she dared not sleep at night and kept staring at the roof of the cell. When Yi Shang came to pick her up 3 days later, Zoe was already a little confused. However, these are matters of the Yi family and are not known to outsiders. Yi Xinran just wants to open the business as soon as possible. After taking the custom-made clay pot, she found a deserted place and filled a jar of ointment, then sent it to Yongle Hall. Li Mo was very polite and came out to greet him personally. This left Li Qiao baffled and thought his boss had changed his gender. I will never doubt what Brother Xiao said. Since he said that this ointment is easy to use, Yongle Hall can safely and boldly push out the entire ointment. Sister-in-law, don't worry, as long as you deliver the ointment, you can just wait for the cashier. Originally, I planned to store 10 cans with you first, and then deliver them over after 10 cans are sold. Since we have this relationship, I will deliver 50 cans directly next time after I produce them.
Yi Xinran said.
No problem. I will definitely clear out a conspicuous place to display our snow cream. When it was time to ship the goods, Yi Xinran suddenly became nervous. Originally, the contents of the reaction kettle did not need to be taken care of, but Yi Xinran had not slept in the past few days, waiting for the finished product to come out in the laboratory every night. Fortunately, during this process, the finished product of Hu Xining was produced. Yi Xinran concentrated the originally bitter medicinal juice into small pills and then wrapped a layer of syrup around the outside of the pills. She put Hu Xining in a big jar and handed it to Chang'an. Chang'an, this is the medicine my aunt made for you. You must remember to take 1 pill each morning and evening. You cannot secretly take more. Thank you, Auntie. I'll remember it, and I won't eat too much. The child never refuses anything given by Yi Xinran. He stuck out his tongue and licked the pill. Annie, this medicine is actually sweet. Only 1 layer is sweet. The inside is bitter. Yi Xinran reminded him. However, Chang'an still coveted the sweetness of the sugar coating. He put the pill into his mouth and refused to swallow it. It wasn't until he tasted the pungent bitter taste that he took a swig of water and swallowed the pills. It's so painful. Chang'an's little face shrank into a ball. I already told you it's really hard. Yi Xinran said. I know. Auntie, I won't dare to do it next time. Chang'an quickly admitted his mistake. 3 more days passed. Yi Xinran went to the county town to get the clay pot back. When she prepared dinner and brought it to eat with Xiao Huaiyan, she found that Xiao Huaiyan had already sat on the bedside, eager to stand up. Seeing this, Yi Xinran quickly stopped him. How many times have I told you? It's not time yet. Haste makes waste. Seeing that Yi Xinran's face was angry, Xiao Huaiyan felt a little guilty. I just want to go down to the ground and help you. You've been too tired lately. Yi Xinran put down the bowls and chopsticks and helped Xiao Huaiyan sit back on the bed. I know you are anxious, but there are still many days to come, and there are still many things you can do, so there is really no rush at this moment. Moreover, Changsheng and the others can help me with family matters, but even if you want to help me with making medicine, you can't. Now that you take good care of your body, you are already giving me the greatest help. Xiao Huaiyan sighed. Even when his leg was first lame, he never felt so useless. He has never been more hopeful than now that his leg will get better soon. Yi Xinran prepared for 3 days and finally put all the medicine into the medicine jar. The small medicine jar is very delicately made. Fill the jar so that it can hold exactly 200 G. The craftsman leaves a small gap when firing, waits for the medicine to be filled, and then closes the lid. The remaining air in the gap will give the lid natural absorption force. This way, the lid won't open without pulling hard. Yi Xinran neatly stacked 50 small jars in her backpack, and early the next morning, she took a bullock cart to Yongle Hall. Sister-in-law, don't we need to choose an auspicious day to start selling this ointment? Li Mo asked while asking someone to place the jars on the counter. No need to choose. Today is a good day. Yi Xinran said.
What time is that?
When they're ready, that's the best time. After hearing this, Li Mo realized that Yi Xinran really didn't care. Looking back and seeing Li Mo's speechless expression, Yi Xinran reached out and patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous. I'm confident in my stuff. Yi Xinran's self-confidence does not rely on metaphysics. But the effect of this ointment was proven by thousands of people in her generation. Not long after the ointment was put on display, someone came to the store to inquire. The visitor is Xiaotsue, a girl from Yhangyuan. Shopkeeper, has the snow cream you mentioned last time arrived? Here it comes, wasn't this just laid out? Li Qiao winked at the two of them, indicating that business was coming. Bring it to me quickly and see what kind of ointment it is. It is so mysterious.
Give.
The shopkeeper casually took out a bottle from underneath. Such a small bottle costs 100 taels of silver? Xiaotsue looked surprised. The actual product of this beauty cream was far from what she had imagined. Although it's a small bottle, it's very effective. Li Qiao said quickly. This kind of ointment is more about essence than quantity. 100 boxes of rouge can't match the effect of this jar, don't you think so? The effects are what others say, and I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Xiaotsue hesitated. Although she is just an errand boy. But the girl's money is money, and you can't throw it into the water without even making a sound. Yi Xinran noticed her hesitation and immediately stepped forward and said, Girl, do you want it for yourself or for others? It's for my girl. Xiaotsue said. Can you please tell me what your girl is going to use this ointment to treat? How big is the scar? How long has it been injured? Some things are private, so she tried to be as vague as possible. It's a scar on the wrist. It was left when the girl was young. The scar is about this long. Xiaotsue made a gesture on her wrist. Scars like this can disappear completely within about a month after applying ointment. Yi Xinran made an estimate and said, Apply it every day when you sleep. If it is convenient during the day, you can apply another layer. If it is inconvenient, you don't need to apply it. Can it really be okay? After listening to Yi Xinran's explanation, Xiaotsue believed it a little more. Because she asked in detail and told the usage and time, it was much more credible than Li Qiao's empty guarantee just now. It can really get better. The scars on my face were worse than this before, but now they are almost invisible. Yi Xinran pointed to her face and showed it to Xiaotsue. Xiaotsue looked at her snow-white and smooth face, and for some reason, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Then I'll buy a can for the girl. Xiaotsue took out the banknote. The third girl has tried many methods over the years, and together, she has spent hundreds of taels of money. Although it didn't work, the third girl didn't give up. Every time she heard about a new drug, she wanted to try it. I hope the medicine this time will be useful. If it weren't for the ointment from Shunyitang, I would definitely advise the lady to save money and buy it from Shunyitang.
Xiaokui muttered softly.
Go back and teach you girls how to use it. Before applying the medicine, you can apply warm water to the scar first so that it can be absorbed faster. Yi Xinran ignored what she said and gave another instruction. It wasn't until Xiaotsue left that Li Mo breathed a sigh of relief. This ointment has so many details. Actually, there's not much to it. Dr. Li is just not familiar with ointments. I will explain it to Dr. Li in detail, just remember it. As Yi Xinran spoke, he explained in detail the usage and dosage of the ointment, as well as the approximate recovery time for the size of the wound. Li Qiao nodded frequently. Listening to your words is better than 10 years of studying. Now I feel more and more that our ointment is powerful. Just now, what happened to the ointment from Shunyitang that the customer was talking about? Yi Xinran asked. Speaking of this, Li Mo hummed again. The ointment from Shunyitang is just a gimmick. Ordinary people can't even see it, but they believe that the rumors are true. What ointment is so magical? Yi Xinran also became interested. It is said that it can remove decay and promote muscle growth, but its actual use is to remove old scars. It is similar to our snow cream. But sister-in-law, if you do this, you will make 50 cans. But that jade muscle cream from Shunyitang only makes 5 bottles a year. Only dignitaries can buy it if they book in advance. Shunyitang has won many connections through this. You only make 5 bottles a year. How much does one bottle cost?
Yi Shinran asked.
Liemo stretched out a finger. He said angrily, 100 taels gold. 100 taels gold? Even though Yi Shinran was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the price. Why do they sell it so expensively? It is said that the ointment contains various rare and valuable medicinal materials such as snow lotus, ginseng, and unicorn blood. Especially that Kirin blood. Only 1 drop can be taken every year, so only 5 bottles can be produced. On the one hand, Liemo sneered at the jade skin cream, but on the other hand, he knew all the related things. Looking at him like that, he almost had the word envy written on his head. 100 taels of gold. This business sounds good. Let's steal their business.
Yi Shinran spoke calmly.
Liemo was shocked at first, and then ecstatic. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? It doesn't matter how famous their Shun Tang's jade cream is. As long as our snow cream is famous, it will be compared to it sooner or later. He looked at Yi Shinran with an excited face. Sister-in-law, I was so narrow-minded before. I even disliked the price of our snow cream. Our snow cream is comparable to the jade skin cream of Shun Medical Hall. Yes. As long as I can compare it, sister-in-law, I am willing not to make a penny. You have a grudge against Shun Medical Hall? Yi Shinran asked. Of course. One day in the future, I will definitely make Yongla Hall bigger and stronger and trample Shun Yutang under my feet. Yes, step on him. Li Qiao was also fanning the flames. Yi Shinran looked at the two people a little funny. In that case, let's sell our snow cream well, and I'll pay the original price as promised. Yeah.
Li Qiao nodded. No problem.
It's up to me. They posted a notice announcing that the snow cream was officially on sale. Li Qiao was gearing up, silently reciting what Yi Shinran had just taught him, planning to show off his skills when the guests arrived. Unexpectedly, the situation was not as optimistic as he imagined. They waited for a long time, but no one came to buy. What's going on? Aren't there a lot of people asking about the price a few days ago? Why is it that the goods have arrived today, but no one is there? Li Qiao was puzzled.
Li Montag also frowned.
Is it because the county is too small and there are many people joining in the fun, but not many people who actually need it? Yi Shinran, then we have to find a way to make our ointment famous. Once it becomes famous, people from other counties will come to buy it. But if no one uses it, how can you sell your reputation? Li Qiao looked down at the ointment again. If no one uses it, it won't gain a reputation. If it doesn't gain a reputation, no one will use it. He looked up at Yi Shinran. This is an endless cycle. Everything is difficult. At the beginning, I am mentally prepared.
Yi Shinran said.
The situation where no one cared about the snow cream lasted until the evening. However, not many people came to ask questions in the store, but there were many people watching the excitement outside. Everyone pointed around the red paper and discussed whether this ointment would work. Yon Letang's reputation is quite good, but this thing is so expensive. What if it really doesn't work? That's right. If it's only 1 or 2, I can buy it and try it out. It's too expensive. Shun Tang Jade Skin Cream is much more expensive than this one, and the supply exceeds demand. Can it be the same? Jade Skin Cream has the magical effect of turning decay into something magical. Can this snow face cream have the same effect? Yi Shinran heard everyone's discussion and walked out of the store. Everyone, I haven't seen the jade skin cream you mentioned, but I can assure you that the snow cream in our store can definitely remove scars on everyone's body. That being said, who knows whether the scars on the woman's face that were rumored to disappear before are true or false? Of course it's true, Yi Shinran said, because I am the woman in the legend. It doesn't look like you have scars on your face. Do you want to see it with your own eyes? Yi Shinran looked around. Many people nodded in agreement. She continued. Okay, tomorrow, if anyone wants to remove scars for free, you can come to our store to sign up. We will select the most suitable candidate among all the applicants. Let her take medicine every day and show the effects of the medicine to everyone. Free medicine? This is great. I want to sign up. I want to sign up too. Don't sign up blindly, or you'll be disfigured again. That's right. There's no such thing as pie in the sky. If it's used up by the time, they won't take your money even if you want to use it. What should you do? That shouldn't be possible, right? If you want to make money from this, how can you ruin your own job? Hey, who knows? I won't try anyway. Everyone dispersed. On the second day, Yi Shinran came to the shop early, and there was indeed a long queue in front of the shop. Can I give it a try? Asked an old woman over 50. There was a long scar on her hand, which looked like it had been there for some time. Just as Yi Shinran was about to answer, a woman with almost full arms came up from behind and said, "You are so old. Why are you trying this? Don't waste this opportunity. Give it to me." She pushed the old woman aside and continued, "Seller, I want to try the medicine, but let's agree first that it won't work if it fails. My face will still look pretty even if it doesn't work." Yi Shinran looked at her face and saw a small crescent-shaped scar above her eyebrows. "Your scar is too small and does not meet the requirements." Yi Shinran refused directly. Several more people came one after another. Either the scars were too small or the scars were in a hidden position. For a while, there was no suitable one. "Why don't you just choose one from here?" Liemo looked at the roaring crowd and suggested. "Wait a minute,"
Yi Shinran said.
After a while, a woman walked in from outside the store. Behind her was a teenage girl. The little girl was very timid, and her face was covered with a veil. "Seller, my girl wants to try your medicine. Do you think it's okay?" Yi Shinran looked at the little girl. The girl's eyebrows were curved, and she looked pretty. What happened to her? "It's all my fault. I didn't pay attention when I was a child. When I was playing outside, my face was scratched by a branch." The woman said that she was going to remove the veil from the little girl's face. The little girl turned around and avoided it. Yi Shinran said, "Her age meets the requirements. It's just that when we use the medicine this time, we need to show the scar recovery effect to the customers every day. It's not okay for her to be afraid of others." "Then what should we do?" The woman was a little anxious. "Taohua, show your face to the shopkeeper. If you are selected, you won't have to see people with a veil in the future. What are you hiding from?" The woman spoke quickly and urgently. The little girl just covered her face and kept shaking her head. Yi Shinran raised her hand to signal the woman to shut up, then held the little girl's shoulders with both hands. "I also had a scar on my face before. Do you want to heal your face like me?" The little girl looked at Yi Shinran, her eyes full of hope, and asked in a low voice, "Can my face really be cured? Then you want me to see what your scar looks like first?"
Yi Shinran said.
The little girl lowered her head. After hesitating for a moment, she raised her head and said, "I want to give it a try," she said, reaching up to untie her veil. "She is indeed beautiful. He has watery eyes and a tall nose, but there is a long, red scar from his face to his neck." It was like an ugly caterpillar lying on the girl's face. Yi Shinran was also surprised when he saw the scars on her face. From the description of the child's mother, she didn't expect it to be so serious. "Can my face be cured?" The girl pinched her veil, very nervous. "As long as you believe me, I will definitely cure you." Yi Shinran held her thin shoulders. "Will you believe me?" "Let her." The girl nodded, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. "However, I also have requirements for you," Yi Shinran said again. "Although I can help you heal your face, I need you to use your current face to face the eyes of others. I want your face to slowly recover under everyone's gaze. Can you bear it?" The girl hesitated. She is afraid of other people's eyes, because when they see her face, they will point fingers and call her ugly. But this snow cream is so expensive, costing 100 taels of silver per jar, and her parents will never earn so much money in their lifetime. If she doesn't seize this opportunity, she will never get another chance again. Thinking of this, her daughter nodded resolutely towards Yi Shinran. "I'm not afraid." "That's good." The girl's condition and the size of the scar are indeed the best among the many candidates. Yi Shinran finally settled on her. After confirming with the girl again, Yi Shinran took her hand and came in front of everyone. "You can take a look at this." The girl's scar is an old scar. It is large in area and has a deep wound. Among all scars, it is the most difficult to recover from. The crowd immediately started talking. "Such a big scar? How ugly. If I had such a big scar, I would really be too embarrassed to see anyone. This can be cured, so won't mine be easier? Faced with various questions, Yi Shinran spoke again. We only have 1 month. After 1 month, I will definitely be able to give her a delicate and flawless face. Can it be cured in 1 month? This is too fast. If hers can be cured, I will buy it and use it. If it's more expensive, it's more expensive. This is not much cheaper than Shun Yitang's. You can't buy it from Shun Yitang, right? Can this thing compare to that from Shun Yitang? I'm dreamin'. The girl shivered under the gaze of everyone. She wanted to turn around and run away, but thinking of Yi Shinran's promise to herself, she pinched her palm to make herself stay. Let's do this for today. Thank you for your support and concern for our snow cream. This time we choose Peach Blossom as our lucky guest. If you are interested in the effects of the snow cream, you can come to our store every morning after opening to see how the peach blossoms are recovering. With that said, Yi Shinran indicated that Taohua could go back to the back hall with him. Looking at the backs of the two people, Li Qiao said to Liemo, Master, why do I feel like our place doesn't look like a medical clinic now? What's that like? Liemo also felt strange. Picture. Li Qiao thought for a long time, then slapped his head. Does it look like a street performer? What kind of art are you doing? I think you look like a performer. This is something that can be considered elegant. After saying that, Liemo waved his hand and went behind. In the back hall, Yi Shinran smeared the ointment on the girl's face and told her how to use it while applying it. After the lesson, Yi Shinran told her, during this period, you must come to the store on time every morning so that everyone can see the changes in the scars on your face. The medicine I give you every day is only enough for you to use for 1 night. The medicine for the next day must be picked up the next day. This can be regarded as a constraint between us. The girl nodded. Now Yi Shinran is her savior. She will do whatever she says. After sending the girl away, Yi Shinran also packed his things and prepared to go home. Liemo waited at the door until she came out. Then he came forward and said, Sister-in-law, your method is so good.
Who did you learn this from?
As the owner of the store, Limeau's mood this day can be said to be ups and downs. He didn't expect Yi Shinran to come up with such a method. I can't even believe that she has such courage. 100 taels of ointment was given as a gift. It's not like something someone of her background could do. I'm learning, but I haven't learned much. Maybe it's because I've been exposed to it too much. Yi Shinran thought of the advertisements she had seen before. But if I want to become famous quickly, this is the best way I can think of. Sister-in-law Ming, I now feel that you are more powerful than Brother Xiao, and you will replace Brother Xiao in my heart from now on.
Be poor.
Yi Shinran smiled and said, Look at the store. I'm going to the wood shop to get the crutches. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will definitely keep an eye on the store.
Li Montag Answärtsmusli.
After finishing speaking, he remembered. No, I am the owner of this store. Yi Shinran went to the largest woodware store in the county. The crutches were ordered beforehand. Last time she also took a fancy to a set of cabinets, and she just happened to go and finalize them with her boss today. While she was checking the quality of the crutches, Yi Xinyao walked in from outside. Yi Xinyao entered the store with a gloomy look on her face and took out a list from her arms. Xiao Air, I don't want that set of boxes anymore.
Please return them to me.
It's Miss Yi. Your set of boxes is already ready. Why don't you just say you don't want it? The shopkeeper rushed to greet him. I don't want it anymore, okay? Facing the boss's inquiry, Yi Xinyao was very impatient. If you really don't want it, I can only refund half of the money to you. The shopkeeper stopped talking nonsense. Refund half of it? Why should I refund half of it? These boxes are all new, and they haven't even left your store yet. Yi Xinyao raised her voice. Ms. Yi, the style and size of this box are made according to your preference. If you keep it, it will be new. If you don't want it, it will become second-hand after changing hands. Although this box is a good thing, others may not appreciate it. Even if I sell it, I have to sell it at a discount. You are not following the rules. When Yi Xinyao heard that the money was really going to be discounted, she immediately became anxious. Miss Yi, every line has its own rules. You can go out and ask around to find out whether it's you who doesn't follow the rules, or it's me who doesn't follow the rules.
You.
Yi Xinyao didn't want to make things worse. If others knew that Miss Ye's family had even sold the box containing her dowry, they wouldn't know how to organize her. She felt a bad breath in her heart, and when she looked up, she saw Yi Xinran staring at her, with a smile that couldn't be hidden on his face. Yi Xinran, why are you here? You can't even afford the table eggs here, so why do you have the right to laugh at me? Yi Xinyao was as domineering as before. Before Yi Xinran could speak, the shopkeeper quickly stood in front of Yi Xinyao with an unhappy look on his face. Ms. Yi, how can you talk to the distinguished guests of my shop like this? She's the one? Distinguished guest? Yi Xinyao's eyes were full of disgust. She can still be your honored guest. Your business is too bad. The shopkeeper looked serious. Miss Leoi will not worry about the business of the store for us. Besides, the cabinet this guest bought is much more expensive than the one you bought, Ms. Yi.
What?
Yi Xinyao's eyes widened. In order to carry her dowry, she ordered 36 boxes here, spending a full 60 taels of silver. Now the shopkeeper told her that Yi Xinran spent more than she did. How is this possible? Yi Xinran married a lame husband, and there were 2 oil cakes in the family. When she got married, she didn't have a dowry at all. How could she have so much money? Shopkeeper, you actually teamed up with her to lie to me? It's unreasonable. The shopkeeper scolded. Businessmen are also ruthless. The shopkeeper had heard about the situation of the Yi family. Now Yi Xinyao came to return the goods, but he was too lazy to take care of it. He only wanted to do a good job in Yi Xinran's business. A distinguished guest is a distinguished guest. There is no need for me to lie to an unrelated person. Yi Xinran didn't say a word from beginning to end, but Yi Xinyao felt more uncomfortable than scolding her 100 times. She is the most favored young lady of the Yi family. Why does this Yi Xinran get on top of her? Why did this shopkeeper only greet Yi Xinran but ignore her? According to her previous temperament, she would definitely spend a lot of money to let the shopkeeper know who is the distinguished guest. But now she is in urgent need of money. Her father only cares about the business in the shop, and her mother has been bedridden. Yi Xinyao feels that her life has never been so miserable. And Yi Xinran, why should she live a better life than herself? Yi Xinran kept looking at her coldly. I have to say that Yi Xinyao's current miserable state of being able to swallow her anger is really refreshing for people to see. Shopkeeper, this guy's noise is giving me a headache. I can't choose this cabinet. Otherwise, I'd better come and see it another day. Yi Xinran made a move to leave. The shopkeeper quickly stopped her and wanted to apologize. Then he turned to the waiter and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you hurry up and see the guests off?" The waiter saw the look in the shopkeeper's eyes and hurriedly pushed Yi Xinyao out. Seeing Yi Xinyao leaving, the shopkeeper smiled again. "Sir, no one is making any noise now. Let's continue looking at the cabinets. You see, this kind of pull-out cabinet is placed beside the bed. You can put some commonly used things in it, so it will be much easier to access. There is also this camphorwood box, which is perfect for storing clothes. Not only do you not have to worry about insects, but the clothes will also have a scent after being stored for a long time. In addition to boxes, do you have any vertical cabinets to store clothes?" Yi Xinran asked.
A vertical cabinet?
The shopkeeper thought for a moment and said, "Yes, there are, but this kind of cabinet looks big, but it can't hold many clothes. It's inconvenient to take out too many clothes. It's better to use a box. I have some ideas for this." Yi Xinran said and asked the shopkeeper to get a pen and paper and then drew a clothes hanger on it. Stacking clothes in the cabinet is inconvenient, but it would be much more convenient if I hung the clothes. Is this a clothes hanger? The shopkeeper looked at the picture written by Yi Xinran and then at the huge clothes hanger in the corner of the store, but didn't react for a moment. This is simple,
Yi Xinran said.
I want to hang my clothes in the cabinet so they are easy to rummage and don't collect dust. Wonderful. The girl is really clever. The shopkeeper looked at the picture again and was full of praise. Yi Xinran, I want 5 wardrobes and 100 of these hangers. How much money will it cost in total? Cabinet, if the girl also uses this kind of camphor wood, then it will cost 2 taels of silver each. As for the hangers, the shopkeeper has never made this thing before. It seems to save materials, but I don't know if it is easy to make. Seeing the shopkeeper's hesitation, Yi Shinran said, I bought the cabinet because I could have this hanger. Should the shopkeeper consider putting a beam inside the cabinet in the future and equip it with 10 hangers? This way, it can also attract more people like me.
Yeah.
It makes sense. The shopkeeper nodded. As for me, since I came up with the idea, you can just make a few more hangers to practice your skills. Don't charge for these 100 hangers.
This.
Just when the shopkeeper was about to refuse, Yi Shinran added, If I have any new ideas in the future, I'll tell you. Okay. The shopkeeper agreed immediately. He really felt that what Yi Shinran had just come up with was a good idea. It was only 100 hangers, but it was still worth it. Sir, please come to our store frequently and support us. Easy to say, easy to say. Last time, the girl said she wanted 7 beds at home. When will the beds be ordered? Let's wait until the house is built. Yi Shinran hurriedly left the carpentry shop and took his crutches to catch the car. Nyoer's car was waiting there, and she was the only one missing to get back to the village. Yi Shinran jumped onto the bullock cart. Everyone looked at the crutch in her hand with great curiosity. Ms. Yi, what are these 2 sticks for? It looks quite delicate, a bit like a crutch, but it's different from the crutches I've seen before. I asked the shopkeeper to wrap it with leather so that it would be more comfortable to use.
Yerinden eğiplenet.
The skin and flesh on Xiao Huayan's legs had almost recovered. Since he is in a hurry to get to the ground, buy a pair of crutches to prevent him from hurting himself. Oh, this is a look that I have put a lot of effort into. It can be seen that Madame Yi and young Master Xiao have a really good relationship. Yes, you see Mrs. Yi is so attentive to Mr. Xiao, even buying the best crutches. If only my son could marry such a good daughter-in-law. Yi Shinran blushed at the praise, but she felt a little proud in her heart. It's just that it's hard to find a wife like me even with a lantern. The bullock cart quickly arrived at the entrance of the village. Before Yi Shinran got off the car, Li Zheng was shouting, You're finally back. Get off the car quickly. Get off the car quickly. I have something to do with you. Yi Shinran looked around and was a little confused when she was sure that Li was calling her. Uncle Li Zheng, you called me? That's right. I won't tell you to call anyone else. Li Zheng's tone was anxious, and Yi Shinran quickly jumped out of the car. He looked at Li Zheng and said, What's going on?
Uncle Li Zheng.
Good thing. Li Zheng looked excited. Then he picked up Yi Shinran's crutches and said, Let's go to your house and talk. Yi Shinran was confused. What good thing makes this old man so excited? The old man was calm now, and he didn't reveal any information until he entered the hospital. Until they entered the courtyard, Li Zheng called a few children to enter Xiao Huayan's room with them. There was no stool in the room, so the child squatted beside the bed when he entered the room, while Yi Shinran and Li Zheng stood aside. Li Zheng cleared his throat and said, Guess who came to see me today? I can't guess it. Don't be too pretentious.
Yerinden repliyet lazili.
She had been guessing for a long time on the way, but none of them were right. You don't know how to guess. Let others guess. Li Zheng looked at the 3 children expectantly. Annie doesn't guess, and neither do I. Chong and shook his head. Yes, I don't guess either. Chongping also shook his head. Only Chongxing asked tentatively, Could he be someone from the academy? That's right. Li Zheng reached out and patted Chongxing on the head. You have to be a little Chongxing. He is indeed good at studying. Is there a letter from the academy? Yi Shinran was surprised. Mrs. Lung hasn't fully recovered yet, and Master Wei has started to stir up this matter? Li Zheng looked at Yi Shinran with a smile. This is all your fault. Niece, you deserve to enjoy our ancestral hall in Yunbian village.
No, no.
Yi Shinran waved her hands repeatedly. I'm not too particular about this. If you don't like it, what about Huayan? You foreigners, after entering the ancestral hall, you can enjoy the incense beside the clouds. Xiao Huayan, Madam is right, we still don't need it. Li Zheng, this is a great thing. Others can't ask for it.
You.
Li Zheng still wanted to persuade, but Yi Shinran quickly changed the subject. Then what did Master Wei say? Let the children in the village enter their academy? You can't enter the academy. Li Zheng's attention was diverted. The children in this academy have all read the 4 books and 5 classics and have a good foundation. The children in our village, except Changsheng, can't even read a few Chinese characters. What did you say? Yi Xinran asked. Li Zheng smiled so hard that he couldn't see anything. Although we can't enter the academy, Master Wei has arranged for a gentleman from our village to come over. As long as we have a place where we can have classes, the gentleman can come over at any time. Sir, come to the village. When the 3 children heard the news, they all jumped 3 feet high. Then can I also study with my eldest brother? Chang'an asked, tilting his head. Yes, and your second brother. Let's go together. Let's all go together. Li Zheng waved his hand. Xiao Huai listened quietly, and seeing the children happy, he also smiled. Li Zheng continued. As for this school, I plan to set it up in the ancestral hall first. It is a big place and can accommodate more than 30 children. Even if this master comes, where should he stay? I want to discuss it with you. Uncle Li Zheng, my house is so shabby. Master can't live in my house, right? Yi Xinran pointed to the roof. I can't live here. Li Zheng shook his head. I was thinking of tidying up the old yard next to the ancestral hall, replacing the tiles on the roof of the ancestral hall, and getting some desks, right? This all costs money. A few days ago, I just returned all the money I collected to the county magistrate, and now I go to him to ask for it, for fear that he will be unhappy. Seeing Li Zheng's coy look, Yi Xinran blurted out, Uncle Li Zheng, just tell me how much you want to spend. You noticed it before I said anything? Li Zheng looked surprised. I did the math and found that there is still a difference of 10 taels of silver between the inside and the outside. Can you lend it to me first? I will return it to you when I collect the money. This is his main purpose today. I hesitated for a long time and was a little embarrassed to speak. But the only person in the village with some money now is the Xiao family. Okay, I'll get it for you right now. Yi Xinran did not hesitate and agreed immediately. Li Zheng, niece, why did you agree so quickly without discussing it with Huayan? When Yi Xinran heard this, he ignored the problem. She looked at Xiao Huayan and before she spoke, she heard Xiao Huayan say, You all listen to madam. Yeah, okay. Li Zheng smiled knowingly at Yi Xinran and secretly gave a thumbs up. He was indeed right. Xiao Huayan looked tall, but he was actually a strict wife. Yi Xinran went to the room to get some money and asked the children to send Grandpa Li Jing home. She herself handed the crutch she bought to Xiao Huayan. Don't you want to go for a walk? Can you try this crutch? Good. Xiao Huayan was already feeling itchy, so he took Yi Xinran's crutches to get off the ground. But he overestimated his current body. After his feet landed on the ground, it was as if he were stepping on clouds. A sense of dizziness rushed directly to his forehead. Because of the uneven force, his body tilted and fell to the ground. Careful! Yi Xinran kept staring here. Seeing that he almost fell, he immediately stepped forward and blocked the man's body with his shoulders. But she also overestimated her own strength. Xiao Huayan was tall, and when all her strength was gone, she was really not something that a little woman like her could stop. Xiao Huayan reacted quickly. He put one hand around Yi Xinran's waist, and with the help of Yi Xinran, he tried his best to reverse the direction of his fall. As soon as he turned around, the two of them fell on the bed together. Auntie, let's take Grandpa Li Jing home. The 3 children ran back and stopped when they reached the door. Chang'an ran at the back, but he didn't expect his 2 brothers to break suddenly. He hit Changping's back with a thud. Seeing that his 2 brothers were not moving, he had no choice but to squeeze his head and look inside. What's wrong? What's wrong? After seeing the situation in the room clearly, Chang'an asked aloud. Aunt, second uncle, you went to bed so early and haven't had dinner yet? What do you want to eat? You just know how to eat. Changsheng covered Chang'an's mouth. He took Chang'an and walked out. Changping followed behind, muttering in a low voice, Why are you lying on the bed if you don't want to sleep? Yi Xinran's face was mixed with red and white. On the one hand, he suddenly fell down just now and was quite frightened. On the other hand, how could this ambiguous gesture be seen by 3 children? It's so embarrassing. She stretched her arms and tried to stand up. But Xiao Huayan had an arm on her body, and she couldn't move at all. The kids are watching.
예빈란 puset Xiao Huayan.
But Xiao Huayan didn't know what was causing the wind, so he just lay motionless. I'm going to get angry if you don't move. Yi Xinran put her hand on Xiao Huayan's abdomen and tried to get up again. Unexpectedly, the man beneath him took a breath and whispered, "It hurts." "Pain? Did I just hurt you?" Yi Xinran was nervous and quickly went to lift Xiao Huayan's clothes. "Where does it hurt?" "Here." Xiao Huayan pointed at Yi Xiong's mouth. "I didn't come across this place just now." Yi Xinran was confused. However, she still raised her hand and opened Xiao Huayan's shirt, revealing his firm chest. I have to say that Xiao Huayan's muscles have a visual impact. When I looked at it from a distance, I just thought it was pleasing to the eye. Now that I look closer, I can feel the vigorous power underneath the muscles. These tight muscles must be very nice. Hands are faster than brains. While Yi Xinran was still thinking about it, his hand came up and stopped. After finishing speaking, Yi Xinran was stunned. She raised her eyes to look at Xiao Huayan, but she saw an uncontrollable smile in the corner of Xiao Huayan's eyes. "Where does it hurt? Why can't I see where it's hurt?" Yi Xinran was a little embarrassed. Xiao Huayan smiled even more proudly. Sensing Xiao Huayan's little thoughts, Yi Xinran simply raised and lowered his hands and stabbed his all over. After a while, Xiao Huayan held down Yi Xinran's troubled hand and said in a low and unreasonable voice, "Madam, do what you said before still count? Will you be good to me forever and won't dislike me?" "Of course it counts." Yi Xinran blurted out. "Okay, I'll listen to you from now on," Xiao Huayan said lingeringly. His eyes reminded Yi Xinran of the scene on the day they got married. I also understood what Xiao Huayan meant at this time. Let's wait until your leg heals." The enemy advanced and we retreated, and Yi Xinran was immediately frightened. This man is terrible at finding opportunities. You should exercise your legs first. Good. Xiao Huayan finally let go of Yi Xinran and let her stand up. Then, with her help, he stood up. The long-term leg injury made him hesitate for a long time when he took the first step. He was not afraid of pain, but he was afraid that when he walked again, he would find that his legs were still so weak. There will be a little pain, just hold on and it will pass.
예빈란 comforted.
Xiao Huayan took a deep breath and took the first step firmly. A bone-chilling pain spread from my ankle to my thigh. But I can feel the body's control over my ankle. Xiao Huayan quickly took another step. The pace and speed are all under his control. This feeling of complete control over my body is something I haven't experienced in a long time. He finally regained the feeling he had before the leg injury. "Madam, my legs are healed. My legs are really healed." After getting married for so long, Xiao Huayan's face showed excitement for the first time. He broke away from Yi Xinran's support and walked faster and faster around the house on crutches. "Slow down, please slow down." Yi Xinran was infected by Xiao Huayan's emotions and felt a little excited. But he didn't forget to remind him, "Your legs are just fine, and you can't do strenuous exercise yet. After walking for a while, you have to go to bed to rest." "Okay," Xiao Huayan promised, but after he finished speaking, he went directly to the yard. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the crutches hitting the ground attracted everyone's attention. 3 children ran over from the backyard again and watched Xiao Huayan walking. "Second uncle, are your legs healed?" Chang'an asked with concern.
All right.
Xiao Huayan answered. "Second uncle, are you going to keep walking on these 2 sticks from now on?" Changping was puzzled as to why he was still holding the stick. "No, you can throw away the stick in a few days." "Great, great." The children shouted loudly and circled around Xiao Huayan. This laughter was particularly harsh to the ears of the mother and son next door. "Mom, what are they laughing at?" "From what I hear, Xiao Huayan's leg is about to heal." "Mrs. Zhang, how can his leg be cured after it's been injured for so long?" "But listen." Zhang Dashan lowered his voice. "Chang'an and the others are saying, second uncle's leg is about to heal. Mom, if his leg heals, our previous plan will be ruined. That's not because of you." For the first time, Mrs. Zhang became angry with her son. If you hadn't been timid all this time, you might have succeeded by now. It's a good time now. Once Xiao Huayan's leg heals, you won't get anything. How can you blame me for this? You said you would find opportunities for me, but until now, I haven't seen any opportunities. I don't think you are cowardly. The two complained to each other, and in the end, Zhang Dashan pushed Granny Zhang to the ground. It was you who came up with the idea. Don't blame everything on me. Mrs. Zhang didn't expect her son to be really angry, so she quickly stood up to coax him. It's all my fault, my dear son. Don't be angry. Mom won't mention this matter anymore. Yi Xinran is nothing. We can find a better one. The two of them were so noisy that they had nothing to say to each other, forming a sharp contrast with the Xiao family who were just across the courtyard. The next day, Yi Xinran got up early and packed her medicine box. Because today is the day that I had made an appointment to treat Mrs. Lung. She arrived at Wei's house in a carriage, and Mrs. Lung's maid was still waiting early. When she came to the backyard, she saw Mrs. Lung in high spirits and arranging flowers in a vase. Miss Yi, you are here. Do you think this peony looks good? Mrs. Lung showed her a purple peony. It looks good. Yi Xinran nodded. Mrs. Lung is in a good mood today. When my body gets better, my spirit gets much better. Besides, Jingyi and the others are coming soon. I want to tidy up the yard first. Seeing that Yi Xinran had no reaction, Mrs. Lung quickly explained, Jingyi is my useless son. His cousin Chongqing is also here. Chongqing has been in poor health. When he comes, if there is a chance, please ask Mrs. Yi to take a look at him.
Easy to say.
Yi Xinran followed Mrs. Lung to the inner room. Checked Mrs. Lung's body again. Mrs. Lung's health is much better than previously expected. Yi Xinran was very satisfied with the result. 2 more injections, 2 doses of medicine, and everything will be fine. Really? Can you get better by taking medicine? Don't you need to do the resection you mentioned before? Mrs. Lung was a little surprised. Before that, she had been a little worried. After all, she had never even heard of the kind of surgery Yi Xinran had mentioned. No need. Yi Xinran smiled and comforted her. Madam, your health is good, and with this period of conditioning, the prolapsed part has healed a lot. In this case, you just need to pay more attention and take good care of it. Oh, that's great. Mrs. Lung's gratitude was beyond words. I knew it. You are a real person. It would be great if my sister could come here too. I will definitely let you take a look at her body. As long as you take action, she will be fine. When Madam is well, you can invite more relatives over. Yi Xinran said, My sister will definitely like you when she sees you. Who wouldn't like a girl who looks similar to me and is so capable? Mrs. Lung took off her coat and lay on the bed waiting for the acupuncture. This was the second time Yi Xinran heard Mrs. Lung mention that she and her sister looked similar, so she stopped what she was doing and asked, Are my sister and my sister really so similar? Like, really similar? Mrs. Lung turned to look at her. Especially this pair of eyes. They are exactly the same as my sister when she was young. When I first saw you, I felt you looked very familiar. When Madam said this, I became a little curious. Yi Xinran responded, and then stabbed the silver needle firmly into the acupuncture point. The needle tail clanked under Yi Xinran's hand. When Mrs. Lung fell asleep, Yi Xinran looked at Mrs. Lung's sleeping face and suddenly had an incredible idea. Are there really such similar people in the world? Mrs. Lung always said that I look very similar to her sister. Is it possible that this body has some blood relationship with Mrs. Lung's sister? Yi Xinran searched the original owner's memory and found no information related to the Lung family. However, according to Zhou and Yi Desheng, they have a nobleman in Beijing. The Yi family can survive today only because of the help of noble people. Could it be that that noble person is the Lung family? Yi Xinran shook his head, feeling a little whimsical. But in this world, incredible things happen every day. What if? Yi Xinran thought, and pulled out a hair from the sleeping Mrs. Lung's head. Then he pulled one out of his own head. While Mrs. Lung was still asleep, Yi Xinran put both hairs into the laboratory. If there are things that can be confirmed by data, there is no need to rely on guesswork to judge. Is there any relationship? Just do a DNA comparison. Mrs. Lung didn't know what happened after she fell asleep. She slept for half an hour and felt even more refreshed when she woke up. Miss Yi, I had a dream just now. I dreamed that you were really my niece, the lost child of my sister's family. If my sister hadn't only given birth to 2 children, I would have almost thought this was true. Although I am not your niece, Mrs. Lung treats me better than my biological aunt. Yi Shinran said. Mrs. Lung has such a good personality, and she has masterways connections. No matter what, Yi Shinran is sure of her. Don't say that. Mrs. Lung had already put on her clothes. Since we met, the girl has been helping me, and I haven't helped you with anything. The girl said that, and I feel guilty. Why didn't it help? Yi Shinran smiled. Last time, my wife specially made a medical box for me. When she left, she also put 200 taels of silver in it. I kept all of this in mind. What's more, when he came to treat his wife, the condition was that Master Wei could let the children in the village have books to study. I'm fulfilling the deal, but it's not really treating my wife well. You kid. Mrs. Lung suddenly touched Yi Shinran's forehead, her eyes full of tenderness. Why are you so kind? You know that we have to rely on your medical skills now. At this time, even if you make some excessive demands, we will agree to it. You don't mention anything now, and you still care so much about me. If my niece had half of your character, I would burn incense. Thank you, madam. Yi Shinran took out the prepared medicine from the medical box. This is 2 months' worth of medicine. Madam, after taking these 2 months' medicine, I will come back to diagnose your pulse. Madam Lung asked hurriedly, do you still have the snow cream you brought me last time? Yes. Yi Shinran took out a bottle and asked Mrs. Lung, how did Madam Lung feel about using that bottle that time? How about it? Mrs. Lung proudly turned her head in front of Yi Shinran, letting her see her face clearly. Look, all the marks on my face are gone. I feel like my face is getting smoother and smoother day by day. Even my wife said that I look younger than before. The first time I walked in, I felt young.
예빈란 스미렛.
Then why don't you praise me? Mrs. Lung asked, pretending to be angry. Oh, I see. If you don't tell me, are you afraid that others will think you are deliberately bragging about your ointment? Such a good ointment, I must tell you about it. I don't tell others because I'm afraid that others will take away the ointment and I won't be able to use it myself. Otherwise, I would literally recommend this entire salve to everyone I know. Yi Shinran thought Madame Lung's innocent look was the cutest, so she smiled and said, it doesn't matter if others find out. I still have a lot of ointments, and I plan to sell them in Yongla Hall. Sold in Yongla Hall. How much do you plan to sell a can of? Mrs. Lung became interested when she heard this. 100 taels of silver. I'll order 500 cans first. Mrs. Lung said a number lightly. 500? Yi Shinran couldn't believe it. No? Is it too much? Then I want a little less. Can 100 be okay? Mrs. Lung discussed with Yi Shinran. It's not impossible. Yi Shinran waved her hands repeatedly. I just didn't expect you, madam, to ask for so much. 500 cans, that's 50,000 taels of silver, which is too much. It's only 50,000 taels. Mrs. Lung smiled and said, I remember I mentioned to you before that my natal family is very rich. I mentioned it before. Yi Shinran said. But poverty limited her imagination. She didn't expect that rich people spent their money like this. Now she can understand why Shen Yitang's ointment can be sold for 100 taels of gold a bottle. Because rich people are really rich. My sister and I are from a wealthy businessman's family. We don't have much ability, but we do have endless money. When I got married, my family gave me a lot of dowry, and I also made some money from renting out the shop over the years. Mrs. Lung said it lightly. Yi Shinran's blood boiled with excitement. Thighs, big thick legs. Be sure to hold on tight. If the future business can be related to Mrs. Lung's family business, it will be a huge profit. If Madam likes it, I will send more next time. However, buying 500 bottles at once is indeed too much. I am afraid that the effect will not be good if I keep it for a long time. Why don't you send 10 bottles a month? If Madam is not enough, I will send them again. Mrs. Lung stroked her palm. Of course, that's good. You don't need to come here to deliver it. but I would like to see you a few more times every month. It would be better if you could come. As long as there is nothing wrong at home, I will personally come to deliver it. Yi Shinran and Mrs. Lung are discussing here. A maid outside hurriedly came to report, Madam, the young master and his cousin have arrived. Where are you? Mrs. Lung stood up immediately. Just now, the young master's book boy came to report that the young master is only 5 miles away from here. I am afraid he is almost at the door now. This kid, didn't he say he wouldn't be here for 2 more days? Why did he arrive so early? Mrs. Lung was also a little panicked. It was obvious that she was overjoyed because of the arrival of her son. Upon seeing this, Yi Shinran immediately stood up and left. She didn't want to disturb the mother-son reunion here. The carriage was prepared there early. Yi Shinran was about to board the carriage when he saw 2 horses galloping towards the intersection. The young man on the horse is black and white. They are all tall and straight, handsome. The whip was raised high, and the horse arrived in an instant like an arrow leaving the string. The young man in white is graceful and gentle, while the young man in black is celestial and cold and distant. What 2 handsome young men! Yi Shinran only glanced at it and then withdrew his gaze. She lowered her head to get in the car and didn't notice that the young man in black turned his head and looked at her deeply as he passed by. Hey! It wasn't until the door of Wei's house that the 2 reined in their reins and dismounted. The boy in white smiled and shouted to the boy in black, Brother Chongqing, you lost. I overtook you at the last moment. He proudly showed off his victory, but the young man in black ignored him. Instead, his eyes were deep, staring at the carriage that had just left.
What are you looking at?
The boy in white bumped him. I just seemed to see the girl getting in the car. Lu Chongqing's face sank. Ignoring Wei Jingyi's words, he turned towards the yard. Lady Lung had already greeted her out, and when she saw the black-clad young man, she quickly walked up 2 steps and grabbed the young man's hand. Chongqing, you've grown taller again. Mom, he was this tall 2 years ago. The boy in white then came with a hint of complaint in his mouth. A few years ago, he was like a bamboo, with no knots. He suddenly became taller than me. You 2 are tall enough. It must be the road. Come into the house quickly. I've had people prepare double-star tea and drink a little to relieve the heat. Mrs. Cold beamed with joy. Lu Chongqing saluted Mrs. Lung and said obediently, Aunt, I haven't seen you for many years. You look much better. Yes. After hearing this, Mrs. Lung couldn't help but reach out and touch Moz's face. I also think I look much better now than before. Jingyi, what do you think? Mother. Wei Jingyi reached out and hugged her mother. My mother is the prettiest. She will always be a little girl. Not a word of truth. Mrs. Lung nodded his forehead angrily, then called to the 2 of them. Quick, come in, it's hot outside. The maid brought the prepared watermelon. The 2 young men were so proud that they followed Mrs. Lung through the door. Lu Chongqing, who was walking behind, looked back before entering and saw that the carriage had turned the corner and disappeared. The 2 of them were drinking tea, while talking about what they had seen on the road. Mrs. Lung looked at the 2 young men, and the more she looked at them, the more she liked them. After they drank tea and ate watermelon, they asked, Chongqing, how is your mother lately? Still the same. Lu Chongqing put down his tea bowl, his expression becoming more serious. The prescriptions have been changed batch after batch, but there's no improvement. It's just that I've been lazy lately. But I finally stopped coughing up blood, which was a good sign. I wrote before, asking your mother to come and stay with me for a few days. She always refused to come because she was not feeling well. In such a big hofu, even if she is away, the family still needs to eat and rest. Why doesn't she let herself relax? My sister is now learning to help my mother handle the accounts at home. With my sister's help, my mother can feel more relaxed. Lu Chongqing said. Mrs. Lung snorted after hearing this. That girl Chongxue has always only listened to your father. Now that she can help your mother handle the accounts, she is probably listening to your father's orders. They too must be thinking about your mother's dowry. As soon as Mrs. Lung finished speaking, Wei Jingyi hurriedly said, Mom, what are you talking about? Madame Ling looked at Lu Chongqing's expression and sighed when she saw that he was still calm and not embarrassed or angry. You and Chang Shui are obviously twins, but why are they so different? She is so fussy and competitive, but you always look like you don't care about anything. It doesn't matter that you two don't look alike. Your temperaments are also very different. It's true that one follows his father and the other follows his mother. Fortunately, you still look a little like your mother, otherwise, I would really feel aggrieved for your mother. Mom, stop talking. You are unhappy with this just after we met. Brother Chongqing will never come again. Wei Jingyi complained to her mother again. Everyone knows what Mrs. Lung said. It's just that no one wants to mention it. Lu Chongqing and Lu Chongxue are the only children of Lord Lu and his wife, but Lord Lu doesn't seem to like Lu Chongqing. Over the years, he has become more and more pampered towards his daughter, but less and less interested in his son. Mrs. Lung saw it in her eyes and would complain every time she mentioned it. But it's not good to get too involved in other people's housework. Lord Lu doesn't like Lu Chongqing very much, but he treats his wife very well. Although Chongqing's mother was a little unhappy, they had been married for many years. Sometimes when the Marquis was unhappy, she would blame Chongqing. Over time, Lu Chongqing's temperament became much colder. Only in front of Mrs. Lung and Jing can he show some true temperament. After hearing her son's complaint, Mrs. Lung stopped continuing the topic and said instead, "Now is the season when hazelnuts are ripe, and some mountain pears and wild fruits are also ripe. You young people are diligent and go back to play in the mountains. When the time comes, pick some for me. Mom, we went into the mountains to hunt. Who wants to help you pick wild fruits? Let father go." Wei Jingyi refused. Mrs. Lung was dissatisfied. Your father is busy with college affairs every day. Besides, I am already this age, so why should I enjoy the blessing of being a son? Wei Jingyi said helplessly, "Okay, I'll pick some with my cousin from the mountain another day. If you can climb, we'll take you with us." "I can't go," Missy said. "I can't overwork my body now. I have to take good care of it." Mrs. Lung refused.
Monsieur?
"Mom, which eldest lady have you met again?" Wei Jingyi asked. "Miss, that's the doctor who treated me," Mrs. Lung said proudly. "Female doctor?" "Yes." Mrs. Lung looked at her son. "You don't look down on female doctors, do you? Let me tell you, Missy is not only superb in medical skills and kind-hearted, but also beautiful and very business-minded. It's just a pity." "What's a pity?" Wei Jingyi asked. "It's a pity that she is already married. Otherwise, I really want her to be my daughter-in-law. This is not okay." Wei Jingyi was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly. "Mom, didn't you say that I make my own decisions about my marriage? You won't force me to marry a girl from any family." "I didn't say I had to marry you." Mrs. Lung glanced sideways at her son. "Besides, even if the girl is not married, she may not be interested in you." Wei Jingyi was not convinced. "Then I would like to see what is so special about this girl." Mother and son were not happy talking to each other. Lu Chongqing on the side suddenly asked, "Aunt, is the Missy you are talking about the one who just left? Have you seen it?" Mrs. Lung was a little surprised. "No, I just saw a carriage leaving." Lu Jingyi replied. "Mrs. Lung, that's right. Missy just finished my diagnosis and treatment. If she hadn't insisted on leaving, I would have really wanted you to get to know her." Wei Jingyi, "That's not necessary." Lu Chongqing, "Okay." After finishing speaking, the two looked at each other. Wei Jingyi realized later, "Oh, let me tell you, you have been staring at that carriage just now. Tell me, do you have a crush on this girl?" "What nonsense." Lu Chongqing denied it flatly. The two of them got into trouble while talking, one chased the other, and ran towards the backyard. Madame Lung looked at the two laughing figures and shook her head fondly. Chongqing is a rare and lively child. As he grows up, Jing Yi is the only friend he can talk to. He should really ask Missy to help him take a look in a few days. If Chongqing's illness can be cured, it will be regarded as solving one of his sister's worries. In the next 2 days, Yi Xinran still went back and forth between Yongla Hall and home every day. The scars on Taohua's face have gradually faded. First the color becomes lighter, then the area becomes smaller. Even people who come here every day to see the results can see the changes on her face at a glance. This ointment seems to be really useful. It doesn't seem like it, but it really works. Look at the scars on that little girl's face. They are already much smaller. When I came to see it on the first day, boy, that was scary. Then can we go home and tell the lady that this ointment can be bought? Why are you so anxious? Miss, I haven't urged you yet. Let's wait 2 more days to see the effect. What if the effect is not so good after 2 days? Then we will be in trouble. 2 servants from wealthy families decided to wait and see. But some people can't wait. Mrs. Zhao's wife had been paying attention to this snow cream from the beginning. After seeing the changes on Peach Blossom's face for 5 days, Mrs. Song decided to buy a bottle and take it home. Shopkeeper, please ask, can the snow cream be applied only on scars? If it is accidentally applied to other places, will there be any problems? The girl next to Mrs. Song had to ask all the precautions according to her master's wishes. No problem. No matter where you apply it, there will be no problem. Li Qiao quickly explained, this ointment is expensive, so we only say it can remove scars. In fact, this cream has many uses. If you don't feel bad, just apply this ointment on your face when you go to bed at night. When you wake up the next morning, your face will be as smooth and tender as a peeled egg. Shopkeeper, you said it so clearly. Have you ever used it yourself? Someone in the crowd joked. Li Qiao, this ointment is so precious, but I don't want to use it on my face. Besides, I'm so ugly. Wouldn't it be a waste to use it? That makes sense. You're not ugly either. The shopkeeper is quite interesting, haha. Everyone was amused by Li Qiao and laughed. In this lively atmosphere, 2 more bottles of snow cream were sold. Yi Xinran was very satisfied with Li Qiao. In just a few days, he already knew the efficacy of snow cream. From now on, you can trust him to manage the sales in the store. After settling the accounts in the evening, a total of 7 bottles were sold today. Li Qiao was very happy. This is only the 7th day, and 7 bottles of snow cream can be sold in 1 day. If in a few days, the scar on Taohua's face is almost healed and everyone sees the effect, they will be able to sell more. Once everyone has used the snow cream, Yongla Hall will become the talk of the town along with the snow cream. The more Li Qiao thought about it, the more excited he became. I have already begun to plan that after Yongla Hall becomes famous, I will talk to the owner and ask the owner to increase my salary. The other side. In the Shun Medical Hall, in the middle of the same street, shopkeeper Kai picked up the ordinary bottle of plaster on the table and looked at it carefully. Is this the snow cream that has been very popular recently?
Yes.
The waiter answered immediately. This is the amazing ointment they preach. Shopkeeper Kai looked at it again. This jar looks ordinary. The waiter nodded in agreement. It's very average. I don't know where they got the confidence to sell it for 100 taels of silver. Are there many people buying? Kai Jia asked again. Not many people bought it. When I was there, a total of 5 cans were sold. Although there were many people around, they were just idle and watching the fun. The waiter answered quickly. 5 cans? Kai Jia sneered. 5 cans is already a lot. You have to know that our Shun Medical Hall's Jade Skin Cream can only make 5 cans a year. Things like theirs are not popular on the market. How can they be compared with our Jade Skin Cream from Shun Yitang? The waiter said flatteringly. That's what I said. But I heard someone say that this snow cream has the same effect as our Jade Skin Cream.
Impossible? Absolutely impossible.
The waiter swore a promise. Yongle Tang must be bragging in our name. They are so shameless. A sarcastic smile appeared on Kai Jia's lips. Didn't they also choose a girl to use the medicine every day to show the effect? After so many days, the people watching the fun didn't realize that they were bragging? The waiter fell silent. Kai Jia asked further. You have been going every day for the past 2 days.
What do you think of the effect?
The waiter racked his brains, trying to find a suitable wording. Shopkeeper Kai urged impatiently. Answer the truth. Yes. The waiter said quickly. I listened to what they said, and the effect is pretty good. Don't you have eyes yourself? The waiter shivered. I saw that the scar on that girl's face is much smaller than the first day. Can anyone really make such a cheap and easy-to-use beauty cream? Shopkeeper Kai stretched out his finger and gently tapped the bottle of snow cream. After a moment, he threw the snow cream in his hand towards the waiter. You also go find someone with a scar on his face and ask him to use this bottle of ointment. I want to see if the effect is the same as what they show. The waiter quickly took it, fearing that the ointment would fall to the ground. This was bought for 100 taels of silver. If he really fell, it wouldn't be enough to hold him up. Shan Yitang began to secretly study Zuayan cream. The people in Yongla Hall were only thinking about how to sell more ointments. I had no idea that my things were already being taken care of. Yi Shinran, on the other hand, did not go to the city today because the village had requisitioned Neo Air's ox cart for building an ancestral hall. How about we buy a car ourselves? When Yi Shinran helped Xiao Huayan exercise in the morning, she discussed it with him. Having a car makes it easy to go anywhere, and since they are now doing business, they may have to travel to more places in the future. There was sweat on Xiao Huayan's forehead. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat, and then said, "Then buy a carriage. Although the horse is more expensive, it can run fast." Yi Shinran nodded in agreement. "Then a carriage. When your legs heal, we'll pick out a horse together." Xiao Huayan nodded and started walking again. Yi Shinran supported him and acted as his human crutch. The three children sat in a row under the eaves, watching the two people being intimate with a look of satisfaction in their eyes. Since the last time they slept during the day, the relationship between my uncle and my aunt has gotten better. Chong Ping sighed. Chang'an corrected. Second uncle and aunt have always been very good. They were also very good before going to bed. You can't tell. Who says I can't see it? I'm not blind. Chong Ping retorted. Can you two stop arguing? Chongsheng spoke seriously. Look carefully at my second uncle's legs. I feel like something is wrong with him. What's wrong? Chang'an and Chongping immediately looked over worriedly. Chongsheng continued to say seriously, second uncle's legs were not so lame yesterday. I saw with my own eyes yesterday that he threw the crutches, and he could walk very steadily. Yes, brother, I haven't noticed yet. Second uncle's leg seems to be worse than yesterday. Second uncle, don't let anything happen to your legs. The three children stared at Xiao Huayan's legs and became nervous. Not sure whether he was tired from walking or tripped on something under his feet, Xiao Huayan suddenly leaned towards Yi Shinran. Careful. As soon as Yi Shinran said a word, three children had already rushed over to support Xiao Huayan. Second uncle, what's wrong with you? Second uncle, has your leg injury recurred again? Why can't I walk as smoothly today as I did yesterday? Yesterday you threw away the crutches, and you were still able to walk. Children, a word from you, or a word from me shook out all Xiao Huayan's old tricks. Xiao Huayan's ears turned red, fearing that Yi Shinran might hear something wrong. And Yi Shinran had already noticed something was wrong when the children said that they walked smoothly yesterday. She checked Xiao Huayan in the morning, and the situation was obviously much better than yesterday. How could today be worse than yesterday? Do you three have nothing to do? Have you cut the grass? Have you pruned the horse? Have you read all the books? Xiao Huayan asked. When the three children saw that their second uncle was angry, they immediately dispersed. Let's do it now. When there were only two people left in the yard, Yi Shinran pushed Xiao Huayan away, who was still leaning on her, and looked at him with a half-smile while holding her shoulders. What? You really want to stick with me? Xiao Huayan. It's not impossible to stick it on, just take good care of your legs first. After saying that, Yi Shinran turned around, picked up the basket, and went to the mountain. Xiao Huayan stood there alone. After a while, he smiled to himself and shook his head helplessly. What's going on with him now? Why do you always want to lean on others for no reason? My heart was so hot. It seemed like it was time to take a cold bath. Yi Shinran walked along the path to Dongshan. Passing by the ancestral hall, I saw many people working there. The tiles in the ancestral hall have almost been replaced, and the newly purchased tables and chairs have been delivered and piled outside. Seeing Yi Shinran, the busy villagers put down their work and greeted her enthusiastically. Ms. Yi, are you going to the mountain? Ms. Yi has been very busy recently, but I haven't seen you for a long time. Ms. Yi, the children in our village are finally going to school. Thanks to you. Yi Shinran also stopped and said, "What happened in the school is not my fault alone. It's a hot day. Everyone has worked hard.
What's so hard about this?
We work like this every day. We've long been used to it. One day, Mrs. Ye's house will be built, and we will go and help. Okay, once we finish building the ancestral hall, it will be our turn. Then we will have to work hard for you all." After saying hello, Yi Shinran continued walking into the mountains. She discussed the time to build the house with Li Zheng. July and August are the hottest months and are not suitable for building a house. It is best to start construction in September. By building the house before the autumn harvest, the labor force in the village is still there, so it is convenient to hire people. During this time, she had bought all the materials needed to build the house, and she would be able to speed up the construction by then. With things in mind, I came to the mountain unknowingly. Although the weather is hot, after entering the mountains, a cool feeling still hits your face. The road to the ravine has been trampled into a trail. Yi Shinran walked along the path and found that the ice spirit flowers planted had almost covered half of the ravine. Although she knew how much money she spent, seeing the vibrant ice flower with her own eyes still gave her a small surprise. This is all her wealth. If so many ice spirit flowers had been placed in the era she originally lived in, their laboratory would have become the richest laboratory in the country. She will also join the ranks of rich women.
But it's not bad now.
A bottle of 100 taels of silver. As long as Bingling flour is always available, her snow cream can be continuously produced. It is more than enough to make a fortune from this. Yi Shinran checked all the Bingling flowers that were planted, and those that were a little short of growth were taken into the laboratory by her. When going down the mountain, Yi Shinran saw a figure in the distance. The figure followed her furtively, never daring to move forward. He thought he was hiding well, but his huge figure gave him away from the beginning. In Yunbian village, there is no one who can raise as well as Zhang Dashan, who is as short and as fat as Zhang Dashan. Yi Xian was infected. She walked a few steps quickly and stopped at the first turning into the village. She would wait for Zhang Dashan here. If he followed, she would question him about what he wanted to do. Who knew that Yi Shinran didn't see Zhang Dashan after waiting for a while? She walked out of her hiding place and looked back, only to see that Zhang Dashan did not enter the village, but walked another way. What is this Zhang Dashan trying to do in a sneaky way? Yi Shinran said secretly. Yi Shinran hurried home and told Xiao Huaiyan about the incident after entering. I think Zhang Dashan definitely didn't pass by chance. He must have wanted to see something on the mountain or followed me all the way there. Zhang Dashan, he is really stubborn. Xiao Huaiyan thought again about the mother and son bullying the 3 children. After letting them off the hook, he actually dared to come forward. Xiao Huaiyan already had an idea in his mind, but he didn't show it on his face. He comforted Yi Shinran and said, "Don't be afraid. I will pay attention to Zhang Dashan." Good. Yi Shinran felt relieved a little and not afraid of anything else right now. I'm just afraid that he will affect our business. But thinking about it carefully, he doesn't have that ability. He really doesn't have that ability. Xiao Huaiyan said. It's best if you don't even have that thought. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. In the next few days, Yi Shinran paid attention to Zhang Dashan's movements. Zhang Dashan stayed at home honestly, did not go anywhere, and did not follow Yi Shinran again. Maybe I'm worrying too much, Yi Shinran said. A few days later, Xiao Huaiyan's leg had completely recovered. The two decided to go to the county town to buy the carriage first. When Xiao Huaiyan appeared in the village, everyone was surprised. At first, everyone just thought something was wrong but couldn't explain why. It wasn't until someone pointed at Xiao Huaiyan's leg that everyone understood what was wrong. Xiao Huaiyan's lameness was actually cured. After his legs healed, Xiao Huaiyan became even more beautiful and graceful. The woman who had secretly felt sorry for Yi Shinran before immediately changed her attitude and began to feel envious. I said at the beginning that Xiao Huaiyan's only shortcoming was his lame leg. Now his leg is healed. He is really one of the best boys in our village. You originally wanted to marry your daughter to him, but now you regret it. What's the use of regretting? Our girl doesn't have Mrs. Ye's ability.
Look at the two of them now.
They are both talented and beautiful. They are more suitable for each other. That's right, look at this pair. How beautiful they look together. The man is handsome and the woman is pretty, very eye-catching. They still have money. New houses are being built. Amid the envious praises of the villagers, the two got on the bullock cart and headed to the county town together. When they arrived at the place, they first went to the horse shop to pick horses. The shopkeeper pointed to a bay red horse and said, "If you want to buy a horse, buy this bay red horse. It is tall, strong, and strong." Yi Xinran looked at it and thought it was pretty good. Xiao Huaiyan shook his head. Although this horse looks tall, it is old and has injuries on its legs, so it cannot run fast. Finally, Xiao Huaiyan went to the racecourse and picked a very energetic horse. The horse's whole body is black, except for a wisp of mane on its forehead that is white. Its eyes are round and bright, and it looks very handsome. Yi Xinran fell in love as soon as she saw it. "Your Majesty, you really have a good eye. This is the best horse we have here." The shopkeeper flattered. His last owner said that this horse has been on the battlefield. This kind of horse has special endurance and recognizes its owner. As long as he recognizes you as his master, no matter where you put it, it can find a home anywhere. Then why didn't it go back to its last owner? Yi Xinran asked casually.
This.
We have a tight seal here, so of course it can't escape. Then if we buy it back, won't it run away? Our money will be wasted. Yi Xinran was a little worried. That's not true. It has been away from its last owner for so long. It must not remember it. The horse's memory is not that good. It only takes about a month. Yes, 1 month is enough for it to forget the previous owner.
Master.
Seeing Yi Xinran's seriousness in asking, Xiao Huaiyan also found it very interesting. He looked at the horse's walking posture and then said, "This horse has never been shoed." "Boss, are you telling me that this horse has been on the battlefield?" The shopkeeper didn't expect to meet someone knowledgeable today. Not a single horse was sold, but the couple was so speechless that they had no choice but to give up and said, Okay. Don't you just want to get a cheaper price by saying so much? 50 taels, no counter offer. If you want it, take it away. 50 taels? Is it expensive?" Yi Xinran asked Xiao Huaiyan. Xiao Huaiyan looked at the horse and said, "It's not expensive." "That's fine." Yi Xinran squeezed her purse, took out a banknote from it, and said to the shopkeeper, "Do you have a suitable carriage here? I would like to buy another carriage, by the way." "Okay. The carriage is 8 taels of silver." The shopkeeper replied lazily. Seeing Xiao Huaiyan nodding again, Yi Xinran handed over the banknote in his hand. Then a horse and a carriage. "Shopkeeper, please give us some cushions from the carriage. Although I didn't make much money from this order, mosquito legs are also meat." The shopkeeper called the waiter, took the two of them to choose a suitable carriage, and led them to shoe the horse. Yi Xinran chose the largest cushion and put it in the car, and then the two of them drove the carriage away from the horse shop. Yi Xinran originally wanted Xiao Huaiyan and Shower to learn how to drive, but little did he know that Xiao Huaiyan didn't need to learn at all. He tightened the reins, picked up the whip, and drove the carriage directly to the street as if he was very skilled. Yi Xinran looked at the passing street scene and asked unconsciously, "So, you can drive a carriage?" Xiao Huaiyan only nodded. Then he raised his whip, accelerated his speed, and drove the carriage to Yongla Hall. Shopkeeper Li saw a carriage coming and thought it was another guest. It wasn't until the two of them jumped off the carriage that he said in surprise, "Why are you two here together today?" "Hey, no. Why does Mr. Xiao have time to come today?" "Mr. Xiao, how are your legs feeling better? Do you have too many questions?" Xiao Huaiyan had no expression on his face and asked instead, "Where is Li Mo?" "My boss is in the backyard. I'll go and invite him right now," Li Qiao said, and was about to go to the backyard. Xiao Huaiyan waved his hand. "I'll go by myself." With that said, he took Yi Xinran to the backyard. Li Mo had been doing calculations all morning. When the two came in, he happened to walk to the lake to feed the fish and wake up. Seeing Xiao Huaiyan walking in, Li Mo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Huaiyan, your legs are really healed. Can you walk normally?" He quickly took a few steps forward, held down Xiao Huayan's arm, and looked down from above. Great, great. I just said that my sister-in-law is a miracle doctor. Brother Zhao's legs are all healed because of you. Yi Xinran smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was too polite. Xiao Huayan curled up the corners of his mouth and showed a meaningful smile. What do you call sister-in-law? I call you ancestor. What's it called? Liamo almost thought he heard wrongly. Xiao Huayan kindly reminded, didn't you say at the beginning that if anyone could cure my leg, you would be willing to call him ancestor? How about you call one today? You. Liamo pushed Xiao Huayan away. Sister-in-law has cured me. My sister-in-law has the final say on this matter. Sister-in-law, do you think I can call you my ancestor? He looked at Yi Xinran with a grieved expression, hoping that Yi Xinran could say something for him. Unexpectedly, Yi Xinran said, you all listen to your husband. Okay, you two are both my ancestors, okay? Liamo was very happy. He shouted his ancestors without any burden. The two ancestors came to me. Do you have any advice? Let's see how my medicine is selling.
Yi Xinran said.
I finally understand. You guys treat me as a tool to make money, right? As soon as the profit sharing has been negotiated, where does the tool come from? Boss Li, don't forget the benefits you get. Xiao Huayan reminded. Liamo then said with a smile, the sales have been very good in the past 2 days. Sister-in-law, you haven't seen it in the past 2 days. The Peach Blossom Girl's face is getting more and more beautiful now. That is the living sign of our store. Everyone sees her after I recovered. I wanted to buy it and give it a try. It's good. If this continues, 50 bottles of snow cream won't last long. I have to go back and make another batch.
Yi Xinran said.
Liamo quickly agreed. Sister-in-law, do you want to be a medicinal helper? If you don't have anyone capable, my shop assistant can give you 2 first. No, at this level, I don't need help from others. Yi Xinran refused. However, Liamo also reminded her that it seemed that she needed a processing workshop. Otherwise, there will be more and more ointments, but no place to make them, which will inevitably arouse others' suspicion. Sister-in-law, there are still 30 cans of ointment in the store. When there are 10 cans left, I will remind you to deliver them.
Good.
Yi Xinran agreed. Seeing that nothing happened, Yi Xinran and Xiao Huayan decided to go back first. As soon as he walked out of the store, he saw Yi Xinyao coming angrily. Yi Xinran, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you here for several days. Yi Xinyao gritted her teeth, her words filled with resentment. Yi Xinran said calmly, I have nothing to do with you anymore, and you don't have to come to say hello to me. Yi Xinyao, stop pretending here. Tell me, was it you who told Brother Ziyu to break off our engagement with me? Yi Xinran was a little surprised when he heard this. The county magistrate's family actually broke off their engagement with the Yi family? Isn't your brother Ziyu the most fond of you? How could he break off the engagement with you? It turns out that he doesn't like you. Yi Xinran deliberately used what Yi Xinyao had said before to poke at her, which made Yi Xinyao even more angry. Yi Xinran, you are shameless. You are already married, and you still someone else's fiancé. You are a... Yi Xinyao said that she was about to pull Yi Xinran's hair, but before she could touch it, she suddenly felt severe pain in her shoulder.
Ah!
She looked back and saw that it was Xiao Huayan who had restrained her shoulders, preventing her from moving forward. Yi Xinyao struggled for a few times but couldn't break free. A look of madness appeared on her face. Xiao Huayan, you don't know. Your wife actually likes someone else in her heart. Sister, she has liked Brother Ziyu since she was a child. How could she change her mind after marrying you? Just because Brother Ziyu hated her face, she once made a wish that she would trade her 20 years of life for a beautiful face. Now she has become beautiful and will soon find her sweetheart. In the end, you are nothing, ha 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 ha. A slap made Yi Xinyao's laughter stop abruptly. Xiao Huayan also let go of his hand, and Yi Xinyao immediately collapsed to the ground. Seeing many people coming to watch the fun, Yi Xinran said, Yi Xinyao, your decision to break off the engagement is your own business. Don't involve me. Yes, I was engaged to Qiao Ziyu. But wasn't that marriage snatched away by you and your mother with all their efforts? In order for you to marry Xiaoziyu, your mother drugged me and forced me to marry the hunter in the village. Have you forgotten all these things? After hearing this, the crowd of onlookers began to whisper. It turns out that my younger sister stole my older sister's fiancé first.
I've heard about this.
The county magistrate's family had an engagement with the Yi family, and it seemed that the engagement was for their eldest daughter. But then it was changed again for some reason, and now the engagement has been broken off. Xiao Huayan stood aside expressionlessly, with only his eyelids twitching slightly. Yi Xinran continued, I never thought I was so lucky. Mrs. Zhou wanted me to jump into the fire pit, but I actually married a man who was 100 times stronger than Xiao Ziyu. Yi Xinyao, do you really think anyone will take your brother Ziyu seriously? Xiao Ziyu is not worthy of carrying my husband's shoes. If you terminate your engagement with him, go find him. Don't be an eyesore in front of us. Yi Xinran, you are talking nonsense. How could you not like Brother Ziyu? Brother Ziyu is so good, but what you are saying now is a lie. Give Brother Ziyu back to me. Yi Xinyao was crying and shouting, as if she was going crazy. Yi Xinran ignored her, took Xiao Huayan's hand, and walked out of the crowd. Xiao Huayan let her pull him, and the two got into the carriage together. Listening to the crying still coming from behind, Yi Xinran sighed. This family is really like flies. They can't be shaken off. Did you really like that Mr. Qiao so much? Xiao Huayan asked casually as he rode away. If you are willing to spend 20 years of your life to win the other person's favor, then you probably like him very much. Maybe. Yi Xinran thought about what to say. It seems false to completely reject it, so it is better to continue along this line of thinking. Because I have known that I am engaged to this person since I was a child, so when I plan for the future, no matter what happens, I will be connected with this person. Over time, I slowly put him in my heart, hoping that he would treat me well. Speaking of this, she looked at Xiao Huayan's face and continued. But after I got married, I realized that it was not him I liked, but a husband I imagined who could protect me and treat me well. And these imaginations fit you perfectly, so you are definitely my favorite. The sudden confession made Xiao Huayan's head jump. His hand holding the reins involuntarily tightened, causing the horse to neigh. Xiao Huayan quickly relaxed the reins. He calmed down and said, I didn't expect that I meet Madame's requirements so well. I'm really honored. Yi Xinran was originally sitting in the carriage and opened the curtain to talk to Xiao Huayan. Hearing Xiao Huayan say this, she deliberately leaned out half of her body and leaned against Xiao Huayan's ear. Why, don't you like me? Have you ever had any other engagements before? Or have you ever had a sweetheart? Tell me from the truth. When this question was asked, Yi Xinran thought Xiao Huayan would just say no like before.
Who knew he would actually think about it seriously this time?
Then he said, the engagement is not done, and neither is my sweetheart. That's good. Yi Xinran patted Yu Xiong's mouth to express her relief, and then said, then it won't happen in the future.
Well.
Xiao Huayan's voice was low. You are the only one.
This.
It makes me blush a little. Yi Xinran shrank back somewhat uncomfortably. The entire journey was silent. After arriving home, Xiao Huayan went to the mountain to chop bamboo and prepare to build a simple fence for the horse. Yi Xinran got directly into the house and entered the space. The DNA comparison of Mrs. Lung's hair obtained previously has not yet been done. When Yi Xinyao appeared today, Yi Xinran suddenly remembered this matter again. So she took advantage of the chaos and took a piece of hair from Yi Xinyao's head. Comparing the hatchbacks, the answer becomes even more obvious. Yi Xinran sent the hair of 3 people into the detector one after another. An hour later, the results of Yi Xinran and Yi Xinyao came out first. The DNA of the 2 men did not match at all. Faced with such a result, Yi Xinran only felt that there was a trace of rationality in the weirdness. She is not the biological daughter of the Yi family. That can reasonably explain why the Yi family has always disliked her since she was a child. Her status in the Yi family is not even as good as that of a housekeeper. It can also explain why the Zhou mother and daughter were so persistent in trying to steal her marriage. But since she is not his biological child, why did the Yi family raise her so big? If Mrs. Zhou hates her so much, why didn't she get rid of her when she was a child? Or simply poison her? Thinking about it now, Mrs. Zhou seemed to always look at her with a disgusted and vicious look. Every time she tortured Yi Shinran, she seemed to get satisfaction from it.
What kind of psychology is this?
Perverted? Mrs. Lung's test results haven't come out yet. For some reason, Yi Shinran was inexplicably nervous. It can't be such a coincidence. After confirming that she is not from the Yi family, let her find her real family immediately. Yi Shinran was thinking that Xiao Huaiyan had already built a fence and locked the horse inside. There was no room in the yard, and the carriage was parked outside. I have tied the horse, and will go to the mountain to cut some grass and feed it later. Yi Shinran heard Xiao Huaiyan talking in the space. She quickly withdrew from the space, just as Xiao Huaiyan opened the door and entered the house. Seeing Yi Shinran's unnatural expression, Xiao Huaiyan thought something had happened. What's wrong? It's nothing. I'm just a little happy, Yi Shinran said. She no longer had anything to do with the Yi family, which really made her feel good. Let's celebrate with a barbecue tonight, she suggested.
What are you celebrating?
Just to celebrate. We bought a horse,
Yi Shinran said.
Okay, I'll prepare the charcoal fire in a moment. Xiao Huaiyan responded actively. Although there is no meat at home now, as long as Yi Shinran wants to eat it, he knows that there will be a lot of meat in the kitchen soon. The three children came back from picking wild fruits in the mountains and immediately saw the carriage at the door. The three of them couldn't figure out the situation and intuitively felt that something was going on at home, so they all rushed in. Second uncle, Aunt, are you back? It's in the house.
Yevinan answered.
Chongqing took the lead, and the three of them ran towards the room where Yi Shinran was. Auntie, look what I found today, Chongqing said, and took off the backpack from Chongping's back to show it to Yi Shinran as if to show off. Yi Shinran lowered his head and found half a basket of hazelnuts with green shells inside. Now the hazelnuts on the mountain are ripe and delicious. Later we will take out the hazelnut kernels and give them to my aunt. Okay, you treat me to hazelnuts and I treat you to barbecue. Okay. When they heard that they were going to have barbecue in the evening, they became even more motivated. The pork belly will be sizzling with oil once grilled, and it will be very fragrant just thinking about it. Paired with the sauce prepared by my aunt, it's absolutely delicious. Annie, uncle, what's going on with the carriage outside the yard?
Whose car is it?
Why was it put here with us? The other two were only thinking about eating, and only Chongqing still remembered what he wanted to ask just now. That's our own car, Yi Shinran replied with a smile. Our own family? Isn't this a carriage? Did our family buy a horse? There was excitement in Chongqing's tone. Yes, the horse is in the backyard. It's a little black horse. Take a look. As soon as they heard that there was really a horse at home, all three children galloped towards the backyard. Xiao Huaiyan watched them leave and said, Since I stopped studying, Chongqing's temperament has become more and more similar to that of his two younger brothers. This is the nature of children. Yi Shinran followed several children with his eyes. Children are supposed to be so lively and innocent. Look at him before, like you, keeping a straight face all day long. How tiring it is. Do I have it?
Xiao Huaiyan tuchet Montag mos face.
Yes. I advise you to smile more often, lest you turn into an ice face and be unable to smile, Yi Shinran said. The children gathered around the horse circle and praised him. Chongping seemed to understand horses very well, and even told his elder brother and younger brothers about the impact of the length of a horse's tail on their running speed. Yi Shinran came to the kitchen to prepare the dishes and found it interesting to listen to their seriousness. She has almost moved all the food stored in the refrigerator. Fortunately, there is still plenty of food in the freezer nearby. She took out frozen prawns, squid, abalone, chicken wings, beef, cucumbers, and lettuce from the corner and selected tofu, potatoes, peanuts, pork. While the meat was thawing, she first made a plate of cold shredded cucumbers, a plate of tofu mixed with green onions, a plate of fried peanuts, and a plate of small crispy pork. Then he directed Xiao Huaiyan to cut the pork and beef into thin slices. Soon, all the charcoal fire in Xiao Huaiyan's life was on fire. Yi Shinran set up 2 small ovens and asked the children to bring out all the vegetables and snacks and place them next to the ovens. After everyone was seated and looking at the table full of dishes, Yi Shinran always felt that something was missing. After thinking for a long time, she finally thought of it. Yes, how can you have barbecue without wine? She took out a bottle of cordial from the lounge. She doesn't like to drink dry red wine that is bitter and astringent. What she likes most is this kind of sweet wine. It tastes good, and you can experience the dizzy, hazy feeling of drinking. I haven't had a drink since I came here, but I finally have a chance today. There was no drinking cup at home, so Yi Shinran simply poured the wine into a small teapot and poured himself a cup while holding the teapot. Then he looked at the 3 children. You are too young to drink. I won't let you drink this. After saying that, she turned to look at Xiao Huaiyan. What about you? Would you like a drink? Good. Xiao Huaiyan's voice was low. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Yi Shinran always felt that Xiao Huaiyan's cold eyes had a meaningful look when he said yes. She picked up another teacup and poured a cup for Xiao Huaiyan. Try it. This wine tastes sweet and fragrant, without the spiciness or bitterness of white wine at all. It is my favorite drink. Xiao Huaiyan picked up the cup and took a sip. It's really sweet. But don't drink too much. I only have a few bottles left. Yi Shinran took back the teapot a little stingily. The barbecue on the iron plate has begun to make a sizzling sound, and the chicken wings are also sizzling with oil, exuding an alluring aroma. The 3 little ones could no longer resist the temptation and began to eat the crispy meat that Yi Shinran had just fried. The short crispy pork is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. You can eat it with the salt and pepper on the side. 1 sip, full of happiness. The pork belly is already cooked. Chong Ping said anxiously as he flipped the barbecue with chopsticks. The beef is also cooked. Second uncle, aunt, you guys eat quickly. The 3 children gave Yi Shinran a piece of meat at the same time. When Xiao Huaiyan saw it, he silently picked up a piece of meat and put it into Yi Shinran's bowl. Let's all eat together. Yi Shinran picked up a lettuce leaf, dipped the pork belly in the sauce, and wrapped it in the lettuce. Take 1 bite, you will find meat and vegetables. It is really fat but not greasy. It is delicious in the world. This was the first time for several people to see Yi Shinran eating this way. They followed suit and wrapped the meat in lettuce leaves to eat. Sure enough, I experienced different flavors. Auntie, you are responsible for eating, and we will bake it. Chongsheng is responsible for cutting the meat, and Chongping is responsible for turning the meat. The 2 of them are very diligent, and they do all the barbecue work, and the rest are only responsible for eating. Chang'an was not idle here either, and kept putting meat into Yi Shinran's bowl. After a while, she filled her bowl as high as a hill. That's enough. That's enough. I can't finish eating so much.
Yevinran vavet her hen srepeatetli.
Chang'an is very persistent. It wasn't until Xiao Huaiyan glared at him that he silently took back his hand and started eating. Chongsheng, Chongping, you can eat, I'll bake it. Yi Shinran was almost fed, so he took the initiative to take over the barbecue job. Don't be in a hurry when eating barbecue. I'll grill it slowly, and you can eat it slowly. When the 2 heard this, they nodded obediently. Before, all they grilled was meat. Yi Shinran came up and spread a layer of seafood. It was the first time for the children to eat squid and prawns. Yi Shinran carefully taught them how to grill the squid until it is cooked and how to peel the shrimp before they can eat it. After teaching them, Yi Shinran found his own rhythm. While she was grilling the meat, she took a bite from time to time and then drank some wine and savored it slowly. Xiao Huaiyan looked at her leisurely eating style, with a slight curve in the corner of his mouth. Seeing that both of Yi Shinran's hands were busy, he followed Yi Shinran's example and wrapped the pork belly in lettuce and brought it to Yi Shinran's mouth. Yi Shinran didn't think there was anything wrong. She happily accepted Xiao Huaiyan's feeding. A mouthful of meat, a mouthful of wine, and eating happily. Enjoy the happiness of the moment. No one noticed. I don't know when it started. Yi Shinran's barbecue movement slowed down. Xiao Huaiyan also fed her at the original rhythm. When he peeled a shrimp and handed it over, Yi Shinran ignored it. Only then did he discover the problem. He lifted Yi Shinran's chin and slowly turned her head. I saw Yushinran's cheeks were stained with blush. The eyes were sparkling, and with a slight blink, the long eyelashes trembled like the wings of a butterfly.
Drunk?
Xiao Huayan's voice was low. Yushinran shook his head gently. I'm not drunk, I'm just a little happy. Xiao Huayan lifted the teapot with his other hand, and then realized that Yushinran had drank all the wine in the teapot. Xiao Huayan couldn't help but let out a tisk sound. Seeing how protective she was of her food, I thought she had a good drinking capacity. This sweet fruit wine can actually make you drunk. He reached out to help Yushinran up and said to the three children, You guys eat slowly, I will take your aunt back to rest. Okay. The three children were still feasting. The eyes and attention are all on the food. I don't want to go back to rest, I'm not drunk. Yushinran's body was weak, but she refused to move at all. Xiao Huayan had no choice but to grab her knee with one hand and lift her up horizontally. At this time, the eyes of all three children were attracted. Annie seems really drunk? Chang'an whispered. Then they should go inside and rest. Yes, my second uncle has to take care of my drunk aunt, so we can only sleep together today, the three of us. Chang Sheng also warned his two younger brothers in a low voice. Xiao Huayan carried Yushinran into her room. Yushinran didn't know what was going on. She felt very sober just now, but the moment Xiao Huayan picked her up, she suddenly felt dizzy, as if she was really drunk. The feeling of weightlessness is a bit scary. She hugged Xiao Huayan's neck tightly and rested her head on his chest. Feeling Xiao Huayan's powerful heartbeat, I suddenly felt extremely safe. The moment Xiao Huayan put Yushinran on the bed, Yushinran seemed lost. She held Xiao Huayan's sleeve tightly and said, Don't leave. Xiao Huayan sat down. He had no intention of leaving. I just wanted to get a basin of hot water and help her wipe her face. But now, he couldn't bear to go. Yushinran sat there obediently, holding her knees with her hands, her long black hair scattered on her shoulders, covering some of her pink cheeks. Those always lively and agile eyes were lowered, as if they had been wronged. Xiao Huayan looked distressed and asked in a deep voice, What's wrong? Yushinran blinked and said aggrievedly, I'm not full yet. Then eat tomorrow. Xiao Huayan coaxed softly. There was another moment of silence. If I lied to you, would you blame me? Yushinran suddenly said. Xiao Huayan was stunned. He had seen others drunk before. Some people like to cry, and some people like to laugh. Some people will become talkative, dragging others along to talk about their concerns all night long. Some people simply do nothing, and just fall asleep. It seems that there are not many people like Yushinran who want to confess when they are drunk. What did you lie to me about? Xiao Huayan's voice was mellow, with a hint of temptation. Morally, he felt that he should not pry into other people's secrets while they were drunk. But emotionally, he couldn't help but be curious. What was the lie? Are you lying to him and liking him the most? In fact, you still like Qiao Ziyu? Or lie to him and want to be by his side forever? I'm going to tell you a secret, but you can't tell anyone else. Yushinran suddenly came to his eyes. Xiao Huayan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Yushinran reached out and grabbed his collar and whispered in his ear. Did you know? Actually, I am not the daughter of the Yi family. It turns out to be this. Xiao Huayan's tense nerves relaxed instantly, and he felt a little bit lost again. No wonder they don't like you. That's why, he said calmly. Aren't you surprised? Yushinran was a little disappointed. She sat back and pouted. The place where I grew up has nothing to do with me. This is really weird. Anyway, the relationship has been severed. Whether they are biological or not is not important anymore. Xiao Huayan comforted him. But how did you know about this? Then, do you know who your biological parents are? How do you know this? Yushinran was a little frustrated. After a while, she seemed to remember something, excitedly patted Xiao Huayan's shoulder and said, Wait for me. Maybe there will be results. Then he disappeared on the spot. What about people? Even though Xiao Huayan was such a calm person, he was still frightened by this sudden situation. I am such a big living person. How can I disappear just like I said? He rubbed his eyes, turned around and looked around, but when he turned around, he saw Yi Shinran still sitting in the same place. She looked as normal as if she had never left. Could it be that you were dazzled just now? Xiao Huaiyan was confused. Yi Shinran didn't notice Xiao Huaiyan's expression at all. She was looking at the white paper in her hand seriously, pointing at a pile of densely packed ant-like ghost drawings on it and muttering in her mouth. At the end, as if she was shocked, she looked at Xiao Huaiyan with her mouth slightly open and didn't speak for a long time. Xiao Huaiyan forced his heartbeat to stabilize and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Yi Shinran opened her eyes wide and moved her lips a few times before finally making a sound.
Can you believe it?
Mrs. Lung and I actually have the same mitochondrial DNA. Xiao Huaiyan was confused when he heard, "What enemy? Who is your common enemy?" Seeing Xiao Huaiyan's confused expression, Yi Shinran stretched out her hand to hold his shoulders and shook him hard. "It's not an enemy, it's DNA. What I mean is that there is some kind of connection between me and her. She may be my real relative. Just based on this piece of paper?" Xiao Huaiyan pointed to the inspection report in Yi Shinran's hand. Yi Shinran nodded. "It's clearly stated above." Although Xiao Huaiyan didn't understand what those words meant, he believed it when he saw Yi Shinran's serious expression. "But, as far as I know, this Mrs. Lung only has one son," Xiao Huaiyan reminded. "However, Mrs. Lung has said more than once that I look a lot like her sister, and her sister has a daughter. She also said that the daughter looked nothing like her sister, but I was very similar to her sister when she was young. Is there a possibility that I am the real daughter of Mrs. Lung?" Yi Shinran expressed his guess. Although this guess was so incredible that when she said it, she couldn't believe it. Is it really such a coincidence that Mrs. Lung in Beijing does have a pair of children? Xiao Huaiyan added, "But how can we prove that you are her biological daughter? With this piece of paper in your hand? The Lu family has strict rules, and if you think about it, you won't allow your own daughter to wander outside." Yi Shinran was extremely excited. It felt great to be able to become relatives with such a lovely and kind lady. But Xiao Huaiyan's words were like a basin of cold water poured down on his head. "Yes? How can she prove it? Tell them there is a DNA match and I am your missing daughter? Will others regard her as a monster? Moreover, she didn't even know why she appeared in the Yi family. If she rushed to recognize her relatives now, would she be considered as a clinging to power and someone who wanted to curry favor with the superiors? What if the Lu family didn't want her in the first place?" So, she returned to the same posture with her hands clasping her knees. Forget it. It doesn't matter whether you recognize it or not, as long as I know it in my heart." Seeing Yi Shinran's face looking a little lonely, Xiao Huaiyan couldn't bear it. He touched Mo Yexinran's head and said, "If you really want to recognize your relatives, I will definitely help you realize your wish. It's just that the current situation of the Lu family is a bit complicated. I don't think now is a good time to recognize my relatives. Actually, I don't necessarily have to recognize them.
Yevinran whispered.
I was thinking, if they are really my parents, why would I show up at the Yi family? It can't be that the Yi family stole me out, right? Maybe my parents didn't want me in the first place. Now that I have a family and the ability to make money on my own, I don't necessarily have to find any parents. Maybe she just has bad luck with her parents. In her last life, she lost her parents since she was a child. In this life, she still cannot feel the love of her parents. It's all life." After thinking about all this, Yi Shinran seemed to calm down all of a sudden. She sat there obediently, neither crying nor fussing nor speaking. Seeing that she hadn't moved for a long time, Xiao Huaiyan advised her, "Go to rest early." "Good." Yi Shinran lay down obediently. Xiao Huaiyan stood up to leave. Yi Shinran once again grabbed his sleeve. "Didn't you say rest? Why don't you lie down and rest?" Xiao Huaiyan smiled helplessly. "I'll get water and help you wash your face." Yi Shinran was obedient and motionless again. Xiao Huaiyan couldn't figure out whether Yi Shinran was drunk or sober. If she was drunk, her thoughts would be very clear when she spoke. But if she was sober, why did she become so well-behaved and obedient? Xiao Huaiyan brought warm water, wrung out the handkerchief in the water, and wiped it gently along Yi Shinran's eyebrows. Yi Shinran kept looking at him with her beautiful eyes open, and she saw wherever he wiped. Being stared at by such a pair of twinkling eyes, the movements of Xiao Huayan's hands became more and more gentle. She is like this because her heart and eyes are all about me, right? Unexpectedly, I am so important to her. After finally washing her face and hands, Yi Shinran pulled Xiao Huayan's sleeve and said, "Can you rest now?" Xiao Huayan threw the handkerchief into the basin. "Turn off the lights, take off your shoes, go to bed, and do it all in one breath." Yi Shinran pulled the entire quilt and wrapped herself into a ball, and then rubbed against Xiao Huayan's shoulder. He sighed contentedly and said, "I can finally sleep." Then he fell into sleep. The sky gradually glowed with glow. Yi Shinran woke up from her charming sleep and stretched herself contentedly.
Did you sleep well?
She opened her eyes and said hello to the man next to her in a good mood. The man around him was not in such a good mood. Even if he slept without a quilt last night, Yi Shinran kept pushing into his arms, making it difficult for him to get up or get down, which left a strange feeling in his heart.
Fine,
He said against his will with dark circles under his eyes. "Do you still remember what happened yesterday?" Xiao Huayan was a little surprised. He had been very restrained yesterday because Yi Shinran was drunk. He didn't want to take advantage of others, let alone Yi Shinran when she woke up and regretted it. But it seems like she knows everything. She knows how to talk after drinking. She has to sleep with someone and she knows it. Remember, didn't I tell you my secret? Yi Shinran played with Xiao Huayan's hair and put the ends of the hair into his ears, which made him turn his head away due to the itch. Just remember. Xiao Huayan faced the wall and sighed. "I secretly regretted that I acted too gentlemanly last night. Let's go take a look at the mountain today. The previous land is full of plants. I think we need to find a suitable place." Yi Shinran suddenly changed the topic. Xiao Huayan lamented that Yi Shinran's thoughts jumped really fast, but he didn't know that Yi Shinran deliberately used this sentence to get rid of the awkward atmosphere between the two. "Good." Xiao Huayan readily agreed. The two of them got up and washed themselves. When they came to the backyard, they saw that the rice porridge was already bubbling in the pot. "I saw two people coming out." Chang'an quickly rushed forward and hugged Yi Shinran's thigh. "Auntie, I slept with my brothers yesterday. Am I too good?" Yi Shinran touched Momo's head. "He is indeed very good." Changping and Chang'an turned their heads in dismay. Chang'an is the best at acting like a spoiled brat. "Why did you get up so early today?" Yi Shinran asked the other two children. Although they are usually sensible, they will not get up at this time. "Because the teacher from the school is coming today." Chang Sheng was a little nervous. "Sir, are you here today?" Yi Shinran was a little surprised. "I never heard Uncle Li Zheng say that. Grandpa Li Zheng came over last night and said that at that time, you and your second uncle had gone back to your room to rest."
Yevinran noddeta kartli. So that's it.
It's all because she accidentally drank too much last night. Originally, she only wanted to drink half of it, but Xiao Huayan didn't do anything at all, and she drank it all by herself. "After dinner, you all put on new clothes, and I'll take you to school together." "Good." The three children nodded. After eating, they changed into the green shirts Yi Shinran bought for them. The three of them lined up in a row, really looking like primary school children. In addition to new clothes, Yi Shinran also prepared a book box for each of them, which contained newly purchased pens, inks, paper, and inkstones. "I bought these things a long time ago, and now I can finally put them to use." When Yi Shinran and Xiao Huayan brought the children to the academy, a crowd of people had gathered at the entrance of the academy. Everyone stood at the entrance of the academy, waiting for the arrival of the teacher. After a while, a simple little carriage came slowly from the path outside the village. It took a long time before he ran in front of everyone. As soon as the carriage stopped, a gentleman wearing a white and green shirt got out of the carriage. The gentleman is about 30 years old. He is very tall, upright, and has a serious look on his face. He looks like a learned scholar. The husband did not expect that there would be so many people watching. After getting off the car, he staggered for a moment before standing firm. He took a small baggage with him. He first reached into his pocket and took out 5 cents, handed it to the driver, and then looked at the crowd. Xia is ashamed to have kept everyone waiting for so long. Master Xia, you are too kind. You have been wronged by being able to teach here. We are willing to wait all day and night. Li Zheng quickly saluted. Don't feel wronged. Teach and educate people. It's the same no matter where you are. Xia Fuzi said. He looked at Li Zheng and said, then let's go and take a look inside the school now. That's right, let's go to the school first. This is the first time a teacher has come to the village. The faces of the villagers were full of admiration. Seeing Master Xia walking forward, everyone made way for him to pass. Master Xia saw the environment of the ancestral hall and nodded. Although the environment is a bit crude, it is enough. He turned to look at Li Zheng. How many school children are there in the village? Li Zheng immediately said, there are a total of 63 school children in the village. The oldest is 16 years old, and the youngest is only 4 years old. Have they ever been able to read before? Li Zheng said with shame. Only 3 or 4 children are literate, and the other children have never been to school. Li Zheng was originally afraid that Master Xia would dislike these students, but Master Xia sighed with emotion. It turns out they are all like jade. As long as Master doesn't dislike it. Next to the academy is the courtyard we prepared for Master to rest. Master, you can put your things there first. If there are any household items that have not been moved over, I will ask Neo Air to drive the ox cart to help you move them. But Master Xia refused and said, Xia only has this little property, so there is no need to take the rest. Li Zheng scratched his head in embarrassment. Master, put your things down and take a rest. There's no need to rest. I've just rested in the car. I'll let the children in soon, and I'll see them first. When Li Zheng heard this, he became even more happy and quickly called the children into the school. The tables and chairs in the school were all patchwork together. Some were bought old, some were custom-made, and some were made by carpenters in the village in a hurry, so these tables were taller and shorter. The master first asked them to find their own suitable position according to their size, and then asked questions. The villagers stayed outside the ancestral hall to listen to the master's speech. Master Xia didn't drive anyone away, but instead asked everyone to come in and listen. I heard from Dean Wei that the children here are eager to learn, but they suffer from the fact that no one can teach them. Xia is a scholar, but he may not be able to take on big responsibilities and can only teach simple things to children. If he is talented, Xia will recommend him to Dean Wei to study in the academy. Xiuzai, this is the first time I have seen a living scholar. Who is not? There seems to be no scholar in our village. Remesa is so amazing, he can actually invite scholars to teach the children. Don't you know? That's all the result of Madame Yi. If it weren't for Madame Yi, there would be no chance of this. I think I heard about it, but I didn't expect Lady Yi to be the lucky star of our village. That's right. Sho, keep your voice down. Don't disturb the master. Li Zheng winked at them, and the crowd became quiet. Master Xia continued, I will get to know the children's situation later and divide them into 2 classes, A and B. Class A will learn the 4 books and 5 classics from me, and Class B will start learning from literacy. Naturally, no one will have any objections to the arrangement made by Mr. in the past. Children in the village had to go to Donggo village if they wanted to study. However, Yunbian village was poor and the cost of building and repairing Donggo village was not low, so no one was willing to go there. Now that there is such a good opportunity, even though there is not much food left at home, everyone is still willing to let their children come out and recognize a few words. I can write my own name, I can read contract documents, etc. If something happens to my family, I can take care of it without having to go to Li Zheng to solve everything. I just don't know how much it will cost to repair this, Xia Master. If there is too much, they won't be able to take it out. If there is too little, they will be afraid that the gentleman who finally came here will run away again. Li Zheng also asked everyone's difficult questions. Didn't Dean Wei tell you? Master Xia was a little surprised when he heard everyone's questions. For our gentlemen who go out to teach, the repair fee for a month is only 1 tael of silver. How many? 1 tael of silver. On average, each child costs more than 12 cents a month. At the end of the year, it only costs 1 or 200 pennies. This price is much cheaper than going out to study. If we are released from the academy, there will naturally be certain subsidies. CF Fuzi explained. In fact, when they go out to teach, their monthly salary is the same as in the academy. After coming out, I can earn an extra tael of silver. For a few taels of silver, a master was willing to come to this remote place to teach. If you find a good seedling and recommend it to the academy, there will be additional rewards in the academy. Then Dean Wei is such a good person. Li Zheng sighed. The dean is naturally kind-hearted. When he returns to his hometown, he also hopes to do his best for the students in his hometown. Since the master doesn't dislike us, we won't bother you and ask the master to give lectures to the children. As Li Zheng spoke, he called on the villagers to leave together. The classroom suddenly became quiet. The master looked at the children in front of him and asked aloud, "Does any of you here have read?" Changsheng, Erden, and a child named Lin Qi stood up. "Since you have attended school, let me test you." The master looked at the three children. The master said, "If the father is present, observe his ambitions. If the father is absent, observe his actions. If you do not change your father's ways for 3 years, you can be called filial." Can any of you tell me what this sentence means? Master, I know. Lin Qi was the first to raise his hand. Okay, let's talk about it. Lin Qi shook his head. My father is observing his ambition. That is to say, when his father is around, I observe a person's ambition, but my father is not observing his behavior. That is, when my father is away, I am observing his behavior. I have not seen him for 3 years. Changing to the father's way is. He swayed, suddenly unable to answer. Master looked at Changsheng and Erden and asked, "Can any of you help him answer this question?" Erden quickly shook his head. Changsheng replied unhurriedly, "Having not changed his father's ways for 3 years can be called filial piety. That is to say, if he adheres to his father's correct principles for a long time, he can be said to be filial."
Good.
The gentleman asked, "Do you think you can do this?" Changsheng shook his head. Students believe that although children should respect their father, they do not have to follow their father's rules in everything. Filial piety is reflected in many aspects, and it does not necessarily have to follow the father's legacy. Moreover, Confucius once said, 3 people walk together. There must be a teacher for me. In addition to learning from my father, we should be open-minded and seek advice from more people and have greater ambitions. Master Xia listened with great interest. When Changsheng finished speaking, he did not criticize his remarks. Instead, he said, Okay, I remember the content firmly and have my own opinions. You stay after school, and I will test you individually. After saying that, Fuzi Xie raised other questions and tested Erden and Lin Qi. Yi Xinran and Xiao Huayan listened outside and left the school after hearing the master starting to teach the children the 1,000-character classic. This Master Xie seems to be quite capable and serious. The children in the village are blessed.
Yi Xinran said.
Xiao Huayan nodded. If he can teach here for 3 years with peace of mind, the children will learn a lot of skills from him. That depends on Dean Wei's arrangements and Mr. Xie's own ambitions. The 2 people left the school and wanted to walk up the mountain. Far away, I saw a carriage speeding towards me. The decoration on the carriage looked familiar. Yi Xinran took a second look, but Xiao Huayan already recognized it. It's Yongle Hall's carriage.
Yon Le Tong?
Could it be that Li Mo is here? What's his emergency? He actually drove the carriage so fast. After a while, the carriage arrived in front of the 2 of them. Recognizing Yi Xinran standing on the roadside, the driver quickly pulled the reins.
Hey.
He jumped out of the carriage before it stopped. Miss Yi, my shopkeeper asks you to go to the hospital. It's urgent, and we need to leave immediately. Is it urgent? Yi Xinran's heart tightened. What happened? The waiter shook his head and said, Girl, please get in the car. I will talk to you in detail in the car. Yi Xinran no longer hesitated and immediately boarded the carriage. Xiao Huayan was worried and sat down too. The waiter turned the horse's head and galloped towards the county seat. Only then did he tell Yi Xinran the whole story. Miss Yi, the shopkeeper said that the ointment has been sold very quickly in the past 2 days. 20 bottles were bought yesterday. He originally wanted to say hello to you and ask you to make some more. But this morning someone suddenly said that Shun Yi Tang also released an ointment. Their ointment costs 300 taels of silver a bottle. But many big families are vying to buy it. Even the two young ladies who wanted to pick up the medicine before returned their orders from us, and wanted to buy Jade Rong ointment from Shun Medical Hall. The shopkeeper was suspicious, and had already sent someone to buy a bottle from Shun Medical Hall. He said that the ointment smelled exactly like ours. Now the shopkeeper had collected all the ointments on the counter and wanted the girl to identify them. One time. Just let the girl give you an idea. If they are really using our ointment, what should we do next? The waiter stuttered when he described the whole thing, but Yi Shinran still understood it. It was Shun Medical Hall that bought their ointments and then resold them. And it was sold at a high price, which instantly increased by 200 taels. If shopkeeper Li's ointment is the same as ours, then it should be almost the same. Yi Shinran said. Shun Yi Tang, you are really good at planning. When Yi Shinran and the others arrived at Yongle Hall, Li Qiao was circling the persimmon tree in the backyard. He left marks on the ground. It seemed that he had walked around a lot. Li Mo was sitting at the coffee table in the corridor drinking tea. While sipping the tea, he watched Li Qiao spin around. It looks quite leisurely. Seeing Yi Shinran's arrival, Li Qiao insisted on completing the last lap before coming forward. Ms. Yi, Mr. Xiao, you are finally here. Huayan, sister-in-law, come quickly and drink tea. I've just made the best biluokun. Li Mo doesn't seem to be in a hurry, which is different from what the guy said. Yi Shinran blinked at Xiao Huayan. Xiao Huayan motioned to Yi Shinran to look at his hand. That's how he is. The more unsure he is in his heart, the more he pretends to be indifferent on the surface. If you don't believe it, look at his hands. They are shaking so much that he can barely hold the cup. Yi Shinran followed his instructions and looked. It's really like that. The tea Li Mo was holding spilled several drops, but he seemed unaware. Yi Shinran walked to the table, reached for the pot, and poured 2 cups of tea before sitting down. He smiled and said, Boss Li, it's a good thing to sell more goods. Why do I look at you? You don't seem happy at all? Am I happy? Li Mo opened his mouth and revealed the resentment in his heart. Then her family just doesn't follow the rules and relies on its wealth and power to try to overwhelm us at every turn. Our snow cream has been transformed into a jade face cream. Sister-in-law, come and see if the jade face cream they sell is our snow face cream. Yi Shinran opened the small jar handed over by Li Mo. The jar is green, which is different from the jar used for snow cream. Even the color of the paste inside is somewhat different. Yi Shinran put the jar under her nose and smelled it. Angelica powder seemed to be added to it, so the color was not that green. But the foundation is indeed her snow cream. It's the snow cream, of course. I didn't expect it to be so expensive after the facelift. Did we sell it cheaply? Yi Shinran stared at the jar and said thoughtfully. Li Mo looked at Yi Shinran in disbelief and couldn't help but said, Sister-in-law, don't you regret cooperating with me? Do you want to cooperate with Shun Yi Tang and sell it at a higher price? When this incident first came out, this was the first thought in Li Mo's mind. After all, businessmen pursue profits, and who doesn't want to make more money? Fortunately, it was his sister-in-law who made the snow cream. Otherwise, he would not even have a chance to struggle. Yi Shinran also admitted it generously. If you are not familiar with your husband, I will indeed have this idea. It doesn't matter who I choose. I will definitely choose the one with the highest price. So, you won't choose them now, right? Li Mo confirmed again. He didn't feel relieved until Yi Shinran nodded. Sister-in-law, we have to find a way. Shun Yi Tang is stealing our prescriptions and selling them for money. This kid Hu Jioshan does nothing, but can earn so much just by relying on the reputation left by his ancestors. I really can't swallow this breath. But, with them, wouldn't our snow cream be sold faster? Yi Shinran's tone was calm, as if he didn't care. Li Mo finally couldn't hold it any longer. He stood up and turned around twice. Just when he was about to open his mouth, he heard Xiao Huayan say, Watch your attitude, don't scare my wife. Li Mo gave him a resentful look and had to sit down again. He took a deep breath and then said, Sister-in-law, I can understand your thinking. No matter who buys the snow cream, or how others use it, the 100 taels of silver are obtained anyway. If you sell more bottles, you can earn more money from the bottles, which is a good thing. But you don't understand the Hua family. They can even spend tens of thousands taels or hundreds of thousands taels of silver to buy your snow cream, but their ultimate goal is definitely not satisfied by a few bottles of snow cream. What they want in the end is the recipe for your snow cream. Once they're sure that Jade Cream can make a lot of money, they will definitely try their best to get the recipe. Once the prescription for the cream is in their hands, they will control the price. When the time comes, you can easily earn the money you spent on the snow cream now. While our snow face cream still has the power to fight, we must knock down the momentum of Jade face cream. What Li Mo said was not alarmist. Yi Xinran has also heard of such examples. In business competition, in order to get what the other party has, they will first seize the market with similar products. Until the other party is no longer competitive, then buy it at a low price. Unless you don't want to make money and quit directly, the stronger party will always succeed. In such a dynasty where the weak and the strong prey on each other, it is probably impossible to escape unscathed. But on the way here, Yi Xinran already had an idea in mind. What you said is their plan. But what I'm thinking about now is why we have to work so hard to sell it for 100 taels of silver, while they can easily sell it for 300 taels of silver a jar. It's not because of their reputation. Li Qiao spoke unwillingly. Since having a reputation can make a lot of money, let's also improve our reputation. As long as we can reach their level, we can make more money.
Yi Xinran said.
Li Mo sighed after listening to Yi Xinran's talk. It's not that easy. The Hua family's Shun Medical Hall has been passed down for 3 generations. Their old man Hua Qiming is still the imperial physician in the palace. With this background, no matter how hard we try, we can't catch up. It might have been a bit laborious. Yi Xinran turned the cup in his hand, but who made them care about my things? Now I suddenly have an idea. Maybe we can use their strength to climb up. What's the idea? Is it Feng Zi? He knew his business well, and no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't beat Shun Medical Hall in one fell swoop. If you want to make some ideas, you can only start with the prescription.
Ye Winran nodded.
It's just an immature idea. I'm going to go back and give it a try. If it works, I'll tell you how to do it. Then Shun Medical Hall comes to buy snow cream. Should we still sell it? Li Qiao asked. Sell? Of course you have to sell. Shun Medical Hall is now our guest, so we must be polite to our guests. I just happen to have brought 50 bottles of snow cream in the car. I'll bring them in later. If Shun Medical Hall comes to buy it, just pretend you don't know anything and just sell it to them directly. Do you want to raise the price? Li Qiao suggested. Since they sell it for 300 taels, we should also sell it for 300 taels. If you have the ability, they can increase it to 600 taels. You can tell which customer is from Shun Medical Hall and which one is not?
Yi Xinran asked.
Li Qiao shook his head. Since you can't tell the difference, don't change the price casually. There is no need for us to raise prices out of anger, which will hurt our own customers.
Yi Xinran said.
Okay, it's your recipe, we all listen to you. Li Mo said, just do as you say, I want to see what this Shun Medical Hall really wants. The other side. In the back hall of Shun Medical Hall, shopkeeper Kai was calculating his abacus and checking his income over the past few days. The accountant said flatteringly, Shopkeeper, you still have a way to buy Yongla Hall's snow cream, transform it, and sell it for 300 taels of silver. This business is really a good deal. 100 taels of silver to buy a jar. What a bargain. When we get the prescription and make the ointment ourselves, that will be a real bargain. At that time, we will raise the price to 500 taels of silver per jar, and those who want to buy it will still have to fight for it. Mr. Accountant, but Yongla Hall has always been at odds with our family. Are they willing to sell the recipe to us? They definitely don't want to sell it now, but it's not something they can decide. He stopped what he was doing, thought about it, and still felt proud, so he said, when we have accumulated 500 bottles of snow ointment, you go and spread the word that Yongla Hall's snow ointment was stolen from us. However, they stole not all of it because one of the important medicinal materials is missing. Afterwards, it may cause irreversible damage to the face. When the time comes, if 2 more people come to make trouble, their Yongla Hall business will no longer be able to continue well. If they want to continue to open a store, they have to sell the recipe to us. If they don't want to sell it, they will be forced to close their doors. Anyway, the owner knew a lot of people, so it would be easy to set up their small Yongla hall. The accountant quickly complimented. The shopkeeper really has a solution. He was complimenting like this, but he was muttering in his heart. This Yongla hall is really unlucky. Why is it being targeted like this? Shopkeeper Kai started to move the abacus again and looked at the numbers on the account, already having good expectations for the future. Although their Shun E Tang's jade skin cream is good, they can only make 5 bottles a year, which is really too little. Now that he has found such a useful jade cream as a substitute for his boss, how will his boss reward him? The more I think about it, the prouder I feel. Yunbian Village. After Yi Xinran got home, she said hello to Xiao Huaiyan and went straight into the room. I'm going to study the medicine in the room. You tell the children not to come to me yet. Rest assured. Xiao Huaiyan responded. He believed Yi Xinran went back to his room to make medicine, but Xiao Huaiyan still doesn't know how the medicine was made. It might be like that day, disappearing from the room first, and then coming back after finishing the medicine. Xiao Huaiyan did not dare to think deeply about these things. One day in the future, will Yi Xinran tell her the truth? Xiao Huaiyan shook his head. I still have secrets that I haven't told, so why should I ask others to tell them all? Excluding the things they didn't want to say or couldn't say in the past, the two of them got along very well. Thinking of this, Xiao Huaiyan felt relieved again. Second uncle, have you done something wrong? Xiao Huaiyan was still thinking about it when he suddenly saw Chang'an running over after school, tilting his head and asking him, What's wrong? You must have done something wrong. Otherwise, why wouldn't Aunt let you go back to your room? Chang'an pointed to the door behind Xiao Huaiyan. Auntie is busy. Don't let anyone disturb you, and none of you are allowed in, do you hear me? Xiao Huaiyan told the 2 children who came after him. I know. After feeding the horses and chickens, I will take my brother back to the room to study. Chang Sheng said sensibly. Xiao Huaiyan nodded. After telling the child, he no longer guarded the door, but walked to the backyard to chop wood. Xiao Huaiyan is very skilled in chopping firewood. With each of the axe, the wood, no matter how thick it is, will split into 2 neat halves. This time, with every, he would try to call up the internal energy from his dantian that he had not used for a long time. The stagnation in his internal energy was getting weaker and weaker, and his internal energy seemed to be gradually recovering. This was something Xiao Huaiyan didn't expect. He thought his leg injury was just healed, but he didn't expect that the bruises accumulated in his body over the years seemed to slowly disappear. Is it because of Xin Ran's medicine? Not only himself, Chang'an's health is also getting better and better. After such a long time, his heart disease seems to have never happened again. Thinking of this, the axe in his hand suddenly became crooked. He suddenly remembered that when he was a child, his mother once told him that if he made a wish to Guanyin Bodhisattva sincerely, Guanyin Bodhisattva might hear his voice and help him realize his wish. When he was a child and was ignorant, he used to kneel there every day and make a wish that he would have a fairy-like wife in the future. Could it be that Guanyin really heard his wish? Xiao Huaiyan shook his head, feeling that his idea was too ridiculous. In the laboratory, Yi Xinran is carefully studying various data for the production of snow cream. What she does, no one can imitate. In future generations, you may be able to protect your rights and interests from infringement by applying for a patent, but in this era, you can only rely on personal calculations and skills. She went over the plan in her head again. After making sure there was no problem, she tried adding some medicinal ingredients to the formula. After the medicinal materials are added, the overall color of the ointment turns purple. After leaving it for 5 minutes, the purple-red color disappeared and the ointment returned to its original grass-green color. Yi Xinran dug out some ointment and applied it on his forearm. The ointment is quickly absorbed into the skin, leaving only a faint green layer on it. After rinsing, the forearm returned to its original white appearance. However, if you look closely, you will find that there is a faint purple color remaining between the texture of the skin. That purple spot was so tiny that if Yi Xinran hadn't deliberately looked for it, he wouldn't have been able to find it. Yi Xinran is very satisfied with the current result. It looks like it should be done. Yi Shinran took out all the prepared ointment and put it into a red jar. This time she did not close the lid directly, but made a mark on the inside of the lid with a ballpoint pen before sealing it. 10 days. She only needed 10 days to verify the effect of the new ointment. And how many ointments Shen Yitang bought from them in these 10 days also determined how influential this matter was. Thinking of this, Yi Shinran began to look forward to Shen Yitang buying more. The human heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. If they refuse to make money according to their duties, they will have to bear the consequences of greed. When Yi Shinran walked out of the room, Xiao Huaiyan was lighting a fire in the kitchen. He was holding a ladle of washed rice in his hand and wanted to put it into the pot, but he seemed to be hesitating. "What's wrong?"
Yi Shinran asked.
Xiao Huaiyan was a little embarrassed. "I'm thinking about how much water is appropriate." "I'll do it." Yi Shinran knew that Xiao Huaiyan was not good at this, so he reached out to take the ladle in his hand. Xiao Huaiyan did not let go, but said, "How about you teach me? Now you are busy with all the work at home, and I will feel like a weakling." Before, he felt that he had given money to Yi Shinran. He is at least the breadwinner of the family. But now, Yi Shinran can earn hundreds of taels of silver a day, and his little money is nothing at all. He has to take the initiative. "You want to learn to cook? That's okay, so that you won't have to eat when I don't have time." Yi Shinran still took the ladle from Xiao Huaiyan's hand, scooped out all the water in the pot, added a little more water, and put the rice in. Measure it with your hands. Remember the height of your finger inserted into the rice, and then use this height to measure the water. As long as the height of the water and the rice are the same. So that's what happened. Xiao Huaiyan put his finger in according to Yi Shinran's statement. There was less water, so he added a little more. There was too much water, so he scooped out some more. When the height of the water and rice were the same, he straightened up and asked Yi Shinran, "What next?" Then put the lid on the pot. Remember not to make the fire too strong. After watching the water boil for a while, take out the firewood and let the fire become smaller.
Okay.
Xiao Huaiyan is full of confidence. It turns out cooking is so easy. Why didn't anyone tell him in such detail before? After the rice was put into the pot, Yi Shinran decided to let Xiao Huaiyan stir-fry the evening's dishes. "You rarely cook, so don't make it too complicated this time. Let's make scrambled eggs with tomatoes and fried potato slices." "Okay, then you teach me." Xiao Huaiyan humbly asked for advice. He followed Yi Shinran's instructions step by step. Yi Shinran was watching from the side. "You don't need to put in so much oil. Put a little more sugar in. Hurry and stir-fry, otherwise it will become mushy." After the meal, Yi Shinran felt 100 times more nervous than cooking. The scene was a mess, but fortunately both dishes were cooked safely. "It seems a little difficult." Xiao Huaiyan stretched out his hand, took a chopstick of eggs and put it into his mouth. A smile appeared on his face unconsciously, but "It tastes good." He picked up another chopstick and gave it to Yi Shinran. Yi Shinran also took a bite and said, "It's really good." Dinner is served. The three children picked up their bowls and ate as usual. But after taking the first bite of the food, the three of them looked at each other in unison and nodded tacitly. "What's wrong?" Xiao Huaiyan looked at the three of them nervously. "It's nothing." Changsheng tried to hide it. Chongping has already said it. "Today's food seems a little salty, but it's still delicious." He added, "I think it's delicious too. Today's dish was cooked by your second uncle himself." Yi Shinran took a bite and said, "Second uncle?" The three little ones looked at the dishes on the table in disbelief. "Was this really done by my second uncle?" "Not confused. Ripe. And it tastes pretty good. Your aunt taught me this." It was the first time that Xiao Huaiyan was so nervous in front of his three children. It seems that he is a student who is about to be tested. "Although it's not as delicious as my aunt's cooking, it tastes really good." Chang'an and took a big mouthful. "Second uncle is really awesome." Changsheng also complimented him. When he arrived in Chongping, he said in a dignified manner, "Although my second uncle is very powerful, my aunt is the most powerful. Have you all forgotten what it was like to cook before my second uncle? To be able to make the second uncle cook the dishes like this, my aunt must have put in a lot of effort. So the most powerful one is my aunt." Chongping rarely said such reasonable words. After hearing this, the two brothers expressed their agreement. A meal is still a clean meal. Xiao Huaiyan never expected that he would find satisfaction from this kind of thing. I wonder if I have stayed in the mountains for too long. Maybe it's time to contact the outside world. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 10 days, Yi Xinran sent a total of 200 cans of snow cream to Yongla Hall. These ointments were quickly bought. Yuntong County's purchasing power is limited, so many ointments are either stored away, or it was sold elsewhere. Yi Xinran thought. Things seemed to have become more interesting. On the other side, because there was a letter from the capital asking about Fangzi, shopkeeper Kai also decided not to wait any longer and planned to take action in advance. On this day, Yongla Hall had just opened for business, and there were only a few customers when two women suddenly came. The women all covered their cheeks with black gauze, and when they entered, they said they were looking for the shopkeeper. "You're looking for me? You two, have you been to our Yongla Hall before?" Li Qiao looked at the two women. No matter how he looked at them, they didn't look like he knew them. "Are you the manager of this medical clinic?" "You don't know us, but you must know this one." A woman took out 2 red jars. This jar was the one Li Qiao was most familiar with. It was the jar of snow cream. "This is the best snow ointment currently sold in our store. Do you too want to buy this ointment?" Li Qiao asked enthusiastically. "You still want to buy it? Do you know how badly this ointment of yours has caused us?" The taller woman slapped the can on the counter. "Harming you?
Impossible.
You two can come with me to the inner hall and explain the situation to me carefully." Li Qiaoxin couldn't tell. He was probably here to cause trouble. While leading the two women into the back hall, he gestured to the waiter in the shop. "Let them quickly go to the backyard to find their master." It seemed that the two women had come prepared. I'm afraid it was not something he could handle alone. The woman saw that Li Qiao was a little scared, and she became more courageous. "We are all women. How can we go to the inner hall with the shopkeeper? There are not many customers in the store now anyway, so let's talk here." She heard every word clearly, and people who came to the store to buy medicine immediately realized that something was wrong. Everyone listened with all their ears pricked up. If something good happens, he will even run out quickly and ask his family to come over and watch the fun. "Say what?" Seeing that they refused to leave, Li Qiao had no choice but to ask. "Shopkeeper, let me ask you. We believed what your store said, so we spent a lot of money to buy your ointment. But now, instead of curing the scar on the face has been damaged. How are you going to compensate us? It's cured? How is that possible?"
Likiau subconscious li raturta.
The waiters in the shop heard this and came around and said, "The scars on the faces of the customers who came to my house to buy ointment have all been healed. How can you be rotten?" "Yes. Don't talk nonsense." "Nonsense?" The two women seemed to be irritated, reaching out and pulling off the black veil covering their faces. A large area of red skin was exposed. I saw a patch of red on their cheeks, and if you look closely, there were dense pimples on them. "We're just living a good life, and we hurt our faces to frame you? You're talking nonsense, right?" Hearing that there was really a commotion here, the original guests also gathered around. "Hey, that's scary." "Yeah, how did you do this? Is this okay? If it keeps like this, how will I see anyone in the future?" Everyone was talking about it. The two women were even more excited. "Everyone can see clearly that the wounds on our faces were made with their ointment. Their ointment is not a beauty ointment, it is just a disfiguring ointment." "But that's not right. I see that peach blossom girl in their store. Isn't the scar on her face almost healed?" A customer questioned. "Those are their own people. Who knows what they did?"
The tall woman said.
"I also bought their ointment, and it's fine when I use it." Someone spoke again. "Fine? You think there is no problem now, but who knows what will happen in the future. It was pretty good when I first started using it, otherwise I wouldn't have used such a large space." The tall woman said, walking up to the guest who was speaking. "You must have used less. Let me see where you applied it." The guest pointed to his chin. The woman looked at it carefully and said, "Go home and take a closer look. Why do I think your area is a little red? You must be careful and don't apply it again, just in case you end up like me in the future. It's too late for you to regret it." What she said was plausible, and people who didn't believe it at first began to become suspicious. You woman, don't try to confuse people with your lies here. Our ointment is a carefully prepared formula, so there is no chance that such a problem will occur. Li Qiao was extremely angry. You are the shopkeeper, so of course you say that the things you have at home are good. The tall woman Chaiwa stood in front of Li Qiao, but you can't do this kind of thing with a bad conscience, right? Do you know how important this face is to us women? Now that I'm like this, my husband-in-law doesn't even want to look at me, and has even asked a matchmaker to help him find a concubine. You are doing harm to others. Li Qiao clearly knew that this woman was falsely accusing him, but he couldn't tell her the truth now. Her face looked like she didn't use her own ointment, but how could she prove this? Just when he was in trouble, Li Mo finally came. He had already heard the waiter tell him the whole story. Seeing so many people gathered in front of him, he frowned. After approaching, he said, "Everyone, don't listen to one-sided words. It is actually very simple to prove the effectiveness of our medicine. I wonder if the two ladies are willing to stay and apply our snow cream to treat the acne on their faces." Question. Our store is willing to help you with treatment for free. You can come to the store to apply the snow cream every day, just like Peach Blossom, until your face is healed. I have only one request. After your face is healed, you must clear our name. Your problem is definitely not caused by the snow cream. The two women were confused by Li Mo's actions. Aren't they here to cause trouble? He also helped them clear their names. Doesn't this boss understand human language? What are you thinking? The tall woman was very angry. My face is like this, and you still let me use your ointment. Do you think you haven't done enough harm to me? Li Mo said sternly. You only took 2 empty bottles, and you dared to accuse our snow cream of damaging your face. I want to ask, how can you prove that you didn't use anything else except snow cream? Something?
This.
Why do we need to prove it? Your snow cream just cured our faces. The short woman retorted. What a mess. Li Mo's face was grim. Aren't you two asking for an explanation from us? As I said just now, the shop is willing to treat your face for free. If you are unwilling, you can only go to the county government office to ask for an explanation. I am willing to go to the county government office to confront you. Whether it is us or not, everything is decided by the county magistrate. When they heard that they were going to the county government office, the two women shrank at first. They have never seen the official. I heard that the magistrate has a bad temper and severely punishes those who commit crimes. They felt a little guilty and didn't dare to go. But they refused to give in. If you go to the county government office, just go to the county government office. Do you think we will be afraid of you? You are selling ointments that are harmful to people. Medical clinics like yours should be strictly controlled by the county magistrate so that you cannot open the door and cannot harm people. Whether we are harming others or not will be judged by our guests. There is no need for 2 ladies to come here to deliver justice. But ladies, do your family members know that you use such expensive ointments to treat your face? Dear fellow villagers here, do you know these 2 women? If so, could you help inform their families? Just say that their family members are here to make trouble and ask their family members to come and take a look so that nothing happens and no one takes care of them. Hey, what the shopkeeper said, these 2 women are very familiar to each other. I've definitely never seen it before. Isn't it normal that you haven't seen them before? There are so many women in Yuntong County. How can you still see them all? Besides, those who can afford the cream are definitely not people like you and me. How can we meet each other? Everyone is still talking about it. The 2 sides were at a stalemate, and Li Mo's face became increasingly ugly. Both of you are unwilling to let us, Yongla Hall, treat you, and you are also unwilling to go to the county government office with me to seek justice. The 2 ladies would rather tell you, what do you want?
Us.
We don't want anything, we just want justice, said the tall woman. Yes, we just want justice. Another echoed. What kind of justice do you think of? Why don't you tell me about it? Li Mo asked. When Li Mo said this, the woman thought he had given in. There was a look of joy on his face. The justice we want is very simple. You have to apologize to us and give each of us 300 taels of silver. Why, 300 taels?
Limon tax sneert.
Why did you get into trouble with 300 taels of silver recently? With 300 taels of silver, we can go to Shun Medical Hall and buy their jade face cream to treat our faces. It turns out that this is the point. Hearing what the woman said, someone in the crowd actually shouted, Shun Tang's jade face cream is really useful, and the effect is much better than snow face cream. I heard that Shun Tang makes jade skin ointment, isn't it? It only makes 5 bottles a year, and 1 bottle costs 100 taels of gold, and most people can't buy it. What is jade skin ointment? Some people don't know why. You don't know this. Jade face cream is their new plaster. The effect is not much worse than jade skin cream, but the price is much cheaper. It only costs 300 taels of silver a jar, and anyone can buy it. 300 taels of silver. So expensive. The snow face cream also costs 100 taels of silver. Although the jade face cream is 200 taels more expensive, it comes from Shun Medical Hall, so you can use it with confidence. That's true. After all, those who can afford the snow cream are from wealthy families. Spending an extra 200 taels of silver can buy it with peace of mind. My peach blossom face was getting better day by day, and I wanted to scrape together some money to buy a bottle. Who knew something like this could happen? It seems that I still have to save some more money, and when I have enough, I can just buy Shun Tang, so I can feel more comfortable. That's right, it's better to believe that this kind of thing happened than to believe that it didn't happen. If your face is really ruined, it will be too late to regret it. That's the same reason. It would be nice if Shun Medical Hall could make it cheaper. Listening to everyone's discussion, Li Mo already knew whose handiwork this game was today. I thought they would strike later, but I didn't expect them to be so restless. These people are really good at putting others down and exalting themselves. However, for a store as big as Shun Tang to use such despicable methods to deal with their small Yongla Hall, they really wasted their own reputation. Li Mo tried his best to calm down his mood. Seeing the two women smiling with satisfaction after hearing everyone's discussion, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. He ignored everyone's words and turned to ask the two women, "The clothes on the two ladies look beautiful. I don't know which tailor in the city made them." The woman was stunned by his question. "Do you think there is nothing wrong with this person? We were talking about face here, and he was talking about putting on clothes there. However, they really don't know which tailor made it. We can buy wherever we like. What does it have to do with you? There is a small butterfly on the collar. Are these two clothes from Huji clothing store? I already told you, what clothes we wear has nothing to do with you. It really has nothing to do with me, but if the two ladies can't answer it, I'm afraid it's not because they don't want to say it, but because they don't know." Their feelings were revealed, and there was a moment of embarrassment on both of their faces. "We are talking about faces. Don't talk about anything else." A woman tried to change the subject. Unexpectedly, Li Mo did not do as she wished, but continued, "I think the clothes and shoes you two are wearing are valuable, but your temperament doesn't match your clothes at all. Are the clothes borrowed from others?" After being told the truth, the two of them were stunned again. Li Mo continued, "I took a closer look just now. Both of your hands are covered with thick calluses. This is the mark left by years of hard work. Then I want to ask you too, since you are usually like this, thank you, where did you get the money to buy our snow cream?" Although what Li Mo said was ruthless, it was also true. Girls and wives from wealthy families never need to do menial work. They have money and leisure, and they spend their time talking about female celebrities or poetry. And those who work the hardest are the ones who have the least money. They are not allowed to rest all year round, and the money they earn is barely enough to make ends meet. How can such a person be willing to spend 100 taels of silver to buy snow cream? When Li Mo's voice fell, the onlookers immediately focused their attention on the two men's hands. The two of them felt nervous and quickly hid their hands in their sleeves. However, Li Mo's words reminded everyone, and everyone looked at the faces of the two women again. Before, I was only attracted by the red wounds on their faces and didn't notice their appearance. But now it seems that the appearance of the two of them is a bit too sloppy. Although their hair was neatly combed into neat buns and their faces were painted with pink rouge, none of this could cover the wrinkles and marks left by their years of hard work. Where the rouge did not cover, Their necks and ears were rough, all of which showed their identity, and they did not look like people who could afford to wear this kind of clothes. Not like someone who can afford snow cream. You two, are you really here to frame Yonglahal? Really? Are your faces really damaged by the snow cream? Seeing everyone's doubts, the two of them were a little panicked. They looked into the crowd, as if they had received some kind of signal, and suddenly said firmly, "Of course it is worn out with snow cream, and 100 taels of silver is not expensive. Why can't we afford it? That's it. Shopkeeper, don't talk about those useless things. Please take out the 300 taels of silver quickly, otherwise we won't leave today, and you won't be able to continue your business." Seeing that their identities were exposed, the two simply stopped pretending and sat on the ground and acted like shrews. Anyway, as long as Yonglahal's business cannot continue, their mission will be considered completed. The boss said that the 300 taels of silver they wanted would be theirs. After the matter was completed, the owner also treated their faces for free to restore their faces to their original appearance. In this way, they got 300 taels of silver for free. 300 taels. This is money they will never earn in their lifetime. They are going to settle the money today. As soon as the two sat down, someone in the crowd said, "Shopkeeper, don't be familiar with the two of them. Anyway, you've made a lot of money selling snow cream, so just treat it as a beggar and give the money to them." That's right, it won't delay the business too much. Yes, with a group of people surrounding us like this, no one who wants to buy medicine can get in. I know this is a medical clinic, but you don't know, I thought this was a tea house. Why are there so many people around me from time to time? Who says it isn't? The medical center was still in chaos, and Li Mo almost laughed out loud when he heard these people's remarks. As a result, someone outside shouted, "Yong Le Tang is harmful to people. There is definitely something wrong with this ointment. Come on. Why is there another one?" Li Mo's heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, one wave has not subsided, and another wave has arisen. How many surprises has Shun Yi Tang prepared for them? In an instant, another woman entered their Yongla hall. "Shopkeeper Li, aren't you doing harm to others?" The person who came was the housekeeper of Yuan Zhao's wife's family. This housekeeper is someone close to Madame and has some status in Yuan Zhao's family. Li Mo also knew this woman, and she had indeed come to buy snow cream for their wife. "Manager Zhao, why are you here too?" Li Mo was a little surprised. "Why can't I come? I heard that you cured people's faces. Isn't this exactly the same as my wife's situation? I'll come with you to ask for an explanation." "Manager Zhao, they are here to cause trouble. Please don't join in the fun."
Li Montag advisit.
"Do you think I am willing to join in the fun? What about my wife's face? Is there really something wrong with your wife's face?" Li Mo couldn't believe it. He has absolute confidence in snow cream. How could something really happen? "Will I come to you, if there's no problem?" As Manager Zhao spoke, he looked at the two women sitting on the ground about to ask for money. However, the situation is different from theirs. "Then, what's going on? Why don't you come with me to the inner hall, and we can talk about it in detail? It's not that troublesome. Anyway, so many people are here today, so I'll just say it straight here. Your snow cream is indeed very good after I first started using it. The scars on my wife's face are gradually fading away. For this reason, my wife specially asked me to come to the store to buy another bottle. As a result, just after using the second bottle for 7 days, my wife's face became very blue. I thought it was because I didn't get enough rest and I would recover in 2 days. But guess what? Manager Zhao looked at everyone, and everyone shook their heads, expressing that they couldn't guess. Manager Zhao continued talking on his own. As a result, the bruise on my face became heavier and heavier. It was only later that the lady realized that the green patch was exactly where the medicine was applied every day. It was going fine all the time and no one thought about it. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. My wife is as beautiful as a flower, but originally, she only had 2 small pimples on her face. This is good. The whole face is disfigured. You said, aren't you doing harm to others? You guys hurry up and think of a way. If we can get rid of the bruise on Madame's face, we can do anything about it. If we can't solve it, we will have to go to the government. After all, Manager Zhao comes from a wealthy family, and he is full of confidence and airs when he speaks. But the more she acted like this, the more she made the two people on the ground cower. Even the servants of wealthy families are better than them. Can they really afford the snow cream? Seeing that everyone had diverted their attention, the two people on the ground didn't know whether to continue asking for money or wait until they finished talking before settling their own matters. Anyway, as long as Yongle Hall becomes chaotic, their goal will be achieved. Unexpectedly, Li Mo pointed at the two of them and said to the waiter, "You take good care of these two. I will follow Manager Zhao to see the situation of the Zhao family's wife, and I will solve their problems when I come back." "Hey, why do you still want to leave?" The tall woman suddenly found a reason. "Obviously, we were the ones who came first. If we want to resolve the matter, we must resolve it first. Why should we resolve their issue first? That is, you pay us the money first and then you leave." The short woman agreed. Li Mo didn't want to pay attention. "Your face is not damaged by my snow cream. Why should I give you money? If you are so messy, you can only wait for me to come back and go to the county government to reason." But the two women hugged his legs and refused to let go no matter what. For a time, Yongle Hall was in a commotion, and more people were watching the excitement. Someone secretly sweated for Li Mo. Some people looked at the excitement and lamented that this money is really not that easy to make. Some people showed satisfied smiles and hoped that the scene would be a little more chaotic. While Li Mo was in a state of panic, two more people came in from outside. As soon as the two people appeared, they put an end to the noisy scene in the medical clinic. "Stop arguing. I have already reported to the official, and the official will be here soon," Yi Xinran said calmly. Upon hearing this, the two women immediately became silent. "Officials are coming? What if the official takes them away?" They searched the crowd for the person who brought them until he gave them a reassuring look, and the two of them barely stabilized. Xiao Huayan had a clear view of the eye contact between several people. Li Mo saw the two of them and shouted happily, "Huayan, sister-in-law, you are finally here." Yi Xinran and Xiao Huayan arrived just now. Hearing that there was such a commotion in the medical clinic, they did not come in, but directly called the waiter and asked him to report to the official. "Thanks a lot." Yi Xinran looked at the sweat on Li Mo's head and comforted him. "It's not hard. It's just this." The two women were framed, but he suffered from the lack of evidence. "It's okay. I'll follow you to the county government office in a while, and I'll take care of the rest. You can have someone tidy up the place again and mop the floor again. Don't let this filthy person ruin the feng shui of the hospital." Yi Xinran's voice was not loud, but the medical center was quiet at the moment, and everyone's attention was on her, so everyone present could hear clearly. When the two women heard Yi Xinran scolding them openly and secretly, they couldn't help but want to scold them back. "You are the one who dares to say that to me. When will it be your turn to intervene in my affairs and this store? Who is making trouble?" A scolding voice suddenly came from outside the store. As the voice fell, two officers in official uniforms walked in. "Sir, these two are the ones causing trouble." Yi Xinran gestured to the two women on the ground. "They not only scolded me just now, they also scolded my mother. You are so wise and brave. You know right from wrong, and I beg you to make decisions for the women of the people." Yi Xinran deliberately said that he was aggrieved. The two officials were very impressed by what they heard. "The two of them are causing trouble, right? Take them away. Take away everyone else involved too." "Yes." The servants below swarmed up, pulled the two women up from the ground, and tied them with ropes. "Sir, we are the victims. It was Yongle Hall who harmed us. Why do you want to arrest us?" "That's right. Why not tie them up?" "Someone reported that you gathered to make trouble. If you have any grievances, go and tell the county magistrate." The clerk was very impatient, put a rope on the hands of the two women, and dragged them out. Li Mo and Yi Xinran followed closely behind. The Zhao family's mother-in-law also followed the officials and walked towards the county government office. In addition to them, the spectators also followed behind in twos and threes. This matter is really lively today, and everyone wants to see what the outcome will be. After the hall drums sounded, Magistrate Xiao, wearing a black gauze hat and a pair of tapestry official uniforms, walked slowly to the front of the hall. When he sat down and looked down, there was Yi Shinran among the people standing below. However, Yi Shinran is no longer what he used to be. Yi Shinran, who has restored his original appearance, looks very much like a human being. There was a sudden thought in his heart. Knowing that now is not the time to talk about this, he slapped his hand on the wall and shouted sternly, "Who is here? What is going on?" Li Mo knelt down and said, "Sir, Li Mo, a common man, is the owner of Yongla Hall Medical Center. This medical clinic has always been genuine and adheres to its duty of practicing medicine. This morning, for some unknown reason, these two women suddenly came to the store to cause trouble, which caused a very bad impact on the hospital. Although the common people tried to persuade them, the two women wanted to extort 300 taels of silver. The common people had no choice but to report it to the official and ask the boss. Make decisions for the common people." The tall woman was anxious and frightened. Before he could finish his words, she immediately shouted, "Sir, the peasant woman was wronged. The peasant woman used Yongla Hall's snow cream, and now her appearance is completely ruined." The peasant woman went to the store to beg for it.
Fair.
But the shopkeeper's repeated delays were not because the woman wanted to cause trouble. After hearing this, another woman also echoed, "It is true as my sister said, the women of the people were wronged." County Magistrate, Li Mo, let me ask you, are the injuries on the faces of these two women really caused by using the ointment in your shop? Li Mo shook his head repeatedly. Please tell me clearly, the injuries on their faces have nothing to do with the snow cream in our store. Magistrate, can you prove it?
Li Montak.
Sir, a common woman can prove it.
Yevinran spoke.
Oh? The county magistrate looked up at her and heard Yi Shinran say, "I have been using Yongla Hall's ointment for more than a month, and there is no problem on my face. Moreover, the peach blossom girl in the medical clinic has also been using it for more than 10 days. The scars on his face are now getting better. With snow cream, such problems will never occur. Is it possible that they used the wrong method, or that the ointment is not suitable for them?" The county magistrate guessed. After all, different medicines have different effects when used on different people. Your Excellency, you can ask the people present if anyone has been in the same situation as these two people. The county magistrate looked at the crowd watching the excitement. Everyone stepped back, and only the Zhao family's housekeeper took a step forward and said, "Sir, my wife also has a problem with the medicine, but unlike these two people, the place where the medicine was applied turned purple." Before the county magistrate could ask again, Yi Shinran said, "Sir, the purple color is indeed a symptom that will appear after using the snow cream, and it is also to help the scars heal better. Yongla Hall has a healing ointment. As long as you apply that ointment, the purple color will go away within 2 days." Li Mo was stunned for a while after hearing this. When did new ointment come out? Didn't he know? But after Yi Shinran said it, he immediately nodded in agreement. That's true. Okay, since you said bruises are normal, what's the reason for the injuries on the faces of these two women? Sir, Yi Shinran said, "Sir, you can ask the official doctor to come over and check. The medical officer is well informed and can determine what is going on with them at a glance." What are you? Magistrate Xiao was a little confused. Yi Shinran was basically talking at this moment. Could it be that she was also from the medical clinic now? However, he still agreed to Yi Shinran's suggestion, take the two women down first and ask the medical officer to take a look at them. Yes. 2 officials came forward and took the woman down. After a while, the medical officer came back with the 2 of them and replied, "Sir, I have found out that the redness and swelling on their faces is caused by nettle grass." Nettle?
Yes.
The medical officer said rationally, "There are toxins in nettle grass. Once it is touched, the area of contact will turn red and dense rashes will appear. The two people's conditions are indeed consistent with this symptom. You too, do you have anything to say?" The county magistrate was stunned and asked sharply. The 2 women did not expect that this medical officer was so powerful and found it out immediately. They said quickly, "Sir, the civilian woman doesn't know what's going on. The civilian woman really has never touched the nettle grass. Is it because they put nettle in their ointment? We did become like this after using snow cream. They are doing harm to people. Sir, please make the decision for the women. Sir. A smile appeared on Yi Shinran's lips. They may not understand that this nettle grass will cause a rash wherever it touches anyone. If this thing is added to my medicine, then everyone who takes the medicine will have the same symptoms as them. Yi Shinran said, and asked the medical officer. I wonder if the doctor has any nettle grass in his hand? Some. Then, sir, you can try it on my arm. This. The medical clinic was a little hesitant. Seeing his refusal, Yi Shinran said again, the civilian woman just wants to show everyone the effect. After applying it, the civilian woman can still make the red and swollen area return to its original state. The medical officer sounded a little curious. He looked at the magistrate sitting at the top. Seeing that the county magistrate had no intention of stopping him, he agreed. Well, there are witnesses and evidence here. Any problems that arise will be at your own request. Of course, a civilian woman would not dare to go back on her word. Soon, the medical officer brought the nettle grass over. Yi Shinran rolled up his sleeves and gently placed his arm on the plate with nettles. After a while, a dense rash broke out on her inner forearm. Because Yi Shinran's skin is very white, these rashes are even more shocking. Yi Shinran gave all the adults in the hall and the crowd in the hall a look. Everyone found that the appearance of Yi Shinran's arm was indeed very similar to the injuries on the faces of the two women. The only difference was that Yi Shinran's symptoms seemed more serious. After showing it to everyone, Yi Shinran took out a bottle of snow cream from his pocket and applied it to his red and swollen areas in front of everyone. Then he said, our snow cream will not only prevent people from having redness, swelling, and rashes, but it can also treat this problem very well. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Yi Shinran's movements. After she finished applying the ointment, everyone stared at his arm, wanting to see the effect of the treatment with their own eyes. After a while, Yi Shinran wiped off the remaining ointment on his arm and showed his arm in front of everyone again. Everyone was surprised to find that the redness and swelling just now was gone. It's gone, it's really gone.
What kind of ointment is this?
Why is it so magical? It's impossible. I've touched nettle grass before, and it took 4 or 5 days for the redness and swelling to heal. It hurt and itched, and the taste was really unpleasant. Some people questioned the situation at hand. Didn't we see it with our own eyes? Why is it impossible? After Yi Shinran showed off his achievements, he once again requested the county magistrate, Your Majesty, please grant me permission to use ointment to treat these two ladies. If the ointment can make their faces return to normal after being applied, it means that they deliberately framed our Yongle Hall, and the women asked them to give justice to Yongle Hall. If they cannot recover, Yongle Hall is willing to compensate the two of them according to their requirements. After hearing Yi Shinran's request, the two immediately refused. No, don't touch our faces with your ointment. Sir, our faces were ruined by this ointment. We must never touch it again. Although the two women screamed fiercely at Magistrate Qiao's signal, for officers immediately stepped forward, grabbed their shoulders, and held them in place. Yi Shinran smeared the ointment on their faces. The two tried to struggle, but couldn't break free. After a while, Yi Shinran used a handkerchief to wipe off the remaining ointment on their faces. Everyone immediately discovered that the red and swollen areas on their faces suddenly became smooth and clean. Liars. They are really liars. This is too evil. If the magistrate hadn't made the decision today, Yongle Hall's reputation would have been ruined. They are also cruel, even harming their own bodies to frame others. This is not a false accusation. Weren't you at the hospital just now? They asked for 300 taels of silver. 300 taels, my God. They have such a big appetite.
Everyone was talking about it.
The two women did not dare to be arrogant anymore. I didn't expect the snow cream to be so easy to use. Such a serious rash was cured in no time. You are so bold and cunning that you dare to maliciously frame others. Do you too know your guilt? Sir, even the civilian women don't know what's going on. The civilian women really don't know. The two also tried to complain. You still dare to speak harshly, Come here and grab a stick," the magistrate said angrily. As soon as she heard that she was going to be executed, the short woman couldn't hold on any longer. "Sir," the woman of the common people pleads guilty and asks for mercy. She bent down, trembling all over. It was the civilian woman's sister who came to the civilian woman and told her that there was a deal for 300 taels of silver. She asked if she was willing to do it. A common woman is obsessed with money, so she would do such a thing. "Please have mercy, sir, have mercy." When the tall woman heard what her sister said, she kowtowed to the ground again and again. "Please have mercy, sir. This woman is just obsessed with money. She really didn't mean to harm anyone. Did you come up with this idea on your own? Wasn't there someone behind it?"
Yi Shinran asked.
No, no one instigated it. It was the woman who came up with it herself. The tall woman took on all the burdens. The county magistrate asked her several times, but she refused to change her story and finally made a conclusion. In a moment of greed, two sisters, Sun Wu and Zhao Wu, injured their faces with nettle grass, pretending to be injured by Yonghua Hall's snow cream, and went to the hospital in an attempt to extort money. Fortunately, the county medical officer found a flaw in the two men and used snow cream to restore their appearance, proving that the medical office was innocent. Therefore, the Sun Wu family and the Zhao Wu family were sentenced to pay compensation of 600 taels of silver from Yonghua Hall. At the same time, they were jailed after paying 20 pieces of silver each. When the family has paid all the 600 taels of silver, when will they be able to release him? As for the Zhao family, Yonghua Hall promised to come to the house to treat the bruises on Mrs. Zhao's face. At the same time, Yonghua Hall also took this opportunity to promote, "If you use snow cream and there are purple marks, you can come to Yonghua Hall for free diagnosis and treatment from the shopkeeper." This situation is normal during the use of snow cream, so there is no need to worry. Yong Litang is pretty good. If something goes wrong, you are really responsible. Didn't I just say that? It's normal. Isn't this an accident? I'm just here to help. His snow cream is really good. The effect just now was immediate. Who said that his snow cream is not as good as Shani Tang's? That's right. It's so effective and so cheap. Magistrate Xiao suddenly felt something was wrong while listening to the discussion in the hall. This Yonghua Hall seems to be using his court to attract customers. You must be too courageous. After the case was decided, everyone left one after another, except Yi Shinran, who was left by the county magistrate. The county magistrate looked at Yi Shinran's face and could no longer hide his surprise. "I didn't expect your face to heal so quickly." Yi Shinran smiled softly. "Uncle Lao was worried about me, and it was all thanks to the snow cream that I got better." "Here we go again. Here we go again." The county magistrate sighed. "That child Ziyu is unlucky. He broke off the engagement with you." Seeing that the county magistrate brought up the old matter again, Yi Shinran quickly stopped him. "Mr. Xiao, this matter is in the past, so it's better not to mention it again." Magistrate Xiao was stunned. After a long while, he spoke again. "I know this is because my family is sorry for you. I hope you don't hold grudges and can call me Uncle Xiao in the future. It is naturally a good thing to have a relationship with the county magistrate." Yi Shinran is not so hysterical that she has to set boundaries with his family. So he nodded in agreement. "You all listen to Uncle." The scene was awkward for a moment, and neither of them had anything to say. The county magistrate suddenly asked, "Some time ago, you severed ties with the Yi family, but because of knowing something? What happened?" Yi Shinran looked confused. After a moment, she remembered. "Did Uncle Qiao mean that I am not the biological daughter of the Yi family?"
Not
biological? Magistrate Qiao was also shocked. Could things really be as he thought? Seeing that Magistrate Qiao's expression was different from what he thought, Yi Shinran immediately said, "I made all my guesses. I thought they treated me badly because I am not their biological child." "Well, that's right. It's possible." Although Qiao Jingshan had some guesses in his mind, he still didn't dare to make a conclusion, so he said, "No matter what, I am still your Uncle Qiao. If you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me." "Thank you very much, Uncle Qiao." Yi Shinran stood up and said goodbye. However, County Magistrate Xiao returned to his study, picked up his pen, sharpened his ink, and wrote a letter, which was quickly sent to the capital. When Yi Xinran returned to the medical clinic, she found that everyone was waiting for her in the inner hall. In addition to the people from the medical clinic, the Zhao family's housekeeper was also there. Manager Zhao, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Manager Zhao was impatient to wait. Seeing Yi Xinran coming back, he quickly stood up and said, "Hey, you're finally back. Come back with me quickly. My wife must be very anxious." "No hurry, I'll have a few words with my shopkeeper first." Yi Xinran comforted her and motioned to Li Mo and others to follow her to the backyard. Arrived in a deserted place. Only then did Li Mo dare to speak. "Ancestor, what's going on? Is there really something wrong with the snow cream?" Yi Xinran shook his head. "This is what I told you before, the method I found. Put purple gallon into the snow cream, and after using it for a period of time, blue-purple will appear on the skin. Then how do you explain it?" Li Mo knew that Yi Xinran must have a solution, so he couldn't help but ask. "I made the antidote. Just apply it and the purple color is gone." "That's great." Li Mo patted Yu Xiong's mouth to express his relief. Yi Xinran joked. "Since I dare to use it, I must have already thought of a solution. Boss Li must have confidence in me as a partner." At this time, Xiao Huaiyan spoke. "I just followed that person all the way and saw that he turned into the back door of Shun Medical Hall.
예빈란 어땠?
Although I guess they did it, I still feel more reassured if I witness it with my own eyes." "Who?
Who are you talking about?" Die Montag was confuset.
Yi Xinran and Xiao Huaiyan looked at each other, and finally Yi Xinran explained. "The store was so chaotic just now. You didn't notice that there were actually people in the crowd giving guidance to the two women. As soon as my husband arrived, he noticed something was wrong with that man. He didn't go to the yamen with us just now, but went to follow him. The result was as we had guessed, it was indeed Shun Medical Hall. If the ancestors of Shun Medical Hall were alive and knew that their children and grandchildren were so unsatisfactory and began to use such despicable means to make money, I wonder if they would be angry enough to survive." Li Mo was still full of resentment. Yi Xinran smiled. "Fortunately, we were prepared. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will eradicate them. The net has been cast and is about to be closed." Yi Xinran said it lightly, but Li Mo suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He touched the back of Mo's neck, glanced at Xiao Huaiyan, and suddenly felt a little worried about his brother's future. Later, Yi Xinran and Li Mo followed the steward to Zhao Yuanwai's home. Yi Xinran took out the repair ointment and gave it to Madame Zhao. After Madame used it, most of the purple color on her face was immediately reduced. This ointment lasts for almost 3 days. After using it for 3 days, Madame, the purple color on her face will completely fade. At that time, Madame will find that the skin on her face is hundreds of times better than before.
예빈란.
Explain. The effect was immediate, and Mrs. Zhao was very satisfied. "If it's really better, I'll definitely buy your snow cream." "Madam, don't worry, as long as she uses it, we will be responsible to the end." Yi Xinran agreed. As soon as this happened, it's all there is to say. Some people say that the boss of Yongla Tang is very responsible and will solve problems to the end. Yongla Tang's snow cream is trustworthy. Some people say that Yongla Hall's snow cream was stolen from Shun Yitang's prescription. This problem occurred because the prescription was stolen incompletely. It seems to have been fixed now, but who knows what problems may arise in the future. Yongla Hall is really a scumbag. A medical clinic that steals prescriptions from others will always be despised. At first, the first sound was more common, but at night, the second sound gradually overwhelmed the first sound. More and more people suspect that Yongla Hall stole the prescription from Shun Yitang. There are even customers who have used it come to the store and ask, "Will they have any problems? What should I do if my face is ruined?" Li Mo tried his best to comfort these guests. "I still feel anxious in my heart." But before leaving, Yi Xinran said something to him. "Don't worry, it still needs some time to settle down. The more they dance happily now, the harder they will be slapped in the face in the future." The slap in the face that Yi Xinran said came quickly. 3 days later, the faces of people who had used Shun E Tang Jade face cream also began to appear blue and purple. At first, no one paid attention. Some customers were worried and went to Shun Medical Hall to ask. The waiter at Shun Medical Hall just prevaricated and said that it was normal and he would get better over time. When they tested the drug, this problem never occurred. Shopkeeper Kai thought that the problem with the Zhao family was just an exception. He even laughed at Yongle Hall's bad luck. But the situation is getting worse and worse. More and more people have the same problem. They no longer believe that it will get better gradually and want Shun E Tang to solve the problem for them quickly. Yongle Tang's snow cream also turns purple after use. Didn't you say that they stole your prescription and didn't steal all the ingredients? Why does the jade cream also have this problem? That's right. Looking at it this way, what's the difference between snow face cream and jade face cream? There is still a difference. At least there was a problem at Yongle Hall, and the shopkeeper solved it quickly. I saw Zhao Yuanwai's wife. The purple on her face disappeared in just 3 days. Shopkeeper Kai, what's wrong with your ointment? Don't you even know about it? Faced with the questioning from everyone, Shopkeeper Kai was already in a state of panic. When 3 cases occurred, he realized something was wrong and asked the doctors at the hospital to study the cause of the purple color overnight. But the doctors seemed to find no problem and finally concluded that the patient's condition may be due to the accumulation of toxins in the body. It is necessary to use some medicines to soothe the liver, regulate qi, and detoxify so that these people can expel toxins from the body. Medicines to soothe the liver and regulate qi are not cheap. But Yongle Hall provides free treatment, so they can't be left behind. Shopkeeper Kai asked people to prepare 200 copies of the medicine to be distributed to those who bought jade cream. But after drinking the medicine, these people fell into a coma, but the purple color on their bodies was not reduced at all. Shopkeeper Kai is anxious. Go, send someone to Yongle Hall to buy their repair ointment. No matter how much it costs or how much you have, buy them all. He gave orders to his men. But after the servants went there, they returned without success. The shopkeeper of Yongle Hall said that they only give away this ointment, not sell it. The user needs to come to the store with the proof of purchase to exchange the ointment. What certificate? Shopkeeper Kai's veins bulged. They said just hold the jar of snow cream. The jar of snow cream? Aren't the jars we replaced still piled in the warehouse? Quick, go to the warehouse to get the jar and exchange it for the repair cream. Shopkeeper Kai was overjoyed. Fortunately, he did not order the jars to be destroyed at the time. It's really a perfect road. He was secretly congratulating himself, thinking that this time things were safe, but his men who went to change the dressing returned without success. What's wrong? Shopkeeper Kai's face darkened. His men were trembling. The people from Yongle Hall said that the user needs to go to their store in person or have a doctor from Yongle Hall visit to check before they can take the medicine. Everyone's situation is different. This medicine cannot be used casually, so just holding the jar is useless. You need to go there in person. It's over. Shopkeeper Kai made a bang sound and sat on the chair. How could he let patients in his own shop go to Yongle Hall for treatment? Doesn't that mean telling them that Shun E Tang's jade face cream and Yongle Hall's snow face cream are the same? Moreover, Yongle Hall has a solution, but Shun E Tang has no solution. What will everyone think? But if they are not allowed to go to Yongle Hall for diagnosis and treatment, the bruises on those people's faces will become more and more serious. I heard that the concubine of the magistrate's family has already filed a complaint with the magistrate. What to do? What should we do? Shopkeeper Kai frowned, and the fan in his hand broke with a snap. After a long time, he finally made up his mind. Compared with making money, the reputation of Shun Medical Hall is more important. If the reputation of Shun Medical Hall is damaged, the owner will definitely not let him go. After all, it was his idea. Fortunately, their Shun Medical Hall is not short of money. Then settle the matter with money. He was careless this time and fell into the trap of Yongle Hall. At worst, he would lose all the money he earned during this period. It would be great if he didn't touch the snow cream in the future. Come here, prepare a car, I want to go to Yongle Hall myself. When the servant heard this, he quickly prepared the carriage. When they arrived in front of Yonghwa Hall, they found that the place was also very lively. Everyone is still talking about yesterday's turmoil and complaining about Yonghwa Hall. There are many people in the city who know Shopkeeper Kai. Seeing the arrival of Shopkeeper Kai, everyone made way out of the way and whispered behind them. Isn't this Kai Jia, the manager of Shun Medical Hall? Why did he come to Yonghwa Hall? Is it because the two families are at odds with each other about the Jade Roan cream? It's been a long time coming. When it was said that Yonghwa Hall had stolen the formula, I thought it was going to start. Who knew? But then there was no movement. Haven't you heard? There is also a problem at Shun Medical Hall. Someone reminded. What's the problem? The man continued. I also heard someone say that the eldest daughter of the county magistrate's family had a purple face because she used Shun Yitang's ointment. Shun Yitang prescribed her detoxification medicine, but the medicine the young lady can't even get out of bed. So serious? Shouldn't you? Isn't Shun Yitang always highly skilled in medicine? Who knows? And it's not just the county chancellor's daughter who has this problem. There are many more. According to what you said, why did shopkeeper Kai come to Shun Medical Hall? Come to ask for a prescription for repair plaster? Don't tell me. It's really possible. If you say that, then I have to make a bold guess. A scholar-looking man said. What are you guessing? A few people were talking happily, and the others were listening with interest. After hearing this, everyone asked together. I guess the news that came out before is false. It's not that Yonghwa Hall stole Shun Yitang's formula, but Shun Yitang stole Yonghwa Hall's formula.
Ah?
You can't, right? Shun Yitang is a long-established store with high qualifications and is very famous in the capital. How could you do such a thing? Some people dismissed this idea out of hand. However, some people are supportive. I think it makes sense. Didn't everyone think that there would be no problems with Shun Yitang because of its reputation? But why does Yonghwa Hall have repairing cream but Shun Yitang does not? If it was Shun Yitang who stole Yonghwa Hall's prescription, now there would be a reasonable explanation for all these things. When he said this, everyone nodded. Could it be that Shun Medical Hall deliberately released the previous news? They used someone else's recipe and sold it more expensively than others. In turn, they have to beat them up. It's really scary when you think about it. It's scary when you think about it. The onlookers were talking a lot outside the door, and they all turned into detectives and began to analyze the relationship. The atmosphere in the inner hall has also reached the point of tenseness. Shopkeeper Lee, are you saying you won't sell me the repair cream? Kai Jia asked again, without giving up. Li Mo snorted. Shopkeeper Kai, I have made it very clear that the repair cream in my store cannot be given out casually. It must be distributed according to the patient's condition. Your rhetoric is fine to fool others, but there's no way you can fool me. They're all obviously the same thing. Hearing him speak so rudely, Li Mo simply stopped pretending. Yeah, I just won't give it to you. What can you do to me? You. Shopkeeper Kai was so angry that he was shaking all over. You put poison in the ointment. Do you know this is a crime? Li Mo showed no sign of weakness. You know whether you have committed a crime or not. You accused us of stealing your prescription, and you are clearly the one who committed the crime. Besides, who told you it was poison? You can't even tell the difference between poisonous and non-toxic. How on earth did you survive in this industry for so many years? What a waste. Li Mo scolded him with great pleasure. After so many years, he finally raised his head in front of Shuani Hall. Kai Jia also knew that there was no need to discuss it with Li Mo anymore. Li Mo, please think clearly. The ointment is just a trivial matter. Even if you succeed in the end, it will not shake the status of Shun Medical Hall in the slightest. But if you offend Shun Yitang, your life will not be easy in the future. Li Mo laughed angrily at his threat. There are so many medical clinics in the world. Do you think your Shun Medical Clinic is the most powerful? I want to see how you make it difficult for me. Okay, just wait and see. Kai Jia said harsh words, turned around and left Shun Medical Hall. The crowd of onlookers looked at his back and speculated about what happened in the room just now. It seems like we haven't reached an agreement. Are you really here to ask for the repair cream? Their guess was quickly confirmed by Li Mo. After Kai Jia returned to Shun Medical Hall, he immediately found the medical nurse. Didn't you say that one of your brothers is from a beggar gang? Nursing home quickly clasped his fists and said yes. Okay, I'll give you 200 taels of silver. You can find a few reliable brothers and go and destroy Yongle Hall tonight. Grab the repair cream and burn the rest. Keep your hands and feet clean and don't let anyone come after us. Upon hearing this, the nurse immediately agreed. Don't worry, shopkeeper, my subordinates will definitely take care of this matter. Watching the nurse leave, Kai Jia punched the table. A small Yongle Hall still wants to fight with Shuani Hall. I am really impatient. Since they won't eat the toast, we have to treat them to a fine drink. Inside Yongle Hall, Liemo was still feeling proud of having just scolded Kai Jia. Xiao Huaiyan reminded him, you guys have been more careful lately. I don't think Kai Jia will give up easily. Liemo, I know, but what can he do? If I don't give it to him, can he still take it? Xiao Huaiyan frowned. In the past few days, you have to cheer up the night watchers. Beware of gentlemen rather than villains. It's better to be careful. After all, this is Shun Medical Hall, so you can't be so mean, right? Liemo didn't take it seriously. Yi Shinran said, rabbits bite people when they are anxious. What's more, they are actually wolves. What my husband says always makes sense. You better be careful. Liemo then looked at it seriously and said, okay, I will send a few more night watchmen in the next few days. Yi Shinran nodded. Well, the situation is imminent. If they want to take action, it will definitely be within the next few days. Facts have proved that Xiao Huaiyan and his wife were right to worry. Shopkeeper Kai really couldn't wait. Because his customers can't wait. That very night, the night watchman caught several homeless people trying to sneak into the hospital. After they were caught, they only said that they were going to steal money from the medical center, but they had oil and fire on their bodies, and it was obvious that they planned to set fire. Fortunately, the night watch responded promptly and did not give them a chance to set fire. Liemo was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. If he took it lightly, the Li family's decades of hard work would be destroyed in his own hands. Those who were caught were bitten to death to steal money. Since Yongle Hall had no losses, the county government put him in jail after interrogation. After this incident, Liemo no longer dared to take it lightly and hired 5 more people to keep watch and heavily rewarded those who caught the criminal. The trouble at Yongle Hall has been solved. Things at Shun Medical Hall were completely uncontrollable. The storytellers in the tea house all started telling new jokes, alluding to the affairs of Yongle Hall and Shuani Hall. The protagonists of the story are a pair of senior brothers. They learned medical skills from King Yao in Yawang Valley since they were young. Later, the senior brother inherited the master's mantle and became the new head of Yawang Valley, while the junior brother traveled far and wide and called home all over the world. 3 years later, the disease was rampant in the county and people turned to Yawang Valley for help. But Yawang Valley closed its doors and avoided the common people. At this moment, a lone doctor happened to pass by. He lit a fire to drive away the virus in the air, boiled a big pot of medicine, and distributed it to the people for free. The patients slowly got better. Yawang Valley, which had not been opened until now, finally opened its door. At the same time, a piece of news came out. They said that this lone doctor was originally the master's junior brother, and it was he who stole Yao's elixir, which forced Yao Valley to close its doors and refuse visitors, and the people's diseases could not be treated in time. The king of medicine has a sacred status in people's hearts. Upon hearing this statement, everyone's gratitude towards the lone healer turned into resentment. If he hadn't stolen the prescription, their parents and children would never have died. If he hadn't stolen the prescription, they wouldn't have had to suffer this inhuman torture. From then on, the villagers would always spit or curse whenever they saw this junior brother. Some people even took advantage of his unpreparedness and seriously injured the lone doctor. Soon after, the doctor passed away.
Everyone soon forgot about him.
Half a year later, the disease returned with a vengeance. Everyone came to the Medicine King Valley again and asked the Medicine King to give medicine. But half a month has passed, and the door of Yawang Valley still hasn't opened. People around them died one by one, and everyone no longer cared about etiquette and knocked open the door of Yawang Valley. Only then did I know that the current head of Yawang Valley was a loser and he couldn't make medicine at all. The medicine they took before was really developed by the lone doctor. But now people have been beaten to death by their own hands. There are no doctors to treat them anymore. The villagers can only wait for death and regret. A story was told for 3 whole days. On the 3rd day, the tea house was already overcrowded. Different versions of this story have also begun to circulate. Have you heard the story the scholar told? Isn't this what happened at Shuani Hall and Yongle Hall? Shan Yitang is a wasteful senior brother. Yongle Hall is a kind-hearted junior brother, and now the senior brother is holding the junior brother's medicine. It must be said that he made it himself. Yes, it's so similar. Junior brother is so pitiful.
Love you.
If this is the case, then we must protect Yongle Hall and not let it follow in the footsteps of that junior brother. If Yongle Hall is gone, we will not be able to find a reliable medical center in the future. That's right. Xiao Huayan smiled slightly as he listened to people's comments. He didn't expect that Yi Xinran's level of storytelling was quite high. Those who bought the ointment at Shun Yitang could not sit still. They originally placed their hope in Shun Medical Hall, hoping that his family could solve their problems. But after waiting and waiting, Shun Medical Hall could not give a good solution. This forced them to turn to Yongle Hall for help. The first person to go to Yongle Hall for treatment was the daughter of the county magistrate's family. Miss Sun held the jar of Shun Yitang ointment with a very reserved attitude. She was afraid that Yongle Hall would reject her, because the ointment I bought was not his. Unexpectedly, what she imagined did not happen at all. Instead of rejecting her, the people at Yongle Hall received her very warmly. This girl's situation is easy to solve. It is a normal phenomenon that occurs when using snow cream. You only need to use our repair cream to repair it a little. The doctor in the store applied repair cream to Miss Sun, and the purple color on Miss Sun's face receded at a speed visible to the eye. Miss Sun was extremely shocked, but couldn't help but ask, "But I used jade face cream, not snow face cream?" The doctor gave her a knowing look.
Girls can see for themselves.
Our repair cream can only be used with the snow cream.
The results speak for themselves.
Miss Sun was not stupid, and she immediately understood the relationship. It turned out that she had been using the snow cream, but Shun Yitang changed the jar and added 200 taels of silver. Shun Yitang is too evil.
She sighed.
After Miss Sun came, more and more people came to Yongle Hall to buy jade cream. At first, the doctor in the store was a little confused. These people were unwilling to believe in Yongle Hall before, and even paid high prices to buy jade face cream. Why should Yongle Hall give them free treatment now? But Yi Xinran said, "No matter how much money they spent before, in my opinion, all those who use jade rong paste have 100 taels of silver to enter Yongle Hall, so treat them as they should be. The same people who buy snow cream. What's more, these people are potential customers in the future, and they must be roped in." The situation is becoming increasingly clear. Because of shopkeeper Kai's incompetence, everyone has seen clearly the dirty things done by Shun Medical Hall. Jade cream is sold widely, and now not only people in Yuntang County, but also people in Tianchong Mansion know about the existence of Yongle Hall. Yongle Hall has become famous. Li Mo was a little flattered by the guests who came from Tianchong Mansion every day. Although most of these people came to buy snow cream, and some came to repair problems, this did not prevent Li Mo from being as proud as a peacock and proud of the reputation of Yongle Hall, which had left Yuntang County. This time, I really have to thank Shun Yitang. If it weren't for them, our snow cream would not have been known to people in Tianchong Mansion so quickly. Li Mo did not forget Yin and Yang at this time. Li Qiao was also happy from ear to ear. Congratulations, boss. This time, it can be considered a mistake. Shun Medical Hall never expected that it would actually become a stepping stone for us. Li Mo looked at Yi Xinran, who was still busy outside, and felt something. But in the final analysis, it is my sister-in-law who is far-sighted and strategizing. Otherwise, we really have nothing to do with Shun Medical Hall. Would you like to write a letter and tell me about this so that I can be happy? Li Qiao suggested. Li Mo's expression immediately changed when he mentioned the old man at home. He lowered his head and thought about it and finally said, Forget it, this achievement is nothing in his eyes. Let's write a letter to our family to say that we are safe. Okay. Li Qiao quickly agreed, and then asked, Then, do you want to write a letter to Madame alone to say that you are safe? Li Mo knew what Li Qiao meant. He glared at Li Qiao and said, She is my mother's follower. How can she not know about the letter I wrote to my parents? Why bother?
Li Qiao shiga.
Everything is fine with the boss, but things in the inner house are not going as he wants. He and his wife are both stubborn. They ran away this time, and they don't know when they can reconcile. But the boss is not in a hurry, and it is useless for him, as an outsider, to be anxious. Li Qiao shook his head and went back to his own business. The matter at Shun Medical Hall came to an end, and Yi Xinran finally breathed a sigh of relief. She made an agreement with Xiao Huayan that today she would go check out the cabinets she had ordered before and order the desks for the children. Xiao Huayan watched Yi Xinran become more and more capable and felt a faint uneasiness in his heart. If his wife is so powerful, wouldn't he become a freeloader? He didn't care what others thought of him, but he was afraid that as time went by, Yi Xinran would dislike him. So when booking a table, Xiao Huayan deliberately chose a cheaper one. I don't think this one is as good as the mahogany one, Yi Xinran discussed with Xiao Huayan. But mahogany is too expensive, and I'm afraid I don't have enough money.
Xiao Huayan said.
You don't have me, Yi Xinran said without caring. The waiter in the carpentry store is also a good judge of people. Hearing the conversation between the two, he quickly said, If you two have enough budget, it is more cost-effective to buy this kind of mahogany. It can last a lifetime, and you won't need to replace it in the future. Yi Xinran is also a little stubborn in this regard. After all, it was a new house, and she wanted to replace everything in it with the best. Finally, Xiao Huayan nodded and agreed with Yi Xinran's opinion. However, on the way back, he still said what he was thinking. I don't have much money on hand, and I have spent this time on you. Yi Xinran knew that Xiao Huayan was overthinking. She smiled and said, Then you eat my food and spend my money now. You must be aware of it and pay me double in the future. From now on, you will be in charge of everything at home. Xiao Huayan said. That's fine. The days are going to be long anyway. Don't think too much about it. I don't want to wrong myself by taking care of your emotions. After all, I have money, so I want to live a better life. Don't worry, I will let you live a better life in the future. Xiao Huayan didn't like to talk about this before. But now he knows that when you are powerless, these are the only words left to say. By the way, I'll take you to the bank tomorrow to open an account, where you can store your unused money. Xiao Huayan didn't know how much money Yi Xinran had now. But looking at the sales volume of snow cream, it is only about 10,000 taels. Xiao Huayan felt a little worried about having so much money on him. Don't worry. Yi Xinran comforted him again. I keep all my money in a safe place. No one will know except me. Yi Xinran still can't completely trust Xiao Huayan, so she doesn't plan to tell him about the space yet. When Xiao Huayan heard what she said, he didn't ask further. When the two returned home, their 3 children were already waiting at the door, saying that they had good news to tell them. What's wrong? Did you memorize the book well? Sir, did you praise me? Yi Xinran looked at their little faces and guessed. It's a compliment, but it's not me who's being praised. It's my brother. Chang'an said proudly. It's Changsheng. Yi Xinran deliberately prolonged his voice. Changsheng is already very good at studying. You too must learn from your elder brother. It's not just a boast. It's even more awesome than this. Chang'an waved his little hand. Yi Xinran looked at Changsheng and signaled him with her eyes, asking him to tell him what was going on. But Changsheng refused to speak. It was Chang and who rushed to speak out. Master said, I want to recommend my eldest brother to study at Qingshan Academy. Those who can get into Qingshan Academy are very powerful people. My eldest brother is the first one in the village to enter the academy. So awesome. Yi Xinran was also surprised. She thought she would have to study with the master for a while before entering the academy, but she didn't expect this day to come so quickly. This is a great event. We have to celebrate it properly. Yi Xinran suggested. Celebrating? As soon as they heard the word celebration, the children became excited again. Chongping immediately asked, "Auntie, what should we eat to celebrate?" Shinran thought for a while. Children like to eat sweets, so why not make a steamed cake for them to eat? I have already saved half a gourd of eggs at home. Shinran took out 10 eggs and asked several children to separate the egg whites and beat the eggs into a foamy state. She herself is responsible for screening the noodles. Then pour the sifted flour, sugar, oil, etc. into the egg whites and mix evenly. Then pour the cake batter into a large basin and bake it in a pot without water. This is the first time she has made a cake this way. While roasting, looking at the crackling flames in the pit, Shinran was also very nervous. Fortunately, the cake baked in the end was very successful. The big cake is juicy, soft, and very sweet. When you take a bite, the smooth cake melts in your mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth. The 3 children were satisfied with the food. Chongqing even kept a piece of his own portion, saying that he would bring it to the master to taste tomorrow. "Master is good to you, you should think about him." Shinran said, "When you get to the academy, you won't be as comfortable as you are at home. You have to learn to take good care of yourself." "I understand, Auntie," Chang'an responded. The next day, school was on holiday. Shinran and Xiao Huaiyan drove Chongqing and his wife to Qingshan Academy in a carriage. They were both excited and nervous, but when they arrived at the gate of the academy, they unexpectedly bumped into 2 people. Qingshan Academy has a rule. Only students who pass the dean's examination can enter the academy to study. When they arrived at the gate of the academy, the master took Chongqing in to find Dean Wei. Shinran and Xiao Huaiyan stayed outside to wait for the results. They arrived early just when the students came out to have breakfast. There is also a canteen in the academy, but when everyone gets tired of eating in the cafeteria, they all like to go out and eat something else. There are 4 stalls selling food at the entrance, among which the wonton stall has the most people crowding around. The owner of the wonton stall is a plainly dressed middle-aged man. He was wearing clean clothes, with a towel around his head, and was counting wontons from the prepared food box. There are 10 in a bowl, not too big, and enough for breakfast. 7 or 8 students gathered around a temporary wooden table to eat wontons. Everyone was wearing uniform clothes. Only 2 young men seemed out of place among this group of people. The 2 of them were dressed in black and white, and looked very conspicuous. "Don't know what they're doing here." Shinran was looking around when Xiao Huaiyan asked, "There is a cellar of longan porridge over there. Let's go have a bowl." Longan porridge is a porridge made with red dates, peanuts, longan, and glutinous rice. It has sufficient ingredients and a sweet taste. They had a simple meal in the morning, just enough to drink porridge. When passing by the wonton stall, the young man in black seemed to have something in his heart and suddenly raised his head and stared at Shinran's back. He didn't look back until the 2 of them sat down. "What are you looking at?" Wei Jingyi also turned his head to look. I happened to see Xiao Huaiyan and his wife sitting down. He couldn't help but admire in his heart, what a beautiful couple. However, I have seen better-looking people before, but I have never seen Chongqing be so interested in him. Nothing. Lu Chongqing withdrew his gaze. He lowered his head and continued to eat the wontons, but he squeezed the spoon in his hand extra tightly. "Is it her? She must have been the person I saw at the door of Wei's house last time. Why does my heart beat faster every time I see her?" Lu Chongqing raised his head and looked at Shinran's profile again. "I can't help but have doubts about my own orientation. Could it be that he had never wanted to get engaged because he liked wives?" Wei Jingyi didn't pay attention, and he didn't know what crazy thoughts Lu Chongqing was sitting opposite. Shinran at the other table also felt uncomfortable. She touched her lips and looked around in confusion. Xiao Huaiyan asked hurriedly, "What's wrong?" Shinran found nothing unusual and had no choice but to shake his head. "It's nothing. Maybe it's because I'm too nervous about longevity." After finishing the wontons, Wei Jingyi asked, "The holiday given by Tianxiang Academy is almost over. What do you think? Should I stay at Qingshan Academy and study with my father, or should I go back? If we go back, we will have to set off in the next few days." Wei Jingyi wants to stay here. His mother's health has improved a lot, and his father agrees for him to stay. He thinks it is better to study here. However, if his cousin wanted to go back, he was willing to go back with him. After all, the two of them have been studying together since childhood, and their cousin can help him copy books together. Lu Chongqing had been hesitating before. Wei Jingyi thought he would use the same rhetoric this time as last time. Unexpectedly, he agreed. Then just stay. There's no point in going back to the capital anyway. That's right. It would be great to stay here. Wei Jingyi was very happy. When I was little, my dad always praised you for being smart. He will definitely be happy that you stay. Although Tianxiang Academy is good, in terms of level, my father is definitely no worse than those masters. If you stay, my aunt and the others won't object. Lu Chongqing nodded. But his eyes couldn't help but look at Yixinran again. This woman was so special, he really wanted to get to know her. Chongqing's exam went well. After Yixinran and the others finished their porridge and sat for a while, Master Xia walked out of the academy with Chongqing. Both of them had a look of pride on their faces. Yixinran already knew the result without asking. Did the dean say when you will come to report?
Yixinran asked.
Chongqing opened his eyes wide. Aunt, how did you know that the dean was willing to take me in before you even asked? If you grin wider, everyone on the road will know. Xiao Huaiyan answered for Yixinran. Then I won't laugh. Chongqing said, and smiled again. Master Xia said, Qingshan Academy recruits a new batch of students every September. The dean said that he has been asked to come and register in the past few days. Okay, if there is anything that needs to be prepared, please help Mr. Xia make a list for me. I will prepare it for him and send it over. Several people came to take advantage of the excitement and returned happily. None of the students passing by noticed them, except Lu Chongqing. Seeing several people driving away, he suddenly said to Wei Jingyi, since we want to stay and study, let's go back and tell our aunt and uncle that we will enroll in school tomorrow. Wei Jingyi, why are you so anxious? Let's play for 2 more days. But cousin, even under my father's nose, you still have to copy the books for me. Lu Chongqing was non-committal about this. It's just copying books, it's nothing to him. But since Jingyi dares to stay, he must let his father take care of him. 3 days later, Lu Chongqing and Wei Jingyi reported to the academy and became official members of the academy. 2 days after coming in, Lu Chongqing found Chongqing's figure. He remembered Chongqing as soon as he saw him that day. This little guy was assigned to the juvenile class, which was separated from them by a courtyard. It seemed that it was not easy to get familiar with him. He wanted to talk to Chongqing, but he didn't want to appear too abrupt. So when I had time, I followed him from a distance, hoping to find a chance to get to know him. Wei Jingyi soon discovered something was wrong. In the capital city before, Lu Chongqing didn't listen to what was going on outside the window. He didn't care about anyone except studying. But since entering the academy, he has always set his sights on a young man. Is there something wrong with Chongqing? So when Chongqing followed Chongqing, Wei Jingyi followed Chongqing. It forms the posture of the mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole following behind. Until one day, Wei Jingyi saw the 2 figures in front of him suddenly disappear, and he quickly caught up with them. But after turning the corner, he saw Chongqing standing in front of him with his arms crossed over the moon. Why do you always follow me? Chongqing asked. Wei Jingyi looked confused. I didn't. His explanation was incoherent. Chongqing immediately said angrily, I have discovered that someone is following me a long time ago. This is an academy, not a marketplace. What are your intentions behind following me every day? Wei Jingyi looked around, trying to find Lu Chongqing. He obviously came here with Lu Chongqing. Why did that kid disappear all of a sudden? Here Chongqing is still arguing with him. Looking at your guilty state, you must have bad intentions. If you don't say anything, then we will confront the dean and see how he will deal with it. Chongqing said, and came to pull his sleeve. This place is by the lotus pond of the academy, and there are many students passing by. Everyone saw that the two were about to quarrel, and they all stopped to watch. Wei Jingyi was just about to find an excuse to excuse himself when he heard voices coming from behind him. Junior brother, don't get me wrong. This is my cousin. He should be here to find me. The speaker was Lu Chongqing. Changsheng looked up and saw the friendly smile on the visitor's face and couldn't help but relax his vigilance. Is he really here to find you? But he's been following me for several days.
I didn't.
Just as Wei Jingyi was about to explain, Lu Chongqing interrupted him and said, he mentioned you to me before, saying that junior brother, you have a strong character and look like a talented person. He actually wants to make friends with you. I don't. Wei Jingyi was about to cry. This is all what and what. Chongqing raised his head and looked at him. Seeing that Wei Jingyi did not look like a bad person, he said, I never make friends with others, so don't follow me in the future. Chongqing said he was about to leave, but Lu Chongqing quickly stopped him. Junior brother, do you know who he is? Chongqing squinted his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. Who is he, and what does it have to do with me? He is a relative of the dean's family. If you can make friends with him. Stop talking nonsense. Chongqing interrupted Lu Chongqing. Even if he is a relative of the dean's family, Dean Wei cannot do anything for personal gain. I will not allow you to slander the dean. Chongqing stopped talking. He also knew that he was impatient. He shouldn't have said what he just said. It seems that there is no more information to be found from Chongqing. He held his hands towards Chongqing and said, excuse me. Then he pulled Wei Jingyi away. Wei Jingyi was filled with doubts. No, why?
Why?
Lu Chongqing said in a bad tone. Why do you have to befriend a kid? Just now, Lu Chongqing did not hesitate to lower his profile and even betray his brother in order to get close to Chongqing. Wei Jingyi really couldn't think of anything he could gain. Could it be that he really went down the evil path and picked up some bad habits? Don't think too much. Lu Chongqing obviously didn't want to explain to him. When you go back, don't tell your aunt either. Then you have to promise not to follow that child again. Wei Jingyi had to be more vigilant and take precautions before they happened. Of course, I will never look for him again. Lu Chongqing readily agreed. He kept his promise and never looked for Chongqing again, nor even went to the academy. Because that night, Lu Chongqing fell ill. He has suffered from heart problems since he was a child. Although he has improved a lot over the years, if his heart is not in his favor, he will inevitably suffer from heart problems. Mrs. Lung didn't expect that Lu Chongqing, who is studying well, would suddenly suffer from a heart attack. She questioned Wei Jingyi repeatedly. Although Wei Jingyi had some guesses in his mind, because he had promised his cousin before, he could only shake his head and kept saying that he didn't know. How could you not know? You hang out with him every day. You know exactly what he says and does. How could you not know? But my cousin really did nothing in the academy except studying. Wei Jingyi was helpless to explain. When Mrs. Lung heard this, she understood something else. He did nothing but study. In other words, he got sick from being tired while studying in the academy? Where is your dad? I want to ask your dad what is going on. Poor Mrs. Wei is sitting at home, and the pot comes from the sky. Wei Jingyi was also shocked. If his father knew that this was a hole he dug for him, he wouldn't know how he would deal with him in the future. Mom, my cousin has been in poor health since he was a child. Isn't it normal for him to be sick? The doctor also came to see him today. It's an old problem with heart disease. Just take medicine and take care of it. Why do you have to find out? A responsible one. Mrs. Lung finally calmed down. Jingyi was right. The top priority was to find a good doctor for Chongqing as soon as possible. Although the doctor who came today was a famous doctor from Yongshan Hall, Mrs. Lung still felt uneasy. She immediately thought of Yi Xinran. What she believes in most now is Yi Xinran. Quickly, let Manager Tong invite Missy over. Mom, it's already late today. No matter who you are, you need to rest. My cousin has taken the medicine and is no longer serious. It's better to invite him tomorrow. Mrs. Lung looked at the sky and had no choice but to agree. The child Lu Chongqing also grew up in front of her. Because he had been in poor health since childhood, Mrs. Lung always cared more about him. I exchanged letters with my sister some time ago. I thought that letting my child live here for a year and a half would be good for his health. Who would have thought that he would fall ill in such a short period of time? It's really heart-wrenching. After Lu Chongqing suffered from heart disease, he never allowed others to stay in his room. This was the case when I was in the capital. When we got here, it was still the same. Mrs. Lung was worried, so she made an appointment with Lu Chongqing to send 2 boys to guard the door. If there was no movement inside the door for 2 hours, the boys would go in and take a look. Although Lu Chongqing agreed, when the servants actually opened the door and entered, they were greeted with either vases or pillows. Why is this child, Chongqing, so different when he is sick? Mrs. Lung had no choice. The boys were all frightened. In all their years in the Wei family, they had never run such a difficult errand. Finally got to the next day. Mrs. Lung sent Steward Tong to Yunbian village early in the morning to invite Yi Xinran. Yi Xinran was discussing with Li Zheng about building a house. When she heard that Mrs. Lung was going to invite her to see a doctor, she immediately threw the drawing in her hand to Xiao Huaiyan. Ms. Lung, I will leave the building of the house to you. I will go to Lung. Madam, let's see what's going on. Manager Tong didn't understand what she said. She thought it was Mrs. Lung's condition that had relapsed. It wasn't until the carriage left the village that she figured out that it was a visiting relative of the Wei family who had a heart attack. I see. Yi Xinran finally felt relieved. I wonder who is Madam's relative? She asked casually. He is the Madam's nephew, the son of our Madam's sister's family. Master Liu has the best relationship with our young master, and Madam also loves young Master Liu very much. Madam wanted to invite Miss Yi over yesterday, but because it was too late, she asked me to come over early in the morning to invite you. Yi Xinran didn't hear what he said next. There was only one thought in her mind at this time. Mrs. Lung's sister's son? Isn't that her biological brother? The carriage quickly arrived at the gate of Wei Mansion. Steward Tong led the way and led Yi Xinran quickly to the backyard. When he walked to the door of Lu Chongqing's room, a pillow flew out from inside. The person inside was dying, but he still shouted in a low voice, I told you not to enter my room. Can't you hear me? The boys looked embarrassed. They don't want to go in either. But Madame Lung ordered her to go in and take a look if there was no movement inside. This is the duty to serve the master. Who would have thought that this young man has such a weird temper that he would lose his temper whenever someone comes in? This is different from what we promised at the beginning. Everyone saw Steward Tong coming and greeted him quickly. Tong Wanshur, look at this. Tong Jian also had a headache. This young master is indeed difficult to serve. Miss Yi is both a doctor and a guest. In the event of a collision, it would be difficult for either party to explain. Dr. Yi, please wait here for a moment while I go ask my wife to come over. Only Mrs. Lung can cure this young master. At least he could control his temper in front of Mrs. Lung. After Tong Jian finished speaking, she ran to the front yard. Yi Xinran looked inside through the open door. The room is simply furnished. Apart from the bed, there is just a desk. There are many books on the desk, and there are also half-written calligraphy and paintings that are still hanging there. At this time, there was no movement in the room. Under the gently floating bed curtain, one could see a person lying inside. Judging from the looks on the boys' faces, it seems that the people inside are not easy to deal with. She decided to listen to Manager Tong and wait here for Mrs. Lung to come. At this moment, the people in the room suddenly let out a muffled groan, as if they were very uncomfortable. At the same time, Yi Xinran's heart ached. Strange. She has always been in good health. How could this happen suddenly? Could it be because of the muffled groan I heard just now? When did her medical ethics become so high? Although she was thinking this in her heart, her feet still stepped into the room involuntarily. The man on the bed was pale, with large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His eyes were tightly closed, and his eyelashes were trembling slightly, as if he was enduring great pain. Yi Xinran could tell at a glance that this was a symptom of a heart attack. If it were delayed any longer, something serious might happen. Without saying a word, she took off her shoes and went to bed, knelt beside Lu Chongqing, took out a silver needle and pricked it quickly. The 8 silver needles were directly inserted into the acupuncture points, leaving only the tails of the needles trembling slightly. After protecting his heart, Yi Xinran took out the heart muscle pills he had made for Chang'an before, pried open Lu Chongqing's mouth, and stuffed it into him. Water! She shouted outside. The boys didn't dare to neglect, so they came in quickly and poured a glass of warm water. Yi Xinran brought the warm water close to Lu Chongqing's mouth, opened his mouth and let him drink a little. Only then did Yi Xinran breathe a sigh of relief. The boys were frightened. Seeing that Yi Xinran was actually on Lu Chongqing's bed, they kindly reminded him, "Girl, Mr. Lu is unstable when he is sick. Otherwise, you should stay away from the bed." Seeing that Lu Chongqing was fine, Yi Xinran responded with relief. "Okay." She got up and got out of bed, and as soon as she took a step, she felt like there was some resistance behind her. When she looked back, it turned out that the hem of her skirt was being grabbed by someone's hand. Yi Xinran reached out to pull the hem of her skirt, but heard Lu Chongqing say, "Don't leave." "Don't leave?" Yi Xinran turned to look at him, but Lu Chongqing still had his eyes closed and his brows furrowed, as if he was having a bad dream.
This.
Yi Xinran didn't know whether to leave or stay for a while. The boy who was closest also heard Lu Chongqing's words of "don't leave." He looked at Yi Xinran in disbelief and repeated in an almost trembling voice, "Did Master Lu just say not to leave? Did I hear you correctly?"
Yeah. You will not noted.
"Really?" The boy waiting outside also became excited. This is really strange. There were 2 doctors who came before, but they both left immediately after finishing the consultation, and it was only in the presence of his wife that Master Lu allowed the doctor to enter the room. Why is it that once divine Dr. Yi comes, it's time to leave? Yi Xinran was worried about waking Lu Chongqing, so she said to the boy, "Please help me move a chair. I will sit here." Before the boy could recover from the shock, he brought the chair as ordered and then left again. When Mrs. Lung arrived, she saw Yi Xinran sitting on the chair next to the bed. Lu Chongqing was fast asleep on the bed, still clutching the hem of her skirt in his hands. Mrs. Lung and Tong Jian looked at each other. Neither of them expected this scene to happen. Mrs. Lung walked up to the house, not daring to speak loudly. She only signaled Yi Xinran with her eyes. Yi Xinran nodded and gave her a reassuring look. Mrs. Lung was relieved. "I'm scared to death." She stroked her crotch and whispered, "I knew Miss Yi must have something to do." Even though her voice was very soft, Lu Chongqing still opened his eyes on the bed. He looked at Mrs. Lung, who was speaking, and then turned to look at Yi Xinran. At the same time, he also noticed the corner of clothes he was holding in his hands. He unclenched his fist, as if nothing happened, and said to Yi Xinran, "Thank you, doctor. It doesn't matter." Yi Xinran stood up. "You lie down on your back first, and I will take out the silver needle from your body." Yi Xinran came closer, knelt on the edge of the bed with one leg, reached over his head, and took out the silver needles one by one. Lu Chongqing looked at her snow-white skin and the faint blood vessels on her neck, and suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling. This feeling has never happened before. It's not the love between a man and a woman. It's just a simple desire to get closer, as if getting closer will make you feel more at ease. Thinking like this, his head leaned towards Yi Xinran unconsciously. "This heart disease of yours must be an old problem. It may relapse if you don't pay attention. If you have heart palpitations or shortness of breath on weekdays, you must be careful." After Yi Xinran took out the needle, he did not forget to warn him. Lu Chongqing nodded slightly. "Can the doctor come often to help me?" he asked. Yi Xinran stretched out her hand to tuck him in the quilt. "I have medicine for heart disease here. I prepared it for the children at home. I will share some with you later."
Oh.
Lu Chongqing lowered his eyebrows, disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he heard Yi Xinran continue to say, "But your situation is more complicated. I need to see you a few more times to determine whether you can be cured by using this medicine. I will tentatively schedule it once every 7 days."
Bar.
"Real?" Lu Chongqing showed a smile. "This is a problem I brought in my mother's, and the situation is indeed complicated. It's rare to meet a miracle doctor like you. You have to take a good look at me." "Mrs. Lung." "Chongqing, when did you learn to be so polite to the doctor?" The 2 doctors who came before did not have this attitude. How did Mrs. Lung know that this opportunity for medical treatment was planned by Lu Chongqing himself? The first time he met Yi Xinran, Lu Chongqing heard that she came to the mansion to treat her aunt. Later, after asking twice, He found out that his aunt liked Miss Yi very much and was full of praise for her medical skills. Lu Chongqing kept waiting for when his aunt would call Miss Yi over for a consultation, but after waiting for a long time, his aunt never called the doctor and Miss Yi never came. It happened that at this time, he saw Yi Xinran again at the entrance of the academy, so he set his sights on Chongsheng. He wanted to know more about this Miss Yi through Chongsheng. I want to understand why I feel differently about her. It's a pity that Chongsheng is very smart and not good at tricks. Lu Chongqing spent a long time but failed to find an opportunity and was misunderstood by Chongsheng. Therefore, Lu Chongqing returned to the method of medical treatment. He was used to keeping everything in his heart, and he didn't want his aunt and uncle to know about it. Now that his aunt is well, he can get sick on his own. So he deliberately took a cold shower and opened the window while sleeping. Sure enough, the next day, his useless body fell ill again. Hearing his aunt's question, Lu Chongqing curled his lips and explained, "Aunt, I have always known etiquette. It's just that when I have a heart attack, I feel really sad, and my temper will inevitably get worse." His words were also explained to Yi Xinran. He's not a who doesn't know etiquette. Mrs. Lung laughed when she heard this. Yes, our minister knows etiquette best. At this time, the maid brought 200 taels of silver notes and handed them to Yi Xinran, but Yi Xinran quickly refused. "Mrs. Lung, we don't need so much. The doctor only pays 1 or 2 taels for consultation. You give so much every time, and I deserve it." Mrs. Lung smiled. "How can you compare with those doctors outside? Your medical skills are so high you are worth the money. Take it quickly. As long as you can come every time, I will be happy to see you." In fact, Mrs. Lung had wanted Yi Xinran to come over for a long time, but her health was getting better day by day, and Yi Xinran was busy doing business, so she was too embarrassed to disturb others. "If Madam wants to see me, just send someone to call me. If I am free, I will come over." Yi Xinran said. "Aunt, I think you should give Miss Yi more money." Lu Chongqing spoke from the bed. "If Miss Yi hadn't saved me just now, I might not be able to see the sun tomorrow." "You kid, what are you talking nonsense about? How could my aunt let anything happen to you here?" Mrs. Lung said angrily. After saying that, she changed her attitude again. "But it's appropriate to give me more silver. Zhu, go and get another 300 taels of silver from the account." Yi Xinran waved her hands repeatedly. "No, that's enough. If Madam wants to give it, let's do it next time." Since seeing the identification results last time and knowing that Mrs. Lung and herself were actually relatives, Yi Xinran's mentality has been different from before. Blood relationship is a very magical bond. No wonder she and Mrs. Lung are so close to each other. It turns out that everything happens for a reason. She looked at Mrs. Lung and then at Lu Chongqing on the bed. In fact, Lu Chongqing looks somewhat similar to her. Both of them should have inherited their mother's advantages, with beautiful eyes and high-nose bridge. It's just that Lu Chongqing is more heroic. "Aunt, I would like to ask Miss Yi to help me see a doctor from now on," Lu Chongqing said. "You think well." Mrs. Lung teased him. "If you stay here, of course there will be no problem. When you return to the capital, will you still come to me to see a doctor? Miss Yi can also come to the capital with me." Lu Chongqing thought for a while and said, "I'm afraid this won't work." Mrs. Lung quickly interrupted him. "Miss Yi is married. Her husband-in-law and children are here, so why would they go to the capital?" She tried to get Lu Chongqing to give up this idea as soon as possible, because she knew that Chongqing was a bit stubborn kid. Ever since he was little, he would always try his best to achieve whatever he wanted or accomplish no matter what method he used or how many twists and turns he went through. "Getting married doesn't mean breaking your leg," Lu Chongqing said lightly. "Besides, even if you break your leg, you can still go by car. What's more, it's just a wedding, so the whole family can go there together." Mrs. Lung was a little embarrassed. She looked at Yi Xinran with an apologetic look. "Chongqing is not very good at talking, so don't pay too much attention." Yi Xinran stared at Lu Chongqing and thought to herself, "Why did a child who was fine just now suddenly become sickly?" She smiled gently. "You're right. You can still ride in the car if you break your leg, but if your heart stops, you won't survive. This is simply a threat. Ever since he was young, Chongqing has never been afraid of threats from anyone. But he didn't know if it was the suppression from his bloodline. Looking at Yi Xinran's smiling face, he suddenly felt a little scared. He felt that Yi Xinran was not a threat and that she could really do it. I'm just saying whatever. He really hoped that Yi Xinran could stay with him, even if her whole family came together. As long as you can be closer to yourself, that's fine. Miss Yi still has a way to cure him. He's a kid who always says strange things. Seeing that neither of them were angry, Mrs. Lung smiled and tried to smooth things over. She looked at the two of them, and then suddenly said, I always said that Miss Yi and my sister look somewhat similar, but now I see that Miss Yi and Chongqing are also very similar, especially the eyes and nose. It was better not to say this. After saying it, she felt that the two of them looked more and more alike. Even a maid next to Mrs. Lung said, Madam is right. Mr. Liu and Miss Yi are really similar. Those who don't know may think they are siblings. Brother and sister? Mrs. Lung was suddenly stunned when she heard this. Yes. Why had she never thought about it before? These two children look so similar. Why can't they be siblings? But if they are siblings, who is Lu Zi in Beijing? Could it be? Suddenly, she had a terrible idea. She looked at Yi Xinran. Her voice was trembling. Miss Yi, do you know when your birthday is? She asked carefully, with some hope in her heart. Lu Chongqing, who was lying on the bed, suddenly realized something when he heard this. He suddenly looked up at Yi Xinran. The strange feeling in my heart seemed to have finally found a reasonable explanation. The next moment, he heard Yi Xinran say, Why do you ask me about this, madam? But my birthday is easy to remember. It is August 16th, which happens to be the second day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. August 16th? It's really August 16th. Madame Lung and Lu Chongqing glanced at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Finally, Lu Chongqing said, What a coincidence. My birthday is also August 16th. What a coincidence. Yi Xinran said it was a coincidence, but she didn't feel surprised at all in her heart. Twins, their birthdays must be on the same day. Madame Lung reached out and covered Yu Xiong's mouth. The thrill of discovering the truth made her almost breathless. How could such a thing happen? How could the children of their Lung family live outside? Miss Yi, your parents. Forget it. Wait, we have to wait a few more days. Mrs. Lung was a little incoherent. She wanted to tell Yi Xinran her guess, but if there was any misunderstanding, wouldn't the child Xinran be hurt? She decided to write to her sister first and see what she said. Miss Yi, I'm sorry to trouble you these days. If it's convenient, can you come over and check on Chongqing every 3 days? Mrs. Lung saw that Lu Chongqing liked Yi Xinran, and she also wanted to have more contact with the two children. This suggestion is very much in line with Lu Chongqing's wishes. He also said, I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Yi. Okay, since you're worried, then I will come here once every 3 days. Yi Xinran agreed. However, Mr. Lu's illness has been going on for a long time. It cannot be cured in a short time. It requires long-term observation. No problem, as long as it can be cured, it doesn't matter how long it takes. Mrs. Lung had mixed feelings in her heart. After Yi Xinran stood up to say goodbye, she turned to look at Lu Chongqing, wanting to say something but not knowing how to say it. In the end, it was Lu Chongqing who said first, Annie, this Miss Yi is my sister, right? Mrs. Lung finally spoke. You think so too? I thought she looked familiar the first time I saw her, but I never dared to think about it. But how can there be so many coincidences in the world? Auntie, you judge by looks, but I don't judge by looks. Lu Chongqing interrupted her. How is that? Mrs. Lung asked. It's based on feeling. Lu Chongqing's eyes were empty, and his thoughts had drifted to the day when the two met for the first time. When I first met her, I felt that this person was very special, and I wanted to get to know her and get close to her. I have never had this feeling with anyone else. This other person reminded Madame Lung of Lu Zi. Lu Chongqing and Lu Zi are twins and should have been the closest people. But since he was a baby, Lu Chongqing has been very repulsive to Lu Zi. Not only did he punch and kick her, he also cried loudly when his sister hugged Lu Ziyi. At that time, everyone thought it was a child who was ignorant. Her sister also complained to her many times, saying that her two children were simply enemies in the previous life. Later, because Lu Chongqing had a heart disease, in order to prevent him from being irritated, her sister moved Lu Ziyi to another yard to raise him. He could only sneak over to see his daughter when Lu Chongqing was asleep or when he went out to play. Because of this incident, Mrs. Lung always felt ashamed of her daughter, so when her daughter grew up, she was not close to her. Mrs. Lung thought it was her own fault. In order to make up for Lu Ziyi, Mr. Lu and his sister responded to her requests. Even Lung Qingxin, the aunt, felt that they had spoiled Lu Ziyi too much. I'll write to your mother later and ask her what happened that year. I also have to check on Yi Xinran's parents to see what they do. Mrs. Lung said. No matter what happened back then, Yi Xinran must be my sister. Lu Chongqing said affirmatively. Yi Xinran was his sister. This knowledge made Lu Chongqing a little happy and a little relieved. It turned out that it was because of this that he had a different kind of feeling for Yi Xinran. It turns out that he doesn't like married women, he just likes Yi Xinran. He didn't know whether the medicine he had just taken had an effect or whether this knowledge made him feel better. Lu Chongqing felt that he had never been as comfortable as he was now. It seemed as if the illness that had tortured him for more than 10 years had left him. He then suggested, "Aunt, in addition to her parents, check out my sister's current husband-in-law. When I saw him last time, I felt that he did not look like an ordinary hunter. I want to see who he is. He actually married my sister." Mrs. Lung looked at his expression and said quickly, "You are not allowed to mess around. I heard Xinran say before that she and her husband-in-law have a very good relationship. It doesn't matter if he is an ordinary hunter. As long as your sister likes it, that's enough." "Aunt, where are you thinking?" Lu Chongqing said, "I won't look down on him because he is a hunter. As long as he is good to my sister, it doesn't matter what he is. But if he is not good to my sister, let alone a hunter, even a prince will not do it." Okay, I will find someone to ask about this." Mrs. Lung agreed. A few days later, Mrs. Lung's servants sent the news they had learned. It turned out that Yi Xinran's father, Yi Desheng, was an ordinary villager. Then he hooked up with someone and suddenly started a business. After making money, he donated a salary. After that, everything went smoothly, and he lived a good life for more than 10 years. As for what happened in the past, it is impossible to find out because it is so old. The servant reported the news to Madame Lung, who just sighed. It seems that we still have to wait for news from the capital. Mrs. Lung's letter is still on the way, but Magistrate Xiao's letter has arrived in the capital. Lord Lu looked at the situation described by County Magistrate Xiao in the letter and couldn't help but frown. This Yi Desheng really fails to accomplish anything and fails more than anything else. I can't raise a girl well. I've wasted so much money over the years. I might as well have cut the knot with a quick knife. If he hadn't been afraid that his wife would notice something was wrong, he would never have left such a disaster. Now that even Magistrate Xiao has noticed something is wrong, this matter can no longer be delayed. Thinking of this, Lord Lu shouted, "Sizu!" A man dressed in black suddenly walked out from a hidden corner. "What are your orders, master?" "Go to Yunbian village quickly and deal with Yi Desheng's family of 5. Remember, do it crisply and without raising suspicion." "Yes." After receiving the order, Suzaku immediately hid his figure. Mrs. Lung Qingyu of the Ho Mansion had just finished calculating the accounts for this month. She was passing by the study and happened to see Mr. Ho standing there, so she walked in. "Why are you standing here, Lord Marquis? Are you tired?" "I asked the maid to prepare bird's nest soup." "No need to bother." Mr. Lu said, "I'm going to have dinner with Lord Zhou tonight." "Why are you going out to eat again?" Mrs. Lung said angrily. "Drink less and come back early." "I know." The Marquis smiled and took his wife's hand. "If it's late, I will stay in the study, and my wife doesn't have to wait for me." The Marquis took his wife to sit down and put the letter on the desk. Mrs. Lung saw that there seemed to be a cloud character on the letter, and she asked casually, "Is it a letter from Yuntong County?" It seems that they haven't received a letter for a long time. How is the Yi family doing now? Lord Lu looked stunned for a moment. He seemed to accidentally stuff the letter under a pile of letter paper and then said, "It's a letter from the shopkeeper over there, saying that there's been a drought in Yuntong County recently, and business is not doing well. There have always been natural disasters in the past few years, and it is always difficult to do business. If the Yi family has any difficulties, we will help." Mr. Lu frowned. After all these years, Madam is still thinking about the Yi family. When I gave birth, if it weren't for the help of the Yi family, the lives of my 2 children and I might not have been saved. After all, it was a life-saving grace. What's more, both Chongqing and Zi have eaten Mrs. Ye's milk. It's just a matter of raising our hands for us to help. I understand. Grandpa Lu nodded. Madam is just too kind. Although the Yi family helped us in the beginning, they've been doing business with the Lu family over the years and have earned money that they will not be able to earn for several lifetimes. We can be considered as benevolent and righteous. Right. Lung Qingyu seemed to have remembered something and asked, "How is the marriage between that child of the Yi family and the Qiao family?" When the magistrate of Qiao County saw that you were married to the Yi family, they should be married now, right? Mr. Ho pondered for a moment and said, "I mentioned this matter to Qiao Jingshan. He said that the Yi family suddenly repented of their marriage and exchanged the bride for another daughter of the Yi family. The Qiao family did not agree, so the marriage was stopped." "How so?" Mrs. Lung was confused. "Well, Qiao Jingshan, why did the Yi family suddenly need to change people? I didn't go into details." Mr. Lu suddenly regretted it. He shouldn't tell the truth. In order to dispel his wife's doubts, he continued, "After so many years, we don't know what happened in the meantime. Besides, we can't even decide the marriage of our own children. It's better not to get too involved in the marriage of other people's children." Preliminary. Lung Qingyu felt that Mr. Ho was right. But I still couldn't help but sigh. I don't know why I always miss that child of the Yi family. Maybe it's because she is the same age as Zi. Every time I see Zi, I can't help but think of her. That's enough. The Marquis suddenly got angry. "After so many years, it's time for you to let it go. Your daughter is with you every day, but you say such words. What do you want her daughter to think?" Mrs. Lung was stunned. "It's my fault. I'll try not to think about it in the future." The Marquis immediately softened his expression and said, he held his wife's hand again, "I just lost my temper. You are not in good health to begin with, so don't worry about other people's children." Mrs. Lung nodded in agreement. "Mother." The atmosphere between the two was a bit awkward, and Lu Zi just walked in from outside. "Mom, I have checked the accounts of Cloth Village, but I still feel unsure." "Mom, please help me take a look and see if my calculations are correct." Mrs. Lung smiled when she saw her daughter. "Take the account book and go to my room to read it." "Okay, Mother." Lu Zi took Ling Qingyu's arm and helped her out of the study very affectionately. Before leaving the house, she turned around and saw her father nodding toward her. Her daughter was so sensible and knew how to share her worries. Mrs. Lung felt that she had indeed done something wrong. She should spend more time on her daughter and not think about anything else. She flipped through the ledger, marked out the miscalculations, and then said, "Uncle is in charge of Bourgeois's business. If you don't understand anything, you can ask him at any time. When you get to know everything, your mother will transfer the cloth shop to your name. No matter who you marry in the future, you will be confident with the business of the cloth shop." Lu Zi was a little flattered. "Mom, this cloth shop is our family's biggest business. Can you really trust me to leave it to me? If Chongqing finds out, will you lose your temper again?" Lung Qingyu patted Lu Zi's hand. What kind of temper did he lose? "Your father is right. Chongqing's body is indeed not suitable for business. Mother will save a sum of money for him to ensure that he will have no worries about food and clothing in the future." Mom is still thoughtful. Lu Zi rested his head on Lung Qingyu's shoulder. "If my brother has any difficulties in the future, I won't just ignore him. Fortunately, you're here." Mrs. Lung felt reassured. She used to feel that Zi was too sensible and would never act coquettishly with her. Now it seems that fortunately she is sensible, and she can feel at ease. However, she is still a little concerned about the situation in Yuntong County. After Lu Zi left, Mrs. Lung came to the study and wanted to take out the letter and read it. Unexpectedly, she flipped through the pages and couldn't find the letter from Yuntong County. Could it be that Mr. Ho put it away alone? But why should he put it away? Lung Qingyu was confused. Yuntong County. Yongle Hall's business is getting better and better, and it is becoming more and more famous. However, it is still not as good as Shun Medical Hall. Although the last incident damaged the reputation of Shun Medical Hall, after all, his family has been established for so many years and will not be destroyed all at once. Recently, his family said it was selling double-star tea at half price in order to do something practical for the people of Yuntong County, which made everyone's impression of them much better. Boss, do you think what Miss Yi told us a few days ago can be accomplished? After Li Qiao finished calculating, he couldn't help but ask Li Modeo. Are you talking about herbal tea? Li Mo took a slow sip of tea.
Li Qiao nudda.
Li Mo put down the teacup. I think it can work. Didn't you drink it too? The taste of herbal tea is the same as that of double-star tea. After drinking it, it can also produce fluid, quench thirst, eliminate food, and stimulate appetite. It is brewed and sold now, which makes me a little unsure. Li Qiao, I have calculated that according to Miss Yi, the cost of a pair of herbal tea is 300 cents, but after boiling, one pot can yield 200 portions, and one portion costs 10 cents, which is 2 taels of silver. The profit is still considerable, but I don't know how much I can sell in a day. Don't think about it. It's useless to think about it. Since my sister-in-law said it can be done, let's give it a try. Even if it doesn't work, there's not much loss. After the two discussed it, they finally made up their minds. The next day, Yi Xinran came to Yongle Hall early. Not only did people come, but they also brought a cart full of bamboo cups. Sister-in-law, is this the bamboo cup you're talking about? Li Mo picked up one and looked at it carefully. This bamboo cup is actually made of bamboo tubes. Fine bamboos of similar thickness and saw them into similar lengths to make individual cups. Interestingly, each cup comes with a lid. Later, Yi Xinran asked someone to move a basket of cut reed poles from the car. Sister-in-law, I know this cup, but what is this reed pole used for? Li Mo felt that he was well informed, but the things Yi Xinran tinkered with were really weird. It's a straw. It's for drinking water. Yi Xinran put a reed rod into the cup and made a motion to absorb water. How can it be like this?
Li Montag was surprised.
Yi Xinran answered, of course. Soon, she taught everyone how to use the bamboo cup, and the cool drinks she cooked were already allowed to cool. Yi Xinran directed the store clerk to fill 20 glasses and place them on the table as soon as he entered the door. Refreshing drink, refreshing drink, refreshing drink that clears away heat and relieves summer heat. Take a sip to feel refreshed and have endless aftertaste. For 10 cents a cup, you can't suffer loss, and for 10 cents a cup, you can't be fooled. For 10 cents a cup, you'll feel relaxed and happy all day long. The waiter read out the advertisement written by Yi Xinran and became very proficient after reading it twice. Passers-by were really attracted by the shouting. They all crowded at the door and asked, "Shopkeeper, what is this?" "This is our special refreshing drink. It can clear away heat and stimulate appetite. Do you want a drink?" The waiter greeted the guests enthusiastically. 10 cents a cup? No, it's too expensive. The big bowl of tea at the intersection only costs 3 cents. Passers-by waved their hands repeatedly. Can it be the same? Li Qiao said immediately. The big bowl of tea contains tea leaves, and our cup contains medicinal materials that can relieve heat and regulate qi. It can clear away heat, relieve heat, strengthen the body, and is convenient to drink. It's just a cup that you can drink from while walking. Afraid of inconvenience? It doesn't matter. We also prepared reeds here. No, we prepared a straw, inserted the tube into the hole on the lid, and then the refreshing drink was out. Everyone watching Li Qiao's demonstration was attracted by his straw. Can you still play like this?
Who came up with this?
I have seen bamboo and reeds, but I never thought they could be used together like this. Okay, let me give it a try. It's only 10 cents. Shopkeeper, give me a drink. Curious people have already started shelling out money. When they took the refreshing drink into their hands, they were really stunned by its taste. It tastes really good. What's the point of drinking it? Sugar water is delicious. 10 cents is too expensive. This is not sugar water. It tastes similar to the double star tea I drank before. Can it really be compared with double star tea? Not bad at all. Shopkeeper, give me a drink, too. For a time, there were many people paying for refreshing drinks. Li Qiao was so happy that he thought Yongle Hall had produced another magic medicine. He also discussed with Yi Xinran to prepare more cups. Unexpectedly, 2 days later, fewer people came to buy refreshing drinks. At first, there were a lot of people joining in the fun, but after 2 days, everyone lost the novelty, and not so many people bought it.
Yi Xinran said.
Then what should we do? Li Qiao nodded. The people who came here have already told them about the medicinal properties of our refreshing drink, but they don't like to hear it if I tell them too much. Yi Xinran pondered for a moment. Maybe the customer base is wrong. Most pedestrians on the street pass by in a hurry. After drinking once, they may not drink a second time. We can find a fixed group and let them drink refreshing drinks. The good thing is that it can be spread by word of mouth. Who is it? Li Qiao asked. It's not for the purpose of curing diseases. How can anyone drink the same thing every day? Go to the entrance of Qingshan Academy and try.
Yi Xinran suggested.
Li Qiao suddenly became enlightened when he heard this proposal. Yes, those students are at the academy every day. Even if they go out, they won't go too far. Moreover, they have money in their hands. It shouldn't be difficult for them to do business. He did what he said. At noon, Li Qiao personally took people to the entrance of the academy to sell refreshing drinks. As the manager of a medical clinic, he could have avoided doing these things. But after being a doctor for so many years, he still feels that business like this is enough to do business now. This new exploration is really interesting. The actual situation did not disappoint him. During the lunch break, the students came out for a walk in 2s and 3s. If one person bought something, the others would follow suit. The 30 refreshing drinks I brought over were quickly bought by them. In the end, there were still 5 people who didn't get the drink, so we made an appointment to deliver it the next day. They all praise you. After Li Qiao finished explaining the sales situation, he said to Yi Xinran, "What do you praise me for?" Those students all said that someone who could have such a sophisticated mind and come up with such a clever trick must be a very smart person. Thank you.
예빈란 시밀렛.
Nothing, not at all. I think they didn't praise her enough. Madame Yi is not only smart, but also has high medical skills and good business skills. She is really extraordinary. Does your boss know that you are so good at flattering? Yi Xinran looked at Li Qiao. Go and prepare the medicinal materials for tomorrow's refreshing drink. Okay, I'll go right away. Li Qiao immediately went to make arrangements happily. Yi Xinran was not being polite, and she did not come up with these things out of thin air. She just misappropriated some of them after seeing the prosperity of later generations. The recipe for the refreshing drink this time was given to Yongle Hall by Yi Xinran. Because the snow cream made a lot of money, this recipe was considered an extra bonus. As for the cups and reed poles, Yi Xinran asked the villagers to make them. Li Mo pays 2 cents for a bamboo cup and a straw. It was easy to get things, and it didn't take much effort to process, which made Li Zheng very happy. This year, no matter the season, Yi Xinran suddenly found such a job for the villagers. It was really a happy event for them. It will not delay the work in the fields, and it can also subsidize the family income. It would be better if the amount is more. Everything is going according to plan. Everything is going in the right direction. Over in the capital, Leng Qingyu finally received his sister's letter. She read the letter from beginning to end, and after reading it, she specifically looked at the signature on the letter. After checking the handwriting, she finally believed that the letter was really written by her sister Leng Qingxin. Mrs. Leng was in a daze. Is my sister's health getting worse? How else could she have such a hallucination? I have a pair of children who have been raised by my side since childhood. How could there be another daughter in Yuntong County? But the beginning of the letter clearly stated that her health was getting better and better. Are there really people who look like that in the world? Mrs. Leng read the letter again. After reading it, her fingers suddenly trembled. The letter said that Changqing hoped that the girl would always be by his side. Ever since he was a child, Chongqing has never expressed this kind of closeness to others. Not even his sister had. I have to go see that girl, Mrs. Lung thought to herself. Lung Qingyu had never been out much in his life. The only time he traveled far away was when he accompanied the Marquis to Tianchong Mansion on business shortly after his marriage. I originally thought I would be able to return to the capital in 2 months, but unexpectedly, the Marquis encountered difficulties on his errand. They traveled around Tianchong Mansion. Lung Qingyu even wrote letters home, using the Lung family's huge network. Half a year later, something happened. Only then did the results finally come, and Lung Qingyu was about to give birth at this time. The Marquis hoped to return to the capital before his wife gave birth. Although Lung Qingyu disagreed, he still agreed with the Marquis' idea of rushing. As a result, when he arrived at a remote village in Yuntong County, Lung Qingyu suffered a sudden stomach attack, and the Marquis had no choice but to seek help from a nearby farmer. It just so happened that it was windy and rainy that day, so it was not easy to invite a stable woman. But the wife of the Yi family who they were staying at also happened to be giving birth and had hired a midwife long ago. The birth of twins was very dangerous, but thanks to Mrs. Wen's experience, she was able to save the lives of mother and son. Mrs. Lung was very grateful. She immediately rewarded Wen and the Yi family with a large sum of money. During the next few days of recuperation, Mrs. Lung had no milk, and Mrs. Ye's wife still breastfed the 2 children with her own milk. Although Lung Qingyu had paid enough money, the life-saving grace should be repaid with a gushing spring, and the Zhou family's little daughter was particularly fond of Lung Qingyu. After returning to Beijing, Lung Qingyu wrote a letter to the manager of Tianchong Mansion Shop, asking him to go to the village to find Yi Deshang and take him to do some business with him. For Lung Qingyu, this kind of thing is just a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, Yi Deshang is also quite capable. He actually made a fortune by relying on this relationship and even became a member. Their relationship should have ended here. The Yi family has lived a wealthy life, and Mrs. Lung's kindness has finally been repaid. But Yi Deshang was afraid that Mrs. Lung would no longer support him, so he often sent letters to Beijing. The one mentioned most in the letter was his daughter. Yi Deshang knew that Lung Qingyu liked this child, so he always deliberately mentioned it and talked about the child's condition. After Mrs. Lung wrote back and asked, Yi Deshang took Mrs. Lung's reply and went to the store to ask for some benefits. The shopkeeper didn't know the depth of it, but looking at the frequently exchanged letters, he judged that Yi Deshang had an extraordinary relationship with his master. In addition, it was the boss who took the initiative to support Yi Deshang, and the shopkeeper did not dare to offend him. Every time Yi Deshang bought goods, he would give him the lowest price. For the Lung family, it is normal for such a large cloth clothing business to have several losses and bad debts. Therefore, over the years, if those above were not held accountable, those below would also form a habit, which gave Yi Deshang a lot of benefits. Although Yi Deshang and his wife took advantage of Yi Xinran, they knew in their hearts that this child must not see the light of day. Once Lung Qingyu knows the truth of the matter, everything they have now will come to nothing. Therefore, they did not dare to let Yi Xinran die, nor did they dare to let her live a good life. They tortured and abused Yi Xinran, hoping to turn her into a handful of mud in the lotus pond. In this way, even if Mrs. Lung saw her again, she would never recognize her true identity. And Mrs. Lung didn't know about all this. What she wants now is to see the girl her sister mentioned, and then meet the daughter of the Yi family by the way. Anyway, Chongqing is also there, so this time I just want to relax. She thought that the Marquis would definitely agree to her going out, but she didn't expect that when the matter was brought up during dinner, the Marquis refused without even thinking about it. Qingyu, it's my fault. I have been saying that I would take you out all these years, but you have been busy with official duties. You are so weak. How can I safely let you go to Yuntong County alone? The Marquis looked worried. Lung Qingyu knew that Mr. Ho was concerned about him, so he explained with a smile. I'm not going alone. There are housekeepers, Chunhua Chuyue and others. We are not in a hurry, and will stay at the inn early in the evening. When we get there, we will stay at Qingxin's house. Mr. Ho doesn't have to worry at all. You make it easy for me. Once you go out, I can't even sleep well." The Marquis seemed really worried and didn't even eat. "But I really want to go." Ching Xian said that there is a miracle doctor over there who has very good medical skills and can help me take a look at my body. Lung Qingyu discussed in a low voice. "You." The Marquis patted the back of his wife's hand lovingly. "In this case, you wait for me for a few more days, and when I finish what I am doing, I will go there with you." "Didn't Chongqing stay at Qingshan Academy? I happened to go over and ask about him." Lung Qingyu shook his head when he heard this. "If both of us leave, wouldn't Zi be the only one in the house? Zi is still young, so there is no reason to leave her daughter at home alone. Then let Zi come with us." The Marquis seemed to have made up his mind. Zi has never been to Yuntang County, so it would be nice to let her go and have a look. Oh well. Mrs. Lung had no choice but to agree. "Over the years, my health has gotten worse and worse, and it seems that I have been causing trouble to the Marquis. Fortunately, the Marquis is devoted to him, and he has not even had a roommate in these years." Mrs. Lung always felt that she was owed something, so she always relied on the Marquis's opinion on other matters. "Then I've been urging Zi to get familiar with the business of bourgeois in the past 2 days. This kid is smart and looks a lot like you. She doesn't look like me, but she looks more like Madam." Lord Lu said nice words and accompanied his wife to rest early. Mrs. Lung was in low spirits and fell asleep quickly. But the Marquis could not sleep. He was thinking, 5 days, he still needs 5 days. Suzaku has been walking for 2 days. According to his footsteps, he can reach Yuntang County in 1 day. Yi Dasheng's family has 5 days, which is enough for Suzaku to deal with it. He delayed a little longer and set off in 5 days. By the time he arrived in Yuntang County, Suzaku had already dealt with it completely. Even if Lung Qingyu wanted to investigate, he would not be able to investigate. As for miracle doctors or anything like that, Mr. Ho didn't believe it at all. "My wife has been suffering from this disease for more than 10 years, and no doctor in the county can cure it." But even though he knew it couldn't be cured, he still had to go this time. He couldn't use the excuse that he didn't care about his wife's health and didn't take her to see a doctor. Their couple will always be a favorite among people in the capital. In the future, even if the wife is gone, he will still be a good husband in the eyes of others and the best son-in-law of the Lung family. At least, better than that Wei Jingji. In the darkness, Mr. Lu curled up his lips. In order to show his concern for Lung Qingxin, Wei Jingji resigned from his official position and went to teach in a small Yuntang county. Did he think he could defeat himself by doing this? Unfortunately, from the moment he left the capital, he was destined to lose. The Lung family is one of the 7 wealthy businessmen in Dalian. Mr. Lung started out as a street vendor and has continued his business beyond the customs. He is also considered a legend among people. Lung Qianxiu and his wife were a loving couple, and they only had 2 daughters. After their 2 daughters had hairpins, many wealthy families in Beijing flocked to it and wanted their sons to be the son-in-law of the Lung family. But Mr. Lung saw clearly. In Dalian, marrying a girl from a high family and marrying a woman from a low family is a long-term solution. If you find an unreliable son-in-law, your daughter will suffer in the end. It's not like Mr. Lung has never seen some sons-in-law who appear to be honest, but within a year after the woman's death, they begin to reveal their true colors secretly, taking in brides, raising concubines, and competing for family property. Snatching heirs. Going from poverty to riches from nothing will make a person greedy. Therefore, Mr. Lung was determined not to recruit a son-in-law, but let his daughters choose their favorite candidates. The status of merchants in Dalian was no lower than that of scholars. In the end, Lung Qingyu married into the Ho family, and Lung Qingxin also married the top scholar in the new field. The eldest daughter is good at business, so Lung Qianxiu slowly handed over part of the family business to her. The second daughter was in poor health, and the husband was a noble scholar, so the old man gave them more space in the shop so that they could live comfortably just by collecting rent. Both sons-in-law are good, and the old man is very happy. He thought that since his children were well off, he didn't need to worry about it, but he didn't know that someone was thinking about the coffin book he kept for his old age. Yuntang County. The students of Qingshan Academy have been drinking refreshing drinks these days. It costs 10 cents a cup and has a sweet and sour taste. After drinking it, I no longer feel sleepy in the afternoon, and even the bad breath is gone. Is there really Chinese medicine in this refreshing drink? While drinking cool drinks together, someone asked a classmate. Definitely, I can taste the jujube seeds and licorice after drinking it. The double star tea from Shun Yitang tastes similar to this, but it doesn't have the sweet aftertaste. Someone else said, yes, my mother makes me double star tea every time I go home. Now that you tell me, I think it tastes very similar. And the medicinal effects of double star tea are similar to this. Didn't you listen? The waiter said that this is also a prescription for clearing away heat and refreshing the mind. In fact, it has about the same effect as double star tea. Then I will go back and tell my mother during this vacation that she will never buy double star tea again, but this refreshing drink. I still like this taste better. I don't need it. Anyway, I can drink it every day in the academy. I won't drink it after I get home. Don't tell me, this Yonghua Hall really knows how to pack the concoction in a bamboo tube. It feels like what I'm drinking is no longer medicine but nectar. Exactly. The students each carried a bamboo cup back, and Wei Jingyi took 2 cups herself. 1 cup is for you, and another cup is for you to take back to Chongqing. Lu Chongqing's body has mostly recovered. According to his temperament in the capital, he would have already gotten up to study at this time. But I don't know what's wrong with me recently. I just lie in bed and can't get up. When Wei Jingyi arrived home, Lu Chongqing was leaning on the pillow and reading a book. Here's your refreshing drink. Wei Jingyi handed over the bamboo cup. You can tell me what was taught in the academy today. Lu Chongqing reached out and took the cup without raising his head. Can't you go to the academy and listen to your teacher? If you don't go, I won't be able to answer the questions he asks me. Lu Chongqing finally looked up. Do you want me to listen to my husband's lectures, or do you want me to help you cheat? Anyway, if you don't go to the academy, I won't go either. Wei Jingyi sat down on the stool beside the bed. It doesn't matter, Lu Chongqing said with an indifferent attitude. You don't understand anyway, and you won't understand anything when you come back. Then how long do you plan to lie down? Wei Jingyi was really convinced. Lu Chongqing blinked. Wait until all my illnesses are cured. Forget it, I don't expect you to get better. Wei Jingyi shook his head and said, by the way, this is the last drink of this refreshing drink today. The waiter at the medical center said that they will go to the mountains in the next few days. I grow medicinal materials, but I don't come here to sell refreshing drinks. They also grow their own medicinal materials? Lu Chongqing asked casually. That's what Wei Jingyi was waiting for. He immediately sat beside Lu Chongqing's bed and said proudly, I really asked about this matter. What do you think I asked about?
What?
Lu Chongqing doesn't like others getting too close to him.
Not even Wei Jingyi.
While asking questions, he kicked Wei Jingyi out of bed. Wei Jingyi had no choice but to sit back on the stool beside the bed. The Dr. Yi, who treated you, has a close relationship with Yonghua Hall. This refreshing drink is the recipe given by that Dr. Yi. Lu Chongqing looked at the bamboo cup. A smile appeared on his lips. No wonder I think it tastes good. Seeing Lu Chongqing's interest, Wei Jingyi continued to show off. I have been chatting with the waiters at Yonghua Hall in the past 2 days, and they all said that this girl from the Yi family is not an ordinary person. She has good medical skills and high-level methods. Even the manager of their medical center has listened to her. So this time Miss Yi said she wanted to grow medicinal materials, and the shopkeeper sent all the waiters in the shop to Yunbian village to grow medicinal materials. She is not only a doctor, but also grows her own medicine? Lu Chongqing thought to himself. It must have been a hard life, right? I really want to go to the village and see what kind of life she lives. Once this thought comes up, I can no longer suppress it. Lu Chongqing looked at Wei Jingyi and suddenly asked, what did you just say? Wei Jingyi looked confused. I just said that the female doctor is very powerful. That's not it. Lu Chongqing shook his head. You just said you don't want to go to the academy? I said this, but wasn't it because I wanted you to go with me? Wei Jingyi didn't know why he suddenly mentioned this. Could it be that he wanted to file a complaint? He looked at Lu Chongqing with a wary expression and then heard Lu Chongqing's next sentence. Then don't go. Let's go to Yunbian village to have a look.
Ah? Ah?
Wei Jingyi reached out and touched Mo Lu Chongqing's forehead. You don't have a fever. Is your brain okay? Don't go to school, but want to go to Yunbian village? What does he want to do? You don't want to go? Lu Chongqing looked at his expression. Then I'll ask Shunzi to go with me. Shunzi is Wei Jingyi's schoolboy. The two came from the capital this time, and only Wei Jingyi brought the book boy with him. How can that idiot Shunzi serve you? If you really want to go, I'll go with you myself. Wei Jingyi couldn't agree to it. But you have to tell me, why are you going? Have you fallen in love with Dr. Yi? But she is a married woman? Go away. Lu Chongqing didn't explain or get angry. He just ordered Wei Jingyi to get out. Wei Jingyi was so angry that he couldn't do anything to him. Once I quarreled with him, he said that he felt bad and his mother could twist off his ears. The next day, Wei Jingyi applied for leave from the academy and told Mrs. Lung that she would take her cousin out to relax, so the two of them drove to Yunbian village. The person who went to Yunbian village knew Tong Jian best, but Tong Jian belonged to Dean Wei. In order to prevent Tong Jian from tipping off his parents, Wei Jingyi deliberately did not let him lead the way and only asked Shunzi to drive the two of them to Yunbian village. On the way, Wei Jingyi was still chattering. Lu Chongqing, let me tell you, I took you there because I was afraid that you would get sick from being bored at home, and I didn't let you destroy other people's families. If you are familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics, you should know etiquette, justice, and integrity. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you really have bad intentions, I won't help you hide it from my mother. Does your mother know you are so stupid? Lu Chongqing raised his head and glanced at him, not bothering to explain a reason to him. He looked at the grass and trees passing by outside the window, and he couldn't help but start to imagine Yi Xinran's life these years. I heard from my aunt that she had a very hard life when she was a child, but things got a little better after she got married. Although the aunt didn't go into details, that man should be pretty good to her, right? When his mother replied to the letter and recognized his sister, he must take her to live in the city and not let her suffer any more. Although he was mentally prepared along the way, Lu Chongqing still lost his guard the moment he saw the Xiao family's house. Is this better than the original life? So what would her life be like? The house is in such a dilapidated state. Is it meant for people to live in? After breakfast in the morning, Yi Xinran and Xiao Huaiyan packed their things and prepared to go up the mountain. Li Mo brought her a batch of ice spirit flowers from other places, with more than 200 trees in total. Farming has been busy in the village these days, and Zhang Dali and Erju have to collect grain from home, so there is no one to work on the mountain. Yi Xinran decided to do it first. The rest will be planted together when everyone is done. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lu Chongqing getting out of the car. Yandra? Why are you here? Yi Xinran was very surprised. When they met for the first time, Lu Chongqing's unreasonable words left a deep impression on Yi Xinran, so he gave him the nickname Yandra. Dr. Yi, I'd have been suffering from heartache frequently recently, so I wanted to come over and let you take a look. On the way, Lu Chongqing had already thought of his words, but Yi Xinran appeared suddenly, and when he said it, he was still a little stuck.
How could that happen? Ye vinran frognet.
Lu Chongqing has been taking cardiac pills for several days, and his condition should have stabilized. Seeing Yi Xinran's suspicious expression, Lu Chongqing quickly explained, "It's not very severe. It's much lighter than the previous attacks. It's just that I've been sick for a long time, and it's hard to find any hope. I always hope that I can get better soon. I know Dr. Yi is very busy, and I'm embarrassed to let you run around, so I came over by myself." As he spoke, he put his hand over Yi Xiong's mouth. "Then you come in, and I'll take your pulse." Yi Xinran returned to the yard and let the two of them in. Wei Jingyi looked at the tall man in the courtyard and felt a little guilty for no reason. Isn't Lu Chongqing seeking death? Dr. Ye's man could easily crush both of them with just one look. Yi Xinran briefly explained to Xiao Huaiyan, "This is Mrs. Lung's nephew. I used to treat him." "Is it him?" Xiao Huaiyan looked at the man in front of him and saw a bit of disgust in his eyes.
Dislike it?
Or jealous. Xiao Huaiyan suddenly felt interesting. "Madam, it's hot outside. Go to the room and help him watch." he said and took the initiative to open the door of a room. The Xiao family's house and yard are in dilapidated condition, but the house is kept very elegantly. The tables, chairs, and bedding are all new, and the tea sets also look high-end. Seeing this, Lu Chongqing felt a little better. But when he thought that his sister must have worked so hard to clean the house so clean, Lu Chongqing didn't feel so good. She needs to be paired with 2 maids. Lu Chongqing thought to himself. Yi Xinran checked her pulse and said with some confusion, "There is nothing wrong with the pulse. Why do you feel distressed so often? Are you in a bad mood lately?" Lu Chongqing was afraid that his lie would be exposed, so he followed up and said, "Yes, maybe I have been in bed for too long, so I am in a bad mood. That's why my cousin suggested that I go out and ask Dr. Yi to check me out." Wei Jingyi was relaxing when he heard Lu Chongqing mention her name. He quickly came back to his senses and said, Yes, it was all my idea." As he spoke, he squinted at Lu Chongqing. Unexpectedly, Lu Chongqing did not look at him, but continued, "Since I am fine, I will go up the mountain to help Dr. Yi grow herbal medicine later." Wei Jingyi. Co-author, you asked me to take leave to give people medicinal herbs? Yi Xinran shook his head. "You're welcome, Mr. Lu. We have enough people to grow herbal medicine. Besides, your body can't be overworked, so you should try not to climb the mountain. Didn't Dr. Yi also say before that I should move appropriately? I'll crawl slowly for a while and treat it as an activity." Seeing his persistence, Yi Xinran no longer objected. "Then let's go. The guys from Yongla Hall have probably reached the bottom of the mountain. We can't keep them waiting." "Yes." Lu Chongqing nodded, walked out of the yard and waited outside the door. Yi Xinran and Xiao Huaiyan took the things they needed to go up the mountain and locked the door again. Only Wei Jingyi has not yet integrated into it. What's going on? Lu Chongqing was about to go up the mountain for no reason, and Dr. Yi didn't stop him? It's okay if Dr. Yi doesn't stop him. Mr. Xiao, why don't you stop him? Can't you see that Lu Chongqing is particularly interested in your wife? He is imagining a big drama here. The 3 people over there have walked some distance. At first, Yi Xinran walked in the middle, Xiao Huaiyan walked on the left, and Lu Chongqing walked on the right. At some point, Xiao Huaiyan walked into the middle and protected Yi Xinran on his left side. Lu Chongqing paid attention to the interaction between the 2 people as he walked. Xiao Huaiyan carried everything on his back and used his body to help Yi Xinran cover the sun while walking. Seeing that he was about to move to the other side, Xiao Huaiyan always blocked his steps without leaving any trace so that he could only walk on the right side. Rationally, Lu Chongqing thinks this brother-in-law is pretty good. But emotionally, Lu Chongqing couldn't stand that the sister he had finally found had someone closer to him. It's really angry. Along the way, you can see villagers busy harvesting rice in the fields. Although there is a severe drought this year, the rice in Yunbian village has not been affected. The rice grains are 70% to 80% full, which is better than in previous years. Erju saw Yi Xinran and his wife walking towards Dongshan and greeted him warmly. "Brother Xiao, sister-in-law, are you going to the mountain?" Xiao Huaiyan nodded. Hearing the voice, everyone raised their heads. "Don't be busy with the work on the mountain. When we finish harvesting the rice, we will go to the mountain to help you plant. Ms. Yi, I picked some grapes on the mountain yesterday. Please ask Chong to go to home to pick them up at night. I used perilla leaves to pickle pickles. If Mrs. Yi likes them, I'll send you some." The women greeted Yi Xinran one after another, and Yi Xinran responded one by one. Lu Chongqing looked curious and heard Yi Xinran greet the old man walking towards him. "Uncle Li Zheng, why didn't you go to the fields?" The old man held A and said, "My family's rice is 2 days later than other people's. Don't be in a hurry to harvest it. I'll help you plant ice spirit flowers on the mountain first." Yi Xinran quickly said, "No, uncle, I have someone here. Your manpower?" Li Zheng looked at Lu Chongqing and Wei Jingyi from beginning to end and said, "You have hands that have never been on the ground. Can you work?" Yi Xinran knew that Li Zheng had misunderstood and explained, "It's not them, it's the guys from Yongla Hall. They are waiting at the foot of the mountain. I don't think they are necessarily better than me, so I'll go with you." Seeing Li Zheng's insistence, Yi Xinran did not refuse. On the road, villagers still greeted Yi Xinran. Lu Chongqing couldn't bear it anymore and sighed. Dr. Yi, you are so popular in the village. Everyone is so enthusiastic.
Yevinran apeline.
Hearing this, Li Jing said, You're guests of the Xiao family, right? You don't know that Shinran is in our village, but he is our lucky star, leading us to make money together and helping us solve our difficulties. This child is kind-hearted and a good person.
Ah.
Lu Chongqing felt a sense of pride in his heart and said, He is indeed a good person. Li Jing looked at the two of them again. You two are young and have never met before.
Who are you from the Xiao family?
He is a patient. We are here to see Dr. Yi for treatment. Wei Jingyi answered for Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing just added, It can also be a relative. Yi Xinran was stunned when he heard this, and turned to look at Lu Chongqing. Both of them seemed to see something in each other's eyes. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, the people from the medical center were already waiting there. Xiao Huaiyan took everyone up the mountain first, while Yi Xinran was one step behind and Lu Chongqing walked behind. You just said it could also be a relative. What do you mean?
Yi Xinran asked.
Lu Chongqing remembered his aunt's advice, but still said, Literally, in fact, I think Dr. Yi may be my sister. How did you decide?
Yi Xinran asked.
It's all about feeling. Lu Chongqing looked at Yi Xinran. Don't you have a special feeling when you see me? It seems. There is? Yi Xinran recalled that she felt heart discomfort twice, both times when he was present. Is there really telepathy between twins? In fact, there is no need for any verification between us. Just take a look and you will get the answer. Lu Chongqing said it with certainty. Yi Xinran did not refute and seemed to accept the matter easily. The only person who couldn't accept it was Wei Jingyi, who was walking behind the two of them. What? Are they two siblings? That boy Chongqing didn't fall in love with her, but because Dr. Yu is his sister? But if this is his sister, what about the one in the home mansion? His mind was filled with questions, and he wished he could drag Lu Chongqing to ask for clarification. But Lu Chongqing didn't have time to talk to him at the moment. He just looked at Yi Xinran and said, Sister, you've been through a lot of hardships these years, haven't you? When I hear the letter from my mother, you can go back to the capital with us. How is the capital? Yi Xinran neither agreed nor refused, but asked instead. Capital? Lu Chongqing thought for a while. There are tall houses, groups of servants, and all kinds of delicious food. When I get to the capital, Sister doesn't have to do anything. There will be people waiting for me to eat and dress. I will take you to buy whatever you like. Are you happy then? Yi Xinran asked again. Happy? Lu Chongqing paused. My heart has been sick. I don't know what it feels like to be happy, but after seeing you, I feel like I am happy. Yi Xinran then replied, Although the capital is prosperous, I don't like to live dependent on others, and I don't like to look at people's faces. Life in Yunbian village is quite comfortable, and I don't want to leave yet. But what if Mother wants to see you? Lu Chongqing was anxious. She has other daughters by her side. After so many years of nurturing and so many years of getting along day and night, I think she can always be better than me, a person I have never met.
Yi Xinran said.
Mom won't do that. If Mom and the others don't recognize you, then I won't leave either. Lu Chongqing was anxious to express his position. Good men have ambitions everywhere. Why are you, a young master from the Ho family, hiding in this ravine with me? Lu Chongqing, I can do anything. I can help you farm, and I can also help you chop wood and carry water. Don't make a decision in a hurry. If you really want to stay, just stay for a few days. When you have enough, you can go back. Lu Chongqing felt that the current situation was extremely strange. Why didn't my sister show any surprise after she found out that she was the eldest lady of the Ho family? She wasn't even a little surprised at all. Doesn't she want glory and wealth? It doesn't matter if she doesn't want glory and wealth. Doesn't she also want herself? Once this realization formed in his mind, Lu Chongqing began to feel uncomfortable again. It must be because of Xiao Huaiyan. It was Xiao Huaiyan who captivated her sister and made her stay here with all her heart. After a few people went up the mountain, they saw that Xiao Huaiyan was already directing everyone to divide the work. Shinran, this large area is going to be planted. Will we have to go over the mountain if we plan again? Seeing Yi Shinran coming up, Li Zheng asked quickly. Yi Shinran nodded. After this area is full, we will plant it in the back. Ice spirit flowers reproduce by their roots. Next year, this area of ice spirit flowers will grow even more lush. Okay, that won't make more medicine. That's a good thing. Sadamesa sighed. Yi Shinran also started to join the work team. Only Lu Chongqing and Wei Jingyi stood aside, a little at a loss. Wei Jingyi watched everyone's actions and considered whether to plant 2 trees. When he turned around, he saw that Lu Chongqing's eyes had been fixed on Xiao Huayan. It seems still very resentful. Chongqing, what are you looking at? Wei Jingyi slapped his shoulder. Nothing. Lu Chongqing withdrew his gaze. He wanted to take a few ice spirit flowers from others in Crescent Moon and started planting them in a decent manner. Wei Jingyi took a look and saw that this guy was good at studying. He was better than himself even if he couldn't work, right? Not to be outdone, he also started to do it. Halfway through the planting of Bingling flowers, Yi Shinran asked everyone to take a break and drink water. Lu Chongqing walked to Xiao Huayan's side. Brother-in-law, he shouted deliberately, wanting to scare Xiao Huayan. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huayan did not show any surprise, but asked calmly, "What's the matter? Did he know it too?" But when did they find out? Lu Chongqing felt very uncomfortable when he thought that she knew he was his brother, but still treated her like a stranger. It seems like my sister really doesn't want to recognize him. Now that you know my sister's identity, shouldn't she be allowed to do these jobs? My sister is the eldest lady of the Ho family. She shouldn't have to suffer so much. I know you feel sorry for her. Xiao Huayan stopped what he was doing and looked at Yi Shinran, who was still working not far away. I feel sorry for her more than you do. I will definitely make sure that she has enough food and clothing in the future. The words of men are the most untrustworthy. Lu Chongqing said disdainfully, "Don't always talk about the future. My sister shouldn't be allowed to do so much work now." Seeing the arrogance in Lu Chongqing's eyes, Xiao Huayan was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "I can't make the decision on this." He looked at Yi Shinran, his eyes full of tenderness. This is what she likes to do, and I have no right not to let her do it. If one day she doesn't want to do any more, I can afford to support her, so you don't need to worry about this. But my sister can obviously live a better life, but it's because of you that she is trapped here. Lu Chongqing still hoped that Yi Shinran could leave with him. Have you dealt with the Lu family's affairs by yourself? I heard that you don't seem to be favored at home. Xiao Huayan said it lightly. Lu Chongqing's eyes widened. How did he know what was going on in his family? How does he know that he is not favored? Has he investigated the Lu family? But how did he, a hunter, get such great ability? Or is he not a hunter at all? So he is? Lu Chongqing looked at Xiao Huayan carefully and found that he was indeed not someone he knew. You have been unhappy with your life. Can you guarantee that Shinran will not be harmed when she returns to the Lu family? Can you guarantee that she will be happy? What can you do if your father wants to punish her? Xiao Huayan threw out a barrage of questions, and Lu Chongqing was completely mute. It's so cruel. It stabs my heart everywhere. With his current ability, he really cannot guarantee that his sister will live the good life he imagined after she returns. But don't think there's anything great about you. Lu Chongqing refused to admit defeat. It's okay if my sister doesn't go back, but I have to stay and see how she is doing.
Okay.
Xiao Huayan agreed immediately. It just so happens that Chong Shum goes to the academy to study. You can squeeze in with Chong Un and Chong Ping. How many children do you have? Lu Chongqing was furious. There is no reason for such a good sister to step in and become a stepmother for so many children. It's not my child, it's my nephew. Xiao Huayan explained for himself. There can be no misunderstanding about this kind of thing. If you squeeze, squeeze. Lu Chongqing was very ambitious. Although life in the home mansion might not be as he wished, it would definitely be better than here. But soon he wasn't so sure. A few people finished planting the ice spirit flowers and headed home. Xiao Huayan and Yi Shinran had nothing to do, but Lu Chongqing and Wei Jingyi were so tired that they could hardly lift their feet. He thought that Yi Shinran would have to wash clothes, cook, and do housework when he got home, and then he could make his sister realize the reality. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the yard, a little boy came out with a basin of water. "Second uncle, Aunt, you are back. Come and wash your hands." The boy is beautiful, with a bun on his head and a neat robe. He looks like a little scholar, which is quite cute. When the boy saw Lu Chongqing and Wei Jingyi, he said in a confused tone, "We have a guest at home. Then I will go and get a basin of water for the guest to wash his hands." After Lu Chongqing finished washing his hands, he saw another boy in the yard feeding the chickens and geese at home. He was dressed similarly to the other child, but he looked much taller. "Aunt, I saw that you and my second uncle didn't come back just now. I have washed all the rice, washed the cabbage and green bamboo shoots. The water in the water tank has also been filled. Aunt, let's get some rest before cooking." Chongping came over and greeted the two guests. Hearing this, Lu Chongqing blushed a little. He also thought that his sister must be busy with everything at home, and it must be very tiring for her to support so many children. Who knew that each of these children was more sensible than the other? He didn't dare think about taking his sister out to enjoy her life. If you live with yourself, you will not be able to do more than your two children. In the end, Lu Chongqing did nothing. He and Wei Jingyi also had a meal at Zhao's house. The rice was delicious. It's much more delicious than what his chef makes. After Wei Jingyi had eaten, he pulled Lu Chongqing to leave. "Dr. Yi, Brother Xiao, it's getting late, so we'll take our leave. Let's go back quickly before it gets dark." Yi Shinran warned, "Be careful on the way back, and Chongqing, you are very tired today. Remember to take one more pill at night." Lu Chongqing felt that he was really useless. Instead of helping, it became a burden. This was different from what he had originally imagined. "I'm not leaving. Jingyi, go back and tell your aunt that I want to stay," Lu Chongqing said. Wei Jingyi was shocked. "Chongqing, you are too willful. How will I explain if you don't go back? My aunt knows that, and she will definitely agree," Lu Chongqing insisted. Finally, it was Yi Shinran who advised, "You can go back today. If your family agrees, you can come and stay for a few more days." Lu Chongqing was determined to stay. Hearing what Yi Shinran said, he had no choice but to agree reluctantly. "I know." The two returned to Wei's house, and Lu Chongqing told Mrs. Lung everything that happened during the day. Mrs. Lung was also very surprised. "This child Shinran actually knows?" "Yeah." Lu Chongqing nodded. "It's earlier than I knew. So, Aunt, just let me stay there for a few days." "My sister has agreed." Mrs. Lung had no choice but to agree. There was no reply from Jingzhong yet. She also wanted to go there and have a good chat with Yi Shinran. The next day, it was still Wei Jingyi who accompanied Lu Chongqing to the Xiao family. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the door of Zhao's house, he met an uninvited guest. This is Qiao Ziyu's first visit to Yunbian village. He is the eldest son of the county magistrate's family. He usually does nothing but study, and his parents don't allow him to waste too much time on other things. This time he came to Yunbian village secretly. He was followed by a boy, and the two of them did not dare to be too high profile. They asked the carriage to wait at the entrance of the village. They inquired all the way to Zhao's house. When Yi Shinran heard the knock on the door, she thought it was Lu Chongqing. "When I opened the door, I realized I was wrong. The person in front of me is both strange and familiar." Yi Shinran was stunned for a moment before he remembered. "Mr. Qiao, what are you doing here?" Qiao Ziyu didn't expect Yi Shinran to be so poorly married. There is also a lot of grass growing on the roof, as if it will fall down at any time. Thinking of Yi Shinran's stunned expression just now, she felt inexplicably unhappy. Has she forgotten herself? "Don't worry, I'm not here to find you. Just ask Yi Xinyao to come out, and I'll take her away."
Ye Bingyao.
Yi Shinran was confused. "Why is she here with me?" "Qiao Ziyu, stop pretending. She's not at home. She must be at your place. The Yi family and I have severed ties," Yi Shinran said. "So what if the engagement is broken off?" "Yi Xinyao can't lie. She said she would be here when she came back to you." Yi Shinran wanted to laugh when she heard this. Whether she lies or not is not the reason for you to come to my door and bark. Yi Xinran cursed and closed the door. Xiao Ziyu had not yet achieved her goal. How could she let her close the door? She immediately reached out to block the door. If you don't hand over Xinyao, I'll tell my father to send someone to arrest you and bring you back to the county government for trial. Before Xiao Ziyu could finish her words, she suddenly screamed. His hand was hit by a stone on the back of his hand, and he let go immediately because of the pain. You guys, you dare to be rough with my young master. Are you impatient? Seeing this, the boy stepped in the door and protected Xiao Ziyu behind him. Which of your eyes saw me making a move? Xiao Ziyu, if anything happens to you, please don't come to my place to make trouble. The most unlucky thing in my life is that when I got engaged to you, I got into bad luck that I can't get rid of for the rest of my life. If you have anything to do, go home and solve it yourself. Don't come here and go crazy, Yi Xinran said, pushing the door shut with all her strength. The boy wanted to pin him down with his legs, but Xiao Huaiyan kicked him out. Yi Xinran, I know you hate me, but you can't destroy me just because I broke off the engagement. Xiao Ziyu was still shouting outside the door. Xiao Huaiyan frowned and wanted to open the door and go out. What are you doing? Yi Xinran stopped him. Go and shut his mouth, Xiao Huaiyan said. Yi Xinran, no matter what, he is still the son of the magistrate's family, so we'd better not have a head-on conflict with him. Xiao Huaiyan's eyes darkened. Can't afford a conflict? Then only dead people can be honest. Seeing that there was no movement in the yard, Xiao Ziyu wanted to continue calling someone, but suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Who are you, making so much noise at someone's door so early in the morning? Xiao Ziyu turned around and saw two familiar faces. One of them turned out to be the son of Dean Wei Jingji. Only some people knew that Dean Wei's son and nephew came to study in the academy. Dean Wei didn't say anything specifically, nor did he give them any preferential treatment. But people who know it all hope to be able to curry favor with the two of them and ask them to say a few good words. Xiao Ziyu is one of them. However, Wei Jingyi and Lu Chongqing usually live alone and rarely have contact with others. He made several overtures, but neither of them responded. I didn't expect to meet him here. What are you? Xiao Ziyu didn't expect to meet the two of them here. Wei Jingyi and Lu Chongqing didn't expect to meet Xiao Ziyu here. I heard that Xiao Ziyu was the only disciple that Wei Jingji accepted, but after two contacts with Xiao Ziyu, both Wei Jingyi and Lu Chongqing were very disdainful of him. Why are you here? Wei Jingyi spoke first. I came to see the owner of this house for something. Xiao Ziyu had a very bad premonition, and his premonition was confirmed the next moment. Yi Xinran in the yard heard the two voices and immediately opened the door. Why did you come here today? A smile immediately appeared on Lu Chongqing's face. Sister, my aunt agreed for me to live here. Sister? Xiao Ziyu was stunned on the spot. He actually called Yi Xinran sister when he tried so hard to reach someone he couldn't reach. Wasn't Lu Chongqing born in the Marquis of Jing'an? Why would he call Yi Xinran sister? Yi Xinran also accepted this title calmly and showed no signs of surprise. Then come in quickly to avoid being contaminated by unlucky people. Yi Xinran urged them to enter. Wei Jingyi stopped, stood at the door and asked, Xiao Ziyu, if you don't go to the academy to study, what are you doing here? Xiao Ziyu suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He told the academy today that he was on sick leave, and now that he was encountered by them, the lie was about to be exposed. If Dean Wei knew that he lied, would he be punished? He hesitated. Yi Xinran thought it was a waste of time, so he answered for him. He came to me to find someone. Wei Jingyi didn't know the reason and couldn't help but ask, who are you looking for? How did you find them here? Yi Xinran, his fiancée who broke off the engagement was also my sister before we were divorced. That sister from the family? Lu Chongqing asked. Seeing that the two of them were curious, Yi Xinran knew that they would ask questions later, so she roughly told the whole story in front of Xiao Ziyu. After listening to Yi Xinran's story, Lu Chongqing's face turned very ugly. Xiao Ziyu, you are such a heartless guy. How can you have the face to appear here? Do you really think that my sister can be bullied by you? I'm not. Xiao Ziyu panicked a little. If there is really a missing person, you should report it to the authorities instead of being aggressive here and asking an innocent woman to explain to you. Lu Chongqing continued. When we came, we saw a carriage at the entrance of the village. Wei Jingyi said, looking at the sign on the car, it should be from a horse racing company. So you master and servant don't dare to use the carriage in the mansion and hire a carriage to come here, right? Seeing that the two people did not deny it, Wei Jingyi continued, you didn't dare to alert the family and you parked the carriage at the entrance of the village. You didn't want to alert the people in the village. This means that your actions this time are not visible to the public and you must secretly assassinate MO conduct. Having said this, Wei Jingyi stood in front of Xiao Ziyu. What is the reason why you have to secretly attack MO to find someone? Could it be that you are hiding some dirty secret? There's no such thing as a dirty secret. You know what you said is too far-fetched. Xiao Ziyu stammered in explanation. Wei Jingyi took another step forward. Don't you want to talk? Or you want to go to my father to explain? After hearing that Wei Jingyi moved out of Dinwei, Xiao Ziyu's legs suddenly became weak. He is not that afraid of his parents, but the one he is most afraid of is Dinwei. It's really nothing, Xiao Ziyu lowered her head to find a suitable excuse. But he heard Wei Jingyi say, today you have explained this matter clearly. I don't have to tell my father. If you don't, I can't guarantee what I'll say. As you know, the father he hates most is bullying the weak for no reason. Xiao Ziyu weighed repeatedly, knowing that the two people in front of her were not easy to deal with, so she had to give in. I said, but you have to make sure you won't tell Dinwei about this. Wei Jingyi, that depends on whether what you say is true or not. I will say it anyway. I have my own judgment. Xiao Ziyu then said, I came to find Yi Xinyao because I haven't seen her for 7 or 8 days. I sent people to inquire around their yard and heard from their servants that the Yi Desheng couple took Yi Xinyao to Luo City, defected to relatives. Since my servants have already said they're going to Luo City, what are you looking for here? Everyone present heard something was wrong. That's because it's impossible for her to go because of Yi Xinyao.
Xiao Ziyu said.
Didn't you all break off the engagement? Why do you know she can't go? It was Wei Jingyi who was asking the question all the time. When the others heard this question, they all turned their attention to Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu waited again and again, gritted her teeth and said, my family broke off the engagement, but that was my parents' wish. In other words, you still want to marry her? Wei Jingyi analyzed. Then, it was your intention to break off the engagement with Dr. Yi from the beginning, right? You had fallen in love with Dr. Ye's sister at that time, so you wanted to break off the engagement and marry someone else. You didn't expect that the person you wanted to marry would not fall in the eyes of your parents in the end. Lu Chongqing listened impatiently and urged, why are you talking nonsense? Wei Jingyi replied in a low voice, I just want to say that he has bad taste. Lu Chongqing added, ask the key point. Ask him why he thinks Yi Xinyao will not leave. Wei Jingyi, can't you ask yourself? He complained in his heart, but still said, even if you still like Yi Xinyao, there is no reason why she shouldn't leave. After all, your parents don't like her. She doesn't want to marry and be a resentful wife. She went to Luo City to meet other families.
Impossible.
Xiao Ziyu blurted out. Wei Jingyi's expression immediately became meaningful. Why is it impossible? There must be a reason why you are so sure. She likes me. There's no way she's leaving. Xiao Ziyu said reluctantly. Wei Jingyi smiled softly. If you don't want to tell the truth, then you can only ask your father to ask, or let my father ask. Xiao Ziyu's mind went blank. He struggled to say a few words, because she is pregnant. After saying that, Xiao Ziyu collapsed to the ground. He now regrets coming here. If Yi Xinyao hadn't threatened him before, if they didn't see each other for 3 days, they would publicize their affairs. He wouldn't be in such a hurry to come to her. It's all because of that Yi Xinyao. What an arrogant person he used to be. He was good at studying and was considered a good student by the gentlemen. Even Master Wei was willing to accept him as a disciple. He clearly can have a better future. He could marry a better girl. But now, he looks like a drowned dog. Xiao Ziyu remembered what happened more than a month ago. He was in a bad mood that day and went to the street to buy books to relax, but he met Yi Xinyao on the street. He ignored her, but Yi Xinyao looked pitiful and insisted on talking to him. The two went to the restaurant. Xiao Ziyu asked Yi Xinyao to speak quickly, but she secretly put medicine in the tea. Xiao Ziyu was in a daze and spent the night with her in a daze. Her parents were very strict, and Xiao Ziyu didn't dare to tell them such things. He could only coax Yi Xinyao and say that the time was not yet ripe, but when it was, he would definitely come to propose marriage again. He thought it would take a day to delay, but one day, Yi Xinyao suddenly found him and told him that she was pregnant. They only had it once, and she got pregnant. Xiao Ziyu asked Yi Xinyao to abort it, but Yi Xinyao didn't agree to anything. Yi Xinyao also told him that she had already told her sister about the matter. If she disappeared for more than 3 days, her sister would definitely report it to the official. By then, everyone would know about the trouble between them. Yi Xinran went to the yamen, and Xiao Ziyu knew that she was very capable now, so he didn't dare to gamble. He would meet with Yi Xinyao every 2 days. Every time they meet, Yi Xinyao will urge herself to marry her. This time, Yi Xinyao didn't come to see him for 3 days, and Xiao Ziyu was secretly happy. But 2 days later, he noticed something was wrong. Yi Xinyao will not let him go. He asked people to go to Ye's house to inquire, and the servant actually said that their family had traveled far away. How could Yi Xinyao travel far away? She must have deliberately avoided seeing her, and then used the excuse of not seeing her to make things worse. Unable to find anyone, Xiao Ziyu guessed that Yi Xinyao had gone to Yunbian village to hide. Anyway, it has reached this point, and Xiao Ziyu is willing to risk everything and tell everything. After he finished speaking, he almost collapsed and begged Yi Xinran, "Let Yi Xinyao come out. I will take her back to plead with my mother. As long as I beg, my mother will definitely agree to this marriage." Yi Xinran felt that he was really in trouble. Unexpectedly, Yi Xinyao still did not forget to take advantage of herself when the trouble would reach this point. "I'm not a bad person, so I can't possibly take her in now. Besides, she didn't tell me the things you just said before," Yi Xinran said with disgust. "She doesn't want to know about these messy things. He just wants to make money now, and getting involved in other people's affairs will only affect the speed at which she makes money. You must feel very happy, right?" Xiao Ziyu looked at Yi Xinran in a daze. "I broke off the engagement with you and ended up in this situation. Are you happy? Normally, I won't be happy no matter what you do."
Ye Winran repliğe depresyonlesi.
"Did you give Yi Xinyao this idea because you wanted to ruin my reputation?" Xiao Ziyu suddenly went crazy. Yi Xinran sneered. "You too, you are a toad and a frog, ugly flowers. Forgive me for not having such thoughts, and I can't think of such a dirty trick. Don't try to pull anything on me. Go as far as you can." After Lu Chongqing heard the reason for the incident, he felt that his ears were dirty. He said expressionlessly, "Did you hear what my sister said? She told you to get out." Xiao Ziyu felt unwilling, but he couldn't afford to offend either Wei Jingyi or Lu Chongqing. Not only them, Xiao Huaiyan standing there gave people a sense of oppression. He had the same sense of superiority when facing Yi Xinran, but he also killed him cleanly. "Please, if Xinyao is here, please let her out. I will really take her back to get married. If you keep talking nonsense, let's meet with the officials,"
Yi Xinran said.
When Xiao Ziyu heard this, she immediately shrank her neck. He didn't understand why Yi Xinran had become so rude now and was always going to court. As a woman, didn't she feel ashamed? But in the end, he didn't dare to say a word. "Master, let's go back." The young man knew that the young master would not be able to get what he wanted this time, so he persuaded Xiao Ziyu to go back. This kind of thing must not be brought to court, otherwise, everyone will know about the trouble, and the young master's reputation will be ruined. "We won't tell this matter," Wei Jingyi said, "and don't bother Dr. Yi again." "You won't tell, will you? You won't tell the dean about this?" Xiao Ziyu finally saw a glimmer of hope and asked eagerly, "Go away. If I see you in Yunbian village again, I guarantee that everyone in the city will know about you." Wei Jingyi kicked him. Poor the eldest son of the magistrate's family. Qiao Ziyu, who was originally aloof, is now as pitiful as a drowned dog. You will not live for your own fault. Xiao Huaiyan closed the door. In the yard, Yi Xinran looked at Wei Jingyi and Lu Chongqing. You two are coming to live with me? There are so few rooms in my sister's house. It's not easy to keep him. How can I keep another Wei Jingyi? Besides, Wei Jingyi is just as industrious and indifferent as him. Wouldn't staying here cause trouble to his sister? No, he doesn't live here. It's just me. Lu Chongqing said quickly. Okay, let's go to the mountain to plant ice spirit flowers today. If you feel tired, just wait at home. After Yi Xinran finished speaking, she started to pack her things. The two hesitated for a while, but finally decided to follow them up the mountain. Lu Chongqing felt that Xiao Huaiyan was right. This was something that his sister liked. What right did he have to prevent her from doing it? The point is, it doesn't matter if he doesn't agree. Between the two of them, the elder sister is the one who has the final say. After a day of planting ice spirit flowers, Lu Chongqing urged Wei Jingyi to go home after coming down the mountain, but Wei Jingyi would not go back until dinner was over. The food at Zhao's house was much simpler than that at his own, but it tasted really good. Wei Jingyi suddenly wanted to stay like Lu Chongqing. How could Lu Chongqing agree? He pushed Wei Jingyi out. Before he got on the carriage, he whispered, "Go back and inquire about the Yi family. I always feel that something is wrong." What's wrong? Even if there's something wrong, it's none of our business. Wei Jingyi was puzzled. After all, the Yi family had some relationship with my sister before. I just asked you to inquire about it, but I didn't let you interfere. Lu Chongqing urged him to get on the carriage as he spoke. When you have news, tell me again. After sending Wei Jingyi away, Lu Chongqing returned to the courtyard. There's nothing wrong with him staying. When I went to bed at night, I had another problem. After Xiao Huaiyan's leg healed, Yi Xinran only slept with Xiao Huaiyan for one night. After that night, Yi Xinran felt that sleeping in the same room as Xiao Huaiyan would delay her work in the laboratory, so she changed the room again. She slept with Chang'an, and Xiao Huaiyan slept with Chongping Chongsheng. After Chongsheng went to the academy, Xiao Huaiyan and Chongping were the only two people left in that room. Each of the two carries one, which is considered evenly distributed. But when Lu Chongqing comes, sleeping like this will definitely not be appropriate. A man as big as Chongqing cannot be squeezed together with Xiao Huaiyan. As you said before, let Lu Chongqing and Chang'an Chongping sleep together. Xiao Huaiyan secretly discussed with Yi Xinran. Lu Chongqing has always been hostile to him, and he must never let him see that he and Xinran sleep in separate rooms. How can a loving couple sleep in separate rooms? I was careless. Yi Xinran also didn't expect that Lu Chongqing, a young master, would really stay and live with them. The conditions here are not even comparable to the Wei family's firewood shed. Can he really sleep? I guess he won't be able to stay for a few days, so let him sleep with Chang'an and Chongping. Yi Xinran agreed. When going to bed at night, Yi Xinran wanted to tell Lu Chongqing to be careful about Chang'an being dishonest when sleeping, but Lu Chongqing thought that his sister was worried that he would not adapt, so he quickly agreed no matter what she said, but in fact he didn't listen at all. It wasn't until he was woken up by a stone-like head in the middle of the night that he remembered what his sister had told him before.
Careless.
It hurts so much. Another room. Yi Xinran and Xiao Huaiyan were both a little embarrassed. The two of them sat separately, and neither of them went to bed. In the end, it was Yi Xinran who spoke first. How do you want to sleep?
She asked.
How to sleep? Xiao Huaiyan lowered his head and thought.
He wants this and that.
I'm asking, do you want to sleep inside or outside? Yi Xinran was speechless when she saw that he was thinking seriously. Then, I'll sleep outside.
Xiao Huaiyan said.
That's good. Yi Xinran said, taking off her shoes and getting on the bed first. Then he lay down on the inside, in an orderly manner. After a while, he felt the part around him collapse, and a warm body came closer. Yi Xinran wanted to say something. Xiao Huaiyan spoke first. I won't move you, just give me a hug.
Oh.
Yi Xinran was relieved, but she didn't know why she was a little disappointed. Xiao Huaiyan's voice came to my ears again. I think your brother is right. I am not worthy of you until I give you a better life. That's what he said. Don't take it to heart. Yi Xinran wanted to comfort him. Xiao Huaiyan said, You have already suffered so much with me. I can't let you suffer anymore. If we have a child now, you will be even more tired. No, wait. Yi Xinran didn't expect Xiao Huaiyan's thinking to jump so fast. Who is going to give birth to your child? Yi Xinran turned around. Xiao Huaiyan showed confusion. We are husband and wife. Isn't it natural to have children? But now we have Changsheng and the others at home. Yi Xinran reminded him. That's my sister's child. I also want a child of our own, yours. Xiao Huaiyan said it sincerely. Yi Xinran felt a little worried. Before, she wanted to keep things simple. She only focused on looking at beautiful men and forgot about the possibility of having children after the two of them got together. Beauty is misleading. Beauty is indeed misleading. The next day, Lu Chongqing appeared in front of everyone with a blue eye. Yi Xinran lowered his head. Lu Chongqing thought she was feeling guilty, so he tried to persuade her. Sister, it's okay. Who knows, the next moment, Yi Xinran burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Sister, you look like this. It's so funny. Yi Xinran pointed at his eyes. Lu Chongqing was speechless. Yi Xinran continued. It's exactly the same as me before. Lu Chongqing finally regained his good mood. Have you been beaten like this before? Chang'an stood at the door, looking a little embarrassed. Yi Xinran waved to him. Chang'an, come here. You didn't do it on purpose.
Sorry.
Manga Manhwa wants to apologize. Lu Chongqing had no choice but to scratch Momo's head. It doesn't matter. You didn't mean it. I will definitely sleep peacefully tonight. After Chang'an finished speaking, he ran to the kitchen in a hurry. Watching his leaving figure, Yi Xinran said to Lu Chongqing, Chang'an is also a poor child. He has the same symptoms as you, but he took medicine earlier and is almost cured now. He has the same problem. Lu Chongqing felt a little more pity for Chang'an. However, he turned to look at Yi Xinran. Both of us are lucky. Fortunately, we have you. It is said that the child of the former prince's family also died because of a heart disease. Although he was born well, his life was not as good as ours.
Good.
There are so many sick people in the world. How can we all be saved? Yi Xinran also sighed. Life in the village was simple. Work at sunrise and rest at sunset. 3 days later, the villagers had almost finished harvesting the rice in the fields and started to go up the hill to help. In one day, I planted all the remaining ice spirit flowers. Now, the Xiao family can finally build a house. Li Zheng had already found manpower for them. There were carpenters and bricklayers in the village. When farming was busy, they went home to work and, at other times, went everywhere to find work. Now, they don't have to rush out after collecting the land. Being at home, you can both make money and help your family. This kind of life is not often available. Yi Xinran had already memorized the drawings he drew. He first took everyone to look at the foundation, and then drew the area occupied by each house. Sprinkle plant ash on the wall to mark. 2 days later, we started looking for people to dig the foundation. Yi Xinran's wages are also generous. Ordinary workers earn 20 cents per person per day, and skilled workers earn 50 cents per person per day. Women and children are charged 15 cents per day. This wage is considered high no matter where it is. The villagers were very happy and worked hard. The Xiao family has turned over so quickly. In just half a year, they have built a new house. Not only his own family, but we also made a lot of money. I made more than 200 yuan digging ice spirit flowers. I also made more than 100 cents from cutting bamboo tubes. Yes, I hope now that the Xiao family will get better and better. It's better for them to come up with some profitable business, and we can all borrow some money from it. Who says it's not? It's better to be a big business, so you don't have to go out of the village to work. Everyone was busy working. Lu Chongqing listened to all these words. It turns out that his sister's family is not as poor as he thought. Not only do they have money, but they also bring people in the village to make money with them. Looking back at himself, he has been studying for so many years, but he has been spending his family's money, let alone making money with others. Yi Shinran is very popular in the village, but he doesn't get along well with everyone. That Mrs. Zhang was coming to get her work permit in the morning, and she happened to be seen by Yi Shinran. Yi Shinran immediately held Lu Chongqing's hand that was about to issue work badges. My house is expensive, so I won't bother you. Mrs. Zhang's face turned purple after hearing this. In the end, I could only move my head, pretending not to care, and said, "Huh, what are you pretending to be? I came to help you just for the sake of the neighbors, as if no one wants to earn your 15 cents.
She spat on the ground.
The other women were unhappy after hearing this. It doesn't matter if you don't like it. We like it. 15 cents is almost enough to buy a bushel of rice. Who doesn't care about making money? Some people just can't eat grapes and say sour grapes. Exactly. If you do too many bad things, this retribution will come." Mrs. Zhang was speechless by everyone and could only return home in despair. As soon as the door was locked, she began to curse at home. A bunch of poor ghosts. They are so poor that even picking up sesame seeds is fresh. Like a fool, rushing to serve as a stick. Anyone who heard it was watching it as a happy person. This old woman just can't eat sour grapes. Who told her to abuse other people's children in the first place? She deserves it. On the first day of digging the foundation, more than 50 people came. At night, Xiao Huaiyan looked at the results and estimated, it will take 2 days to finish digging the foundation. Then whoever goes to the city tomorrow, let her help send a letter to the owner of the stone shop and ask the boss to deliver all the bricks and slates I ordered. Okay. Xiao Huaiyan nodded. When I got home in the evening, the children had already made rice. Yi Shinran simply fried an egg and fried leeks and made a roasted pork with bamboo shoots. After eating, he was ready to rest. Before going to bed, Yi Shinran heard a snapping sound coming from next door. Usually, Zhang Dali and his family would have rested long ago at this time. What are you doing? Yi Shinran looked across the wall and saw Zhang Dali and his family working under the moonlight. Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang Dali and others placed a large piece of cloth in the middle of the yard and then sat around the cloth. A stone is placed in front of each person, and everyone holds ears of rice and smashes it on the stone. It's threshing. Zhang Dashan looked up at Yi Shinran. I'm afraid it will rain in the next few days, so take the time to take off the rice grains and dry them in the sun, then you can put them away. They must have been doing this for a while. Zhang Dali and Zhang Chuanchu were fine, but Chun and her 2 daughters seemed to be extremely tired and could hardly lift the hands holding the rice straw. It's really hard work. If you are in a hurry, you don't have to go to my house to help. Yi Shinran said kindly, but Zhang Dali hurriedly said, it's not a tiring job. It won't delay your daytime work. He still had 20 cents a day to dig the foundation, but Zhang Dali was not willing to part with this money. Okay, then don't do it too late. Yi Shinran knew that he could not help much. Farmers were like this, relying on their physical strength to make money. But when he went to bed at night, Yi Shinran was already thinking about how to get a threshing machine to help alleviate the burden on the people in the village. The next day, continued digging the foundation. The owner of the stone shop got the news and sent over all the blue bricks that Yi Shinran had ordered and piled them on the open space. On this day, news finally came from Wei Jingyi. Wei Jingyi arrived just before dark. When he saw Lu Chongqing's disgraced look, he showed an expression of disgust. Lu Chongqing also asked in disgust, "Why are you here at this time? Are you here to get some food again?" When Wei Jingyi heard this, he turned around and prepared to leave. There is news from the Yi family, and I want to tell you as soon as possible. If you don't want to know, forget it. Lu Chongqing stretched out his hand to stop him. What news? Wei Jingyi then sat down with a serious look on his face. The Yi family are all dead. Dead? This time, not only Lu Chongqing was surprised, but even Xiao Huaiyan stopped when he was passing by the 2 of them. What happened to the Yi family? Yi Shinran also came over. Only then did Wei Jingyi tell what he had heard. It turned out that someone reported to the county government yesterday that a human hand was found on Xiujin Mountain, 5 miles away from the county seat. When the county magistrate heard the news, he immediately sent Captain Li to check. Captain Li led his people to find the place where the human hand was found, and found that part of the ground had sunk, partially exposing the body. After digging out the person, everyone was stunned, because they know this person. It was actually Zhou, who was sent to prison by them not long ago. There were scars on the back of Zhou's head from being hit with a blunt object. It looked like he had been harmed by someone else. Li Captu asked his men to take Zhou's body back to the county government, while he took 2 people to Ye's house. Judging from the stiffness of the body, it must have been dead for more than 3 days. The eldest lady of the Yi family died outside, but there was no movement from the Yi family. This incident is extremely unusual. He suspected that it was Zhou's family, Yi Desheng, who was responsible. But after arriving at Ye's house, Captain Li found that things were more complicated than he imagined. Because the servants of the Yi family said that their grandfather and wife had taken the young lady out as early as 5 days ago. Where did they say they were going? Captured, Li asked. No, I didn't say. The butler realized that the situation was not good and stumbled back. Grandpa went out without any reason to explain to us. We are only responsible for sweeping. We really don't know where the grandfather and madam are. Capture Li frowned, having a bad premonition in his heart, and said to his men, bring them all back. All the servants of the Yi family were panicked, not knowing what was going on. While crying out for injustice and grievance, they were tied with their hands by the yamen, tied into a long string, and brought back to the yamen. After bringing the people back, captivity, Li briefly explained the matter to the county magistrate. Then, he took his men again to Mount Xiujin. Since the Yi family left together, the other 2 were probably killed together. Captain Li asked the agents to stand in a row and stretched a long line to check the net laying on this mountain. As he checked, he prayed in his heart. I hope there will be no bodies of Yi Desheng and his daughter on this mountain. If the whole family was killed, the case would become even more difficult to investigate. As a result, when people are unlucky, they become more and more afraid of something. After an afternoon of exploration, the detectives found another burial place on the mountain. The body was dug out, and this person was also seen by Agent Li. It was Yi Xinyao, Zhou's daughter. Agent Li has 1 head and 2 heads. There was such a big murder case in the place under his jurisdiction. If the case could not be solved as soon as possible, he would have no hope of promotion in his life. He remembered that during the Chinese New Year, his wife reminded him to wear red socks and step on villains, but he refused with disdain. If he could go back in time, he would put on 10 pairs of red socks and trample all the villains who committed crimes under his feet. The public security in Yuntong County has always been good. Now that such a big thing has happened, I don't know who is quick to leak the news. The next day, almost everyone in the county knew that the Yi family was in trouble. Everyone in the wealthy family is in danger, fearing that rogues might sneak into the county town, and the Yi family is being targeted for exposing their wealth. When the distant relatives of the Yi family heard the news, they quickly surrounded the Yi family.
There is no one in the Yi family now.
Although Yi Desheng's body has not been found, the situation is definitely in danger. Yi Xinran, the only one alive, remarried. All the property left by Yi Desheng belongs to these uncles and brothers. In order to get a bigger share, several brothers argued endlessly and went to the point of exposing each other's shortcomings. This is the situation. After Wei Jingyi finished speaking, he raised his head and glanced at Yi Xinran and Xiao Huaiyan. They said that the only living daughter of the Yi family is Dr. Yi, right? Yi Xinran nodded, looking serious. Although she also hated Yi Desheng's family, she never expected that things would turn out this way.
Dr. Ye.
With all due respect, Wei Jingyi thought for a while and said, if the murderer is coming for the Yi family, you should be more careful. Don't talk nonsense. My sister has already severed ties with the Yi family. He said this, but Lu Chongqing's expression was very worried. This Yi family is really haunted. Why should their sister be involved in the things they have caused themselves? That said, Dr. Yi also came from the Yi family after all. Even if the county government asks about the case in the future, Dr. Yi will be asked about it. It's okay. Yi Xinran comforted the others. I have stopped contacting them for a long time. Even if the county grandpa found out about my head, I have been growing ice spirit flowers at home these days. There are both witnesses and physical evidence. What are you afraid of? Nothing's best. Lu Chongqing said worriedly. How about my sister and I go to my aunt's place to stay? There are many people in the Wei family, so it's safer than here. No need. The direction of things is not clear yet. It's better not to involve more people. Yi Xinran refused. However, you'd better go back to Madame Ling's place to stay these days. No, I will stay here to protect you until the murderer is caught. Lu Chongqing also refused. You're a sick kid. Yi Xinran smiled. If something happens, I'm afraid I'll be the one to protect you, not you to protect me.
But
Lu Chongqing wanted to say something else. Then Xiao Huaiyan said, Don't worry, I will protect Xinran's safety. Yes, Mr. Xiao is very powerful at first glance. He can fight 8 of them, which is more useful than the 2 of us. Let's not cause trouble here. Wei Jingyi also advised. Lu Chongqing knew that he really couldn't help, so he had no choice but to agree. After he decided to go back, he would go to the county to find a martial arts practice and find 2 of the best martial arts practitioners to come here to protect his sister. Xiao Huaiyan and Yi Xinran also had to be more vigilant. After sending Wei Jingyi and Lu Chongqing away, Xiao Huaiyan immediately set up several traps in the courtyard and told Yi Xinran to be accompanied by him when going out. And just as Wei Jingyi expected, the next day, someone came from the county government and wanted to take Yi Xinran to the government office for questioning. I'll go with you. Xiao Huaiyan gently stroked her back, telling her not to be nervous. This is the second time Yi Xinran has gone to court. Magistrate Xiao sat on it, his face no longer as calm as before. After seeing Yi Xinran, his expression became even more complicated. After several interrogations, it was discovered that Yi Xinran had nothing to do with this matter, and he ordered to withdraw from the court. Before leaving, Magistrate Xiao did not forget to tell Yi Xinran, Be careful yourself. Good. Yi Xinran agreed. Now Yi Desheng's life and death are unknown, and the deaths of Zhou's mother and daughter are also unknown. Magistrate Xiao has not slept well for 2 consecutive days. But soon, a piece of news came that made him even more unable to sleep. The policeman examined Yi Xinyao's body and found that she was pregnant. Yi Xinyao and Qiao Ziyu broke off their engagement not long ago and are still not married. How could they be pregnant? Qiao Zhengshan thought of his son immediately. If it was really that scoundrel who did it, Qiao Zhengshan really wanted to pry open his Tianling cap to see what was inside. Don't announce Yi Xinyao's pregnancy to the outside world, so as not to alert others. Qiao Zhengshan ordered to go down. Then he ordered the housekeeper to find Qiao Ziyu and ask him to go home and ask questions. On the other side, Yi Xinran and Xiao Huaiyan returned home. Along the way, Yi Xinran always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at her. This feeling made her feel uncomfortable. After returning home, she looked outside several times and found that there was really no one behind her. Then she felt relieved and felt that she had thought too much. The foundation of the house hasn't been dug yet, but something like this happened at this time, and no one is allowed to work. Yi Xinran was a little frustrated. Everyone told me to be careful, but I don't care who the enemy is. Why are you so careful? Are you going to stop building a house? Don't be afraid. Xiao Huaiyan comforted him. Since the murderer chose to attack on Xiujin Mountain, it means that he is afraid of being discovered, and he may be hiding in some dark corner at the moment. Then will he come for a sneak attack at night? Yi Xinran thought of the feeling of being stared at again. When I was at the county government office, I felt like I was being watched, and I felt very nervous all the time. As long as I'm here, no one will hurt you. Xiao Huaiyan's eyes were firm. And there are traps in the yard. If someone really wants to get in, it won't be that easy. Good. Seeing Xiao Huaiyan's attitude, she finally felt relieved. With Xiao Huaiyan here, she does have a lot more confidence. Xiao Huaiyan added, In a while, I will move the bed in that room over, and the 4 of us will sleep in one room at night. Yi Xinran immediately nodded in agreement. She didn't dare to take her children to sleep in the same room, let alone let the 2 children sleep alone. Moving together was the best way at the moment. After making arrangements, the days went on as usual. During the day, People from the village still came to Zhao's house to help. After the foundation was dug, the bricklayers began to hang wires to build the wall. The green bricks Yi Xinran bought had regular shapes, and the house was built quickly. In just 3 days, it had begun to take shape.
Scale.
At night, Yi Xinran and Xiao Huayan slept in the same room with their 2 children. Yi Xinran originally wanted to sleep with Chang'an, but Chang'an is now sensible and says he won't rely on his aunt anymore, saying that he wants to sleep with his brother. My brother said that if I keep sleeping with my aunt, she won't be able to give birth to a younger sister. If I don't dominate my aunt, can my aunt give me a younger sister tomorrow? Yi Xinran was speechless. Who told you all this, Changping? Is it you? Yi Xinran looked at Changping aside. The honest Changping immediately waved his hand. No, it's not me. It was my elder brother who told us. You Changsheng, if you don't study well in the academy and teach your younger brother such nonsense, let's see how I deal with you when you come back.
예빈남 부르쉿.
Changsheng, who was far away in the academy, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and wondered if he was wearing less clothes, but he didn't know that his 2 younger brothers had sold him to him again. The next few days were uneventful. The villagers were a little nervous at first, talking behind their backs from time to time, fearing what might happen to the Xiao family. Later, I found out that nothing happened, and gradually no one mentioned it. Maybe it was just an accident. The Yi family went out and encountered bandits. The bandits killed people. How could it make sense? Everyone lived the same life as usual, except for threshing grain and helping to earn wages at Zhao's house. The only thing that has changed a bit is Zhang Dashan's family. When she first started building a house, Mrs. Zhang was rejected by Yi Xinran, who refused to allow her to earn the money. Mrs. Zhang was angry for a long time and would come out to curse from time to time. But in the past few days, Mrs. Zhang has become more angry and energetic. Always searching, she even went to the city to buy 2 elbows and took them home. Did Brother Zhang come back to give you money? Some villagers saw her and asked jokingly. Mrs. Zhang said, "Cut, how much money can that of his make? If you point at him, both of us will starve to death." Some people couldn't stand listening and said, "Didn't Brother Zhang go out to make money for you and me these past few years? I think it's time for your Dashan to understand something. Our Dashan is much more capable than his father." Mrs. Zhang defended her son. "We in Dashan are the ones who make a lot of money, unlike his father and some other people." As she said this, she looked at the women who were watching and said, "You can only see small amounts of money in your eyes, and you will only be able to make small amounts of money in this life." After saying that, she held her head high and left triumphantly. Danyang spat on the ground. Bah! The villain has succeeded. Her son is like a non-stop person. Where can he go to make money for her? He can also make a lot of money. He can make it in his dreams. Someone echoed. But Dazhunyang said, "Didn't you pay attention just now? I see that Mrs. Zhang seems to be wearing a jade bracelet on her hand." I saw it too. The bracelet looks good. Did Zhang Dashan really buy it for him? Listen to his nonsense. Maybe Mrs. Zhang has a sweetheart outside, and the sweetheart bought it for her. You can pull me down. With Mrs. Zhang's old face, can that blind man like her? After discussion, everyone dispersed laughing and joking. Mrs. Zhang returned home and quickly closed the courtyard door. Before the smile on his face dissipated, he saw a man sitting in the main room. The man had an expressionless face and sharp eyes, like a murderous knife. Mrs. Zhang trembled with fright. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. Guest, why did you come out? Is it too cold down in the cellar? If you feel uncomfortable, you can stay in my room and dash in, and I can squeeze in. What did you do when you went out again? The man asked. I just went to the fields to pick rice ears. Mrs. Zhang replied guiltily. Isn't the money I gave you enough to buy the rice ears in your field? You can't stay here. It seems I need to change my place to live.
No.
Mrs. Zhang waved her hands hurriedly. She wanted to take a few steps forward, but the man's eyes glared, and Mrs. Zhang immediately stopped and did not dare to move. He looked up and down at Mrs. Zhang, who calmly moved her left hand behind her back. After making sure there was nothing wrong, the man waved his hand. Go and cook. If I find you sneaking out again, you and your son will be dead." Mrs. Zhang was so frightened that she broke into a cold sweat. She quickly fled to the kitchen, locked the kitchen door, and then breathed a heavy sigh of relief. A few days ago, Zhang Dashan invited this great god from nowhere. This man was very generous, saying that an outsider was passing by and wanted to stay here for a few days. He gave him 10 taels of silver and a jade bracelet. Mrs. Zhang took the money with a smile on her face, thinking that she and her son had been taken advantage of. Who knew that this man would become more and more strange? He did not allow Mrs. Zhang to take money to sell meat, and also restricted her to go out less often. Mrs. Zhang was not even allowed to wear the bracelet he gave her, saying that she could only take it out after he left. Mrs. Zhang couldn't bear it. She secretly coaxed Mo to show off, and lied to the man that she often ate meat, so she went to the city to buy elbows. "Just a passerby. The scope is too broad. I originally thought that he would leave after staying for 2 days, but I didn't know that this person stayed for 5 or 6 days and had no intention of leaving. Today he even emerged from the cellar and threatened her to kill both mother and son." Mrs. Zhang felt very uneasy and felt that she had provoked someone she shouldn't have provoked. "Buddha bless you. Let this person leave quickly." Mrs. Zhang kept praying with her hands clasped together. After praying, she hid the bracelet behind the firewood pile and then started to light the fire and cook. Mrs. Zhang didn't know that sitting in the main room of her house was Zhuke, the attendant beside Lord Liu. Suzaka has been in Yuntong County for some time. At first, he pretended to be a businessman and deceived Yi Desheng into having a big deal to discuss with him. After gaining trust, he deceived Yi Desheng's family on the pretext that his wife invited Yi Desheng's family to be guests at his home. Yi Desheng's house had just been robbed, so he took advantage of the opportunity and became obsessed with money. It wasn't until Suzaka was about to take action that he realized something was wrong. He abandoned his wife and daughter and ran into the mountains to hide alone. In order to let Yi Desheng escape, Zhou hugged Suzaka's legs tightly. Even after death, it was Suzaku who broke her arm to get rid of her. But when Suzaku came to find Yi Desheng again, Yi Desheng had already disappeared. Suzaku had no choice but to dig a hole to bury Zhou and Yi Xinyao before going to the mountains to find Yi Desheng. He searched for 5 days and 5 nights in the mountains, until finally he forced Yi Desheng to a cliff. Yi Desheng was afraid of being caught and jumped off the cliff in front of him. Suzaka struggled to catch it and only managed to catch a piece of clothes. Suzaka hated it so much. Because of a small oversight, he had already wasted too much time. There was one person in the Yi family who had not been dealt with. He had no time to go down the cliff to see if Yi Desheng was dead. Instead, he immediately went down the mountain to look for Yi Xinran. Yi Xinran is the person who must be dealt with by the Marquis. He must seize the time to prevent others from discovering the clues. It's just that people's calculations are not as good as God's calculations. As soon as he came down from the mountain, he heard that the bodies of Zhou and Yi Xinyao had been discovered and dug out by county police officers. Suzaka knew something was wrong. He was afraid of exposing his identity and did not dare to openly inquire about Yi Xinran's whereabouts. I was in a bit of a dilemma when I heard that the county government had called Yi Xinran to inquire about the case. Suzaka followed to the lobby and then followed the Xiao family's carriage all the way to Yunbian village. I originally wanted to take advantage of the silence of the night to kill the last person in the Yi family. But after arriving, he realized that the man next to Yi Xinran was not simple. Maybe I am not his opponent. To be sure, Zhuke knocked on the door of Granny Zhang's house, pretending that he was a businessman passing by chance and wanted to stay at their house for a few days. According to Suzaka's plan, he lives next door and can see Yi Xinran's movements at all times. As long as Yi Xinran is separated from that man, he can take action. Unexpectedly, the two people seem to be stuck together. Except when the man goes to the toilet, Yi Xinran will not follow him out. The rest of the time, the two of them are in and out. Suzaku had no choice but to wait for the opportunity. As a result, the mother and son of the Zhang family were greedy and stupid. Not only did they ask for money from themselves openly or covertly, but they also went out to show off. Suzaku wanted to kill them to shut them up. But he was afraid that people in the village would notice something was wrong, so he could only look at Mrs. Zhang in person and ask her to be more honest. Time waits for no one, and the Marquis is still waiting for him to return to his hometown. After staying for a few days, Suzaku decided not to wait any longer and would take the risk at midnight today. In the evening, Mrs. Zhang cooked wild vegetables into paste. Suzaku frowned as he looked at the dark green vegetables. Upon seeing this, Mrs. Zhang quickly explained, "There is no food at home, and the newly collected rice is not dry yet. You don't let me go out to buy food, so I can only eat this. The food in the Changshan Mountains is very rare." Suzaku picked up the bowl and reluctantly took a few bites. Then he asked, "What does the man in the family next door do?" Mrs. Zhang had long seen that he was very concerned about the Xiao family next door. She secretly looked over there from time to time in the past few days, and she must have taken a liking to Yi Xinran. Mrs. Zhang rolled her eyes. "In the past, I wanted Zhang Dashan to attack Yi Xinran, but I never thought that Xiao Huayan's leg would actually heal. If this man could fight to the death with Xiao Huayan, his son might be able to take advantage. A widow is a widow, as long as she can help herself make money." Ask Xiao Huayan, "Why do guests still care about him?" She asked deliberately. "If I ask you something, just say it quickly and don't talk so much nonsense." Suzaku was very impatient. Mrs. Zhang then said that Xiao Huayan was exiled here from a poor settlement. He was originally a lame man and relied on hunting to make a living. Later he married a wife, and somehow his legs healed. Now I don't go hunting in the mountains anymore. I just stay at home and eat soft food. Eating soft food? Suzaku repeated these 3 words. Yes, I just rely on his wife to sell some medicinal materials to support him. Mrs. Zhang said while observing Suzaku's expression. Suzaku had been observing for so many days, but he didn't expect this result. Any man with a bit of blood will not eat soft food. This Xiao Huayan. Xiao Huayan? Suzaku suddenly felt that the name was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. But I couldn't remember it for a moment. But it doesn't matter what his name is. In Zhuchue's eyes, Xiao Huayan and Yi Xinran were already dead. Tonight, they will definitely die by their own swords. Yi Xinran didn't know what was going on today. Her right eye had been twitching since she woke up in the morning. It wasn't until Xiao Huayan grabbed a small piece of paper and put it on her eyelids that she felt better. It is said that when the left eye jumps to make money, the right eye jumps to bring disaster. Husband, will something happen today? Yi Xinran was a little worried. If the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. I'm here, so what are you afraid of? Xiao Huayan rubbed her head. I'm also afraid that something will happen to you. Yi Xinran spoke his mind. In the past few days, she has realized more and more clearly that Xiao Huayan has become an indispensable person around her. When you are happy, you will think of him, and when you are worried, you will also think of him. Especially facing the current situation, Xiao Huayan has almost become her psychological support. Then today, when the children come back from school, we will lock the door. You go to bed early at night, and I will keep watch. It would be nice if Huzi was here. Yi Xinran suddenly remembered the tiger on the mountain. As long as the tiger is around, she won't be afraid of the most powerful enemy. Do you think I'm not as good as that tiger? Xiao Huayan was a little unhappy. Tiger fights are very good, Yi Xinran said. I'm also very good at fighting. Xiao Huayan seemed to want to prove something and raised the axe in his hand. Yi Xinran quickly asked him to put it down. Why didn't I realize before that Xiao Huayan had such a childish side and wanted to compete with the tiger? At night, the 2 children went to bed early. Yi Xinran lay awake for a long time and couldn't bear to see Xiao Huayan still sitting under the window. I just talked casually during the day. Maybe I thought too much. Otherwise, don't stay vigil all night and let's rest together. I'm not tired. Xiao Huayan's voice was low. Someone has been staring at us these past few days. It's been so long that he can't hold his breath anymore. Only then did Yi Xinran realize that Xiao Huayan didn't become more vigilant because of his own words. He had already discovered something. Then why didn't you say anything before? Yi Xinran asked. Xiao Huayan lowered his eyes. I'm afraid you'll be worried. What on earth? People? Before Yi Xinran finished her sentence, she suddenly heard Xiao Huaiyan whisper, "Shuh, here we come." Her heart suddenly rose to her throat. Xiao Huaiyan stood up gently and hid in a hiding place by the window. Yi Xinran remained lying still, but her eyes followed Xiao Huaiyan. After a while, the shadow of a person was reflected on the window lattice. The shadow stood quietly for a while, pierced the window paper, and stretched out a thin bamboo tube. Smoke came out of the bamboo tube. Seeing this scene, Yi Xinran almost wanted to remind him. In the darkness, Xiao Huaiyan stretched out his hand to cover the end of the bamboo tube, and the people outside suddenly heard the sound of choking and coughing. It was too late, but soon, Xiao Huaiyan took the opportunity to open the window, turned over, and jumped out of the house. There was the sound of metal colliding outside. Yi Xinran quickly got up from the bed, not even bothering to put on her shoes, and ran to the window to check. In the courtyard, two figures were fighting together. The two men moved very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they had already fought for more than 10 rounds. Yi Xinran was horrified to see it. It wasn't until he saw that Xiao Huaiyan was not at a disadvantage that he felt a little relieved. Xiao Huaiyan hasn't fought with anyone for a long time, and it can be seen that the person opposite him has deep skills and ruthless moves. He also has many hidden weapons on his body, and he makes sneak attacks from time to time. Fortunately, Xiao Huaiyan was alert and stopped him. As soon as Suzaku took advantage of it, he was also very surprised. He didn't expect that a mere hunter could have such high level of kung fu. With his skills, he may not be able to take advantage today. In order to protect themselves, even the hidden weapons at the bottom of the box had to be taken out and used. Xiao Huaiyan was guarding his hidden weapon while making moves. He originally wanted to test his true identity, but after seeing Yi Xinran standing by the window, he decided to fight quickly. He crossed over with a sweeping leg, forcing the person to take a step back, and then stretched out his left hand to grab his shoulder. Suzaku instinctively hid back and took advantage of this gap to release his soul-capturing nail. The moment the soul-stirring nail was released, his foot suddenly stepped on something. Suzaku felt bad and tried to lift his leg, but it was too late. His legs were with a rope and he was dragged back. Suzaku reacted quickly, reached out, and cut the rope with a knife. But at this time, Xiao Huaiyan's axe had already arrived in front of him. It was too late to avoid it completely. Suzaku rolled hard, but his left shoulder was hit by the edge of the axe, and warm blood immediately spurted out. The soul-stirring nail had been blown away, and his left hand was injured and unable to move. Suzaku knew that if he delayed any longer, he would only die. He threw the knife in his right hand towards Xiao Huaiyan, took advantage of Xiao Huaiyan's opportunity to escape, jumped over the courtyard wall, and hid in Mrs. Zhang's house. Mrs. Zhang has also been awake. After there was movement next door, she got up and hid behind the courtyard wall to peek secretly. The movement next door made her heart beat fast. It would be great if Xiao Huaiyan could be killed directly, Mrs. Zhang thought. The next moment, a dark figure jumped into the yard. Mrs. Zhang was shocked. I saw the black shadow running towards the cellar and disappearing. Then, another person jumped in. It's over. Mrs. Zhang was so frightened that she closed her eyes and did not dare to speak. Who knew the next moment, something cold was pressed against her neck. Xiao Huaiyan's cold voice came over. Where are the people? Who is that person? Mrs. Zhang almost peed out of fright. The person who just escaped. Xiao Huaiyan stared into her eyes. Mrs. Zhang was shaking like leaves in the wind. I just got up in the middle of the night to relieve myself. I really don't know who you're talking about. I don't know, then there's no use keeping you. Xiao Huaiyan raised his axe and slashed at Mrs. Zhang's neck. You can't kill me. Mrs. Zhang screamed. A murder must be paid with a life, Xiao Huaiyan. You can't kill me. I haven't said any words yet. Mrs. Zhang's head left her body. Her eyes were wide open, as if she couldn't believe that Xiao Huaiyan actually dared to attack her. There was a dong sound behind him. Xiao Huaiyan turned around and found that it was Zhang Dashan. Zhang Dashan also stayed awake until he heard Mrs. Zhang's cry and ran out. As soon as he went out, he watched his own mother being killed. He was so frightened that his legs weakened, and he sat on the ground. Xiao Huaiyan walked towards Zhang Dashan, and Zhang Dashan immediately shouted, "No, don't kill me. I know where that person is hiding." "Where?" Xiao Huaiyan's eyes were cold, and his whole body was full of chilling aura. Zhang Dashan pointed to his own firewood shed and said in a trembling voice, "Where is that?" Xiao Huaiyan raised his feet and headed towards the woodshed. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind behind him, and Suzuka shot the last sleeve arrow towards Xiao Huaiyan. Under the moonlight, a cruel smile appeared on Zhang Dashan's pale face. Xiao Huaiyan was fooled, and he was finally going to die. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huaiyan turned around, raised his hand, pulled Zhang Dashan up by his hair, and hit Zhang Dashan's neck with his sleeve arrow. "You!" Blood poured out of Zhang Dashan's mouth. "You took in a murderer and tried to hurt my family, so you deserve to die." Xiao Huaiyan let go of his hand, and Zhang Dashan's fat body lay on the ground, making another dong sound. "You are not an ordinary hunter. Hunters are not as skilled as you, nor can they kill people as quickly as you,"
Suzaku suddenly said.
His voice was very flat, without any fluctuation. "You are not an ordinary killer. An ordinary killer would not be so rich and have so many hidden weapons on his body." There was a hint of ridicule in Xiao Huaiyan's words. Suzaku's face heated up. So many hidden weapons still failed to hurt the opponent at all. Is he laughing at himself?
"You killed someone."
"Even if I can't kill you, your family will be in trouble," Suzuka said. "With your ulterior status, you will be in endless trouble in the future." Xiao Huaiyan laughed in a low voice. "Who said I killed the person? They clearly killed him." Suzuka's heart skipped a beat. The next moment, Xiao Huaiyan arrived in front of him. Suzuka's hidden weapon was empty, and the scimitar in his hand was thrown out. He could only fight Xiao Huaiyan with what he picked up from the edge of the yard. At this time, the disparity in power between the two people immediately became apparent. Xiao Huaiyan struck with an axe, and Suzuka picked up a to carry it. The handle of the was immediately cut into two pieces. Suzuka staggered and picked up the handle of the to block it in front of him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huaiyan's axe had already circled behind him. The sharp edge of the axe touched Suzuka's neck. "Don't move. If you use your brain again, we will be separated." Xiao Huaiyan took advantage of Suzuka's daze and kicked him to the ground. He asked in a low voice, "Tell me, who sent you here?" Suzuka's face was on the ground, and there was no emotion in his voice. "I won't say anything, unless you promise to let me go. If you don't tell me, there's no use keeping it." Xiao Huaiyan raised the axe, and Suzuka burst into laughter. "Kill me, and you won't be able to ask anything else." Xiao Huaiyan had no expression on his face, and with one strike of the axe, the head was separated. "If I keep you, I won't be able to ask anything." He has seen this kind of people a lot, and if he wants to keep a little secret to save his life, he won't say anything in the end. Yi Xinran had been standing in front of the window, carefully identifying the sounds coming from next door. She couldn't do anything herself. If she went out now, she could only cause trouble for Xiao Huaiyan. But her heartbeat was so fast that she could hardly breathe. She pinched her fingers hard and prayed that Xiao Huaiyan would win. It seemed like a century later, there was finally no sound from the next door. But Xiao Huaiyan didn't come back. After a while, it suddenly became bright outside, and there was a crackling sound. Yi Xinran could no longer care about the danger. She ran out of the room barefoot and saw a fire burning in Mrs. S. house next door. Amidst the flames soaring into the sky, Xiao Huaiyan, covered in blood, walked slowly, like a god of war. Yi Xinran rushed forward. "It's great that you're okay." Xiao Huaiyan held Yi Xinran up with both hands, fearing that the blood on his body would stain her clothes. "The ground is so cold. Why did you run out without wearing shoes?" Only then did Yi Xinran notice the coldness brought by the night wind. "Is he dead?" Yi Xinran looked at the blood all over Xiao Huaiyan's body and guessed.
"Dead."
That Zhang Dashan and the others. Yi Xinran looked at the raging fire and asked hesitantly. "They are already dead. They were all killed by that person," Xiao Huaiyan said slowly. He is not afraid of the eyes of the world, but he is afraid that Yi Shinran will be afraid of him. He didn't want Yi Shinran to think that he was a murderous demon. The next moment, I heard Yi Shinran say, "Go inside quickly and change clothes. People in the village will wake up soon. If they find you like this, they won't be able to tell you."
Good.
Xiao Huaiyan kept holding Yi Shinran until he entered the house and put her on the bed. Then, Xiao Huaiyan took off his clothes in front of Yi Shinran. He lowered his head to pick up the dirty clothes on the ground, trying to find a place to hide them, but Yi Shinran urged him, "Go take a shower, and I will take care of the rest." Xiao Huaiyan obeyed and went outside. The moment he turned his head, Yi Shinran put the blood-stained clothes on the ground into the space. Xiao Huaiyan took a bath very quickly. When Yi Shinran calmed down, got dressed and walked outside, Xiao Huaiyan had also got dressed and was pouring water on Mrs. Zheng's house through a courtyard wall. He removed all the mechanisms in the yard. When he saw villagers watching the fun, he called on everyone to put out the fire together. Seeing Xiao Huaiyan working so hard to put out the fire, everyone was a little confused. "Brother Xiao, I didn't expect you to hold no grudge at all. Zhang Dashan and his family treated you so much before, and you are still willing to help them." Xiao Huaiyan looked calm. "I'm not helping them. I just don't want the fire to burn too much and hurt my family." "So that's it." Everyone suddenly realized, "We are here to help you." More and more people came. After Li Zheng arrived, he immediately directed the young and strong laborers in the village to put out the fire together. The villagers came and went in Zhao's yard, and the yard was soon trampled into a mess. However, the fire was so strong that despite everyone's best efforts, they were unable to bring it down. Li Zheng had no choice but to ask everyone to build a line of defense on the Xiao family's courtyard wall to prevent the fire from spreading. The fire burned until dawn, and then gradually extinguished. Li Zheng asked everyone to protect the fire scene. Niu Er and Er Zhu were sent to the county government office to report the case. He himself stayed at Zhao's house and asked them what happened last night. "Why did this fire suddenly start? Did you hear anything last night?" Xiao Huaiyan replied, "We went to bed early yesterday and didn't hear any noise." The two children also looked confused. Chang'an said, "We went to bed early yesterday. Before going to bed, my second uncle asked me to recite the 3-character sutra. I fell asleep while reciting it, and you can't hear the sound outside at all. We only discovered it this morning."
Chongping also said.
Yi Shinran said, "After the fire started, my husband and I heard it. At first, I thought it was someone setting off firecrackers at night. Then I suddenly thought, how could someone set off firecrackers in such a bad year? Husband, go out and have a look." After he went out, he discovered that there was a fire. "Uncle Li Zheng, although our family is at odds with Mrs. Zhang's family, we were the first to rush out to put out the fire." Well, Li Zheng was choked. It doesn't seem to be important if it's not number one. Zhang Zongzong has been homeless all year round. Now that such a big thing has happened at home, I don't know if he can be trusted. I've been working as a Li Zheng for so many years, and I have never encountered such a big fire. I'm afraid there's something fishy about this matter. We'll have to wait until the police investigate. Li Zheng rambled on a lot, but Yi Shinran couldn't hear the key points. He only knew that he was reporting a crime. I hope the county government's police officers are not so smart and can't find them, Yi Shinran thought. When Captain Li heard that another murder had occurred, he felt that half of the sky above his head had collapsed. It's a bad time, it's really a bad time. He led people to Yunbian village. First, people surrounded the yard of Mrs. Zhang's house and then sent people to clean up the fire scene. In this kind of case, it is necessary to find the body inside as soon as possible and make a preliminary judgment whether it is an accident or man-made. When the bodies inside were cleared out, even Captain Li, who had been handling the case for many years, changed his expression. Although the corpses were burned beyond recognition, it can be seen from their postures that there were 3 people at the crime scene. Of the 3 men, 2 had their heads chopped off, but their heads were held in the arms of another person. This weird scene makes people scalp numb. The first thought in Li's mind was, this man is crazy. I learned from Li Zhang that there are only two people in this family, Mrs. Zhang and Zhang Dali. Where did the third person come from? The detectives exchanged opinions in Zhang's yard. The villagers who were watching also stood outside the yard and talked about it. Why is there still one person in Mrs. Zhang's house? The policeman said it seems to be a man.
Man?
Does Mrs. Zhang really have a lover? Let me just say, there's something wrong with her behavior lately. TSK, who would have thought that people really can't be judged by their appearance? In this situation, could it be that you and your sweetheart turned against each other? Li Captu heard everyone's discussion inside and paced out. You just said that Mrs. Zhang has a lover? The villagers had been speculating privately. When the officer asked, no one dared to say anything. It's okay, just tell me. Mr. Li took out his ears. I just thought it was fun. Hearing what the officer said, the brave one spoke up and said, we also made guesses. The main reason is that Mrs. Zhang has been very unusual recently. She has always been stingy, but a few days ago she went to the street and bought 2 big elbows. Those are 2 big elbows. People in our village are not willing to spend so much money during the Chinese New Year. That's right, and she also said that her son made her a lot of money. Who doesn't know in the village that Zhang Dashan is a lazy waste who doesn't even help with the autumn harvest? How can he make a lot of money? Someone echoed. After hearing what she said, someone else said, also, Granny Zhang has an extra jade bracelet on her hand. I know her best. How could she be willing to spend money to buy the bracelet? It must have been given by someone else. As soon as he finished speaking, a policeman came out from inside. He was holding a silk scarf in his hand, and inside the silk scarf was a jade bracelet. After the fire, the jade bracelet had become torn into pieces, but it could still be seen that the original texture was still very good. Is this the bracelet you're talking about? Captain Li took the silk scarf and showed the jade bracelet inside to everyone. The appearance of the bracelet has changed, but the color has not changed. Those with sharp eyes have already recognized it. It is indeed the one she is wearing. Put it away and take it back, so that we can check it together. Captain Li ordered his men. Soon, the detectives cleared the scene. Li Captu looked at his surroundings and walked towards Zhao's house. This row of families has come to an end when they reach Mrs. Zhang's house. The closest one to her house is the Xiao family. Captain Li's question was the same as Li Zhang's, which was to ask Yi Xinran and Xiao Huaiyan if they heard anything last night. The two of them repeated their previous answers. Captain Li motioned to his men to inspect the Xiao family's front and back. However, because so many villagers had come, no footprints could be identified in the yard. Even the courtyard walls of the Xiao family and the Zhang family were soaked with water, and their original appearance could not be seen. The detectives found nothing. In that case, let's go back first. The detective said goodbye to Satsuma. If you have any new information, please inform us in time. Okay. Li Zheng quickly agreed. Then if a man from the Zhang family comes back, can he enter this yard? Li Zheng asked. If her man comes back and asks him to report to the county office, we adults will definitely have something to ask him. If, as the villagers said, it was a murder of love, then Zhang Zong has nothing to do with it. Li Zheng remembered the detective's instructions and wrote them down one by one. After the detectives left, Yi Xinran felt relieved. What ordinary people fear most is getting into lawsuits. The saying that a scholar meets a soldier is not clear. Not to mention ordinary people like them. Fortunately, Granny Zhang had some unusual behavior before, otherwise the police would inevitably have to pay attention to them. The villagers gathered around Mrs. Zhang's house and discussed for a long time. Someone suddenly remembered that they had seen a strange man entering the village before, so they hurriedly ran to report to Li Zheng. Lu Chongqing heard the news from somewhere and rushed over immediately. After arriving at Zhao's house, Lu Chongqing first inspected Yi Xinran from beginning to end. After making sure Yi Xinran was fine, he complained and said, "Sister, why did you send all the people from the martial arts practice I hired back? I heard they didn't even let me in." Well, this. Yi Xinran didn't know how to answer. If you are too polite, Lu Chongqing will definitely be angry again. He said he could handle it, but he also complained that he was arrogant. While hesitating, Xiao Huaiyan said, "With me here, you don't need any thugs." Lu Chongqing said as expected, "You are too arrogant. You don't care about my sister's safety. The house next door is on fire. If your own house is on fire, wouldn't there be more helpers if you have more people? My own home won't catch on fire," Xiao Huaiyan said. "Because I don't allow it. You." Facing the overconfident Xiao Huaiyan, Lu Chongqing was speechless. He also wanted to persuade Yi Xinran to hire 2 more people, but he heard Yi Xinran say, "Your brother-in-law is right. With him here, I can rest assured." "That's okay." Lu Chongqing was defeated. "But the case hasn't been solved yet, so I still can't come and live here?" Lu Chongqing looked at Yi Xinran pitifully again.
예빈란 어땠?
After all, Lu Chongqing is still a student and has books to read. Living with her is not a long-term solution. "If you don't want to stop, I won't. I can wait a little longer." Lu Chongqing was a little disappointed, but in the next moment, he cheered up again. "Sister, I have a good thing to tell you." "What's going on?" Yi Xinran asked. Lu Chongqing, "I received a letter from Mom a few days ago. Dad and Mom will be coming to Yuntong County soon. They must be here for you. Mr. Liu and Mrs. Liu." Yi Xinran was a little surprised. What do they think they're doing here? Yi Xinran didn't take this matter to heart. After Lu Chongqing returned, she was busy with the store business and building a house. The snow cream and refreshing drinks are both selling well. It's just that the days are getting cooler day by day, and refreshing drinks will soon be out of season. This year has made a good start. As soon as spring comes next year, they will be able to sell refreshing drinks. Judging from everyone's popularity, Li Mo is very confident about next year's sales. Snow cream does not have this problem. People who used your own cream before have now become loyal customers of snow cream. More and more people come to buy snow cream from other places. Yi Xinran improved the formula and no longer had skin discoloration during medication. This time, Shen Yitang made a wedding dress for Yongle Hall. Without their publicity and channels, the snow cream would not have spread to Fuqing so quickly. For them, it is a waste of money. However, Shen Yitang did not make any further moves. Yi Xinran also heard that Shun Medical Hall had changed its manager. The original shopkeeper was transferred back to the capital for questioning. The new one was an old shopkeeper who had been in the Hor family for more than 20 years. Yi Xinran didn't pay much attention. Her principle is that I will not offend others unless they offend me. As long as they don't do anything bad, Yi Xinran doesn't mind everyone getting rich together. Speaking of getting rich, I can now earn hundreds of taels of silver every day. There are dozens of big boxes stacked with money in the space. She doesn't like silver notes, only solid gold and silver. When paying the bill, she just kept the money. She would also look for opportunities to exchange the silver notes received by Li Mo for gold or silver ingots.
Li Montag was stund.
Sister-in-law, you have so much money. Is it hard to store it at home? Even if your family builds a big house, it is not safe to store so much money at home. It is better to exchange some banknotes for safety and easy to carry. How can Yi Xinran listen and persuade? You don't have to worry about this. With Huaiyan here, our money will be safe wherever we put it. In order not to make Li Mo suspicious, she added. Besides, I don't keep it in my hands all the time. I just take it home and look at it for a few days, and after a while I deposit it in the bank. When my sister-in-law was a child, her family was poor and she never saw much money, so this was her only hobby. Li Mo waved his hands after hearing this. Sister-in-law, please stop talking. You're the only one who has never seen big money. Our store's share this month is 300 taels of silver. I still know how much money you made. Sure. You can't say this, lest others hear you. Yi Xinran said deliberately mysteriously. Li Mo also quickly covered his mouth. My sister-in-law is right. We can't let others know about this kind of thing. Their family could make money, and Li Mo was sincerely happy for Xiao Huaiyan. I didn't expect that he could live such a happy life after going through so much suffering. God, there will be time to open his eyes after all. Xiao Huaiyan has been busy building a house recently. What materials to use and how high to cover them all have to be decided by him. Half a month later, the house finally began to take shape. Everyone looked at the spacious courtyard of the new house and the ground paved with bluestone slabs, with envy in their eyes. Yes, there is only envy, not jealousy. People are always used to comparing themselves with others who are similar to themselves. If their neighbors have more money than themselves, they will be jealous. If their neighbors have more food than themselves, they will be jealous. But when this neighbor's achievements reached a height that they could not reach, they no longer felt jealous. What was left was only envy. With this bluestone paved, even if it rains, there will be no water accumulation in the yard. Yes, you won't have to step on mud when walking in the yard. Why are you just looking at the bluestone slab? Didn't you see that big room is twice as big as mine? Their toilet is also very nice. I heard it can flush. It's good to have money. I've never seen these weird things. Everyone praised the Xiao family's new house. Yi Xinran was still discussing with Li Zheng how many beds should be made in the house. We have never seen the thing you are talking about before. Father Erzhu is very good at it. You draw your thing, tell him how to do it, and let him find a way to help you figure it out. Li Zheng gave the idea. Okay, then Erzhu, and I will study it. Yi Xinran is afraid of cold but not hot. Just burning the stove in winter is completely inadequate for her. Only the hot Kong can really keep her warm in winter. She drew the appearance of the earthen Kong in her memory, and then explained to Erzhu's father how to keep the flue and how to move it. Erzhu's father is a good worker. According to Yi Xinran, he really researched the Kong in 2 days. Can this thing really work? Erzhu's father still couldn't believe it when he looked at the square Kong in front of him. It works. In winter, if you put a quilt on top, it will keep you warm for half the night.
Yi Xinran said.
Okay, I'll get one for my house tomorrow. Erzhu's mother always screams cold when winter comes. Let her enjoy it this year too. Then she must be happy. Yi Xinran said with a smile. After the Kangs were installed in several rooms, it was the important day to install the beams. On the day when the beam was laid, Li Zheng asked 8 of the most blessed young men in the village to go to the roof to pull the beam. After the beam was stable, Chongping and Chongxing stood on the beam together and brought the prepared wedding candies, wedding cakes. There are also red dates, peanuts, and other things thrown down from high places. Everyone in the village, young and old, came to join in the fun and grab the good fortune. Xiao Huayan led a few people and set off firecrackers in the yard. The courtyard was bustling with activity, and everyone was immersed in joy. No one noticed that a carriage came outside the yard of the new house. There was a young man and a woman sitting in the carriage. The woman is a little old, but she can still see her former beauty. She looked towards the yard, her eyes following the light green figure. Mom, that's Missy I told you. She is my biological sister. Can you identify her? The person who spoke was none other than Lu Chongqing. His mother just arrived in Yuntong County yesterday, and he couldn't wait to take his mother to see his sister today. Lung Qingyu vigorously stirred the silk handkerchief in his hand. There is something unrecognizable about my own daughter. What's more, she looks so much like herself when she was young. Does she know that she is a child of the Lu family? Lung Qingyu could not hide the excitement and nervousness in his heart. Of course she knows. Lu Chongqing said affirmatively.
Because she is the same as me.
We are the closest people and have feelings for each other. Lung Qingyu's eyes turned red. Then, did she ever say that she would blame me? Sister, she didn't say anything. Lu Chongqing's eyes were dark. She is neither happy nor unhappy, but mother, why did you abandon your sister and raise Lu Zi instead? Lung Qingyu was a little flustered by the question.
I don't know.
She grabbed her son's hand as if asking for help. If you hadn't brought me here today, I wouldn't have known that my daughter had been living in a place like this. Does Dad know that? Lu Chongqing asked suddenly. Lung Qingyu was stunned for a moment. He definitely doesn't know either. How could he know? You were so small at that time. How could he know that he was hugged by the wrong person? But he has always liked Lu Zi, hasn't he? These days, Lu Chongqing has been thinking a lot. At first he thought it was an accident. But looking back on so many years of experience, it was hard for him not to doubt that his father, Lu Ting'en, knew something. Lung Qingyu quickly explained for her husband. I know what you are thinking. You blame your father for treating you badly over the years. But Chongqing, you have to understand the difficulties of being a parent. Your father also hopes that you can be on your own as soon as possible, so he is so strict with you. Looking at Lung Qingyu, who looked panicked, Lu Chongqing couldn't bear to say anything else. Over the years, my father has been my mother's spiritual support. No matter who it is, I can see how much my father cares for my mother. Even if the man treats me badly, at least he is good to my mother.
I don't want to argue about it.
He said, what are we going to do now? Do you want to claim your biological daughter back? Of course. Mrs. Lu said, whether she wants it or not, I want her to be my daughter again, and I want to make it up to her. I have been sorry for her for so many years. Then, let's not disturb my sister today. Lu Chongqing looked at the lively scene in the yard and said, today is a happy day for my sister. We will come back another day. Finished. He ordered the driver to turn the car around, and the two returned to Wei's house. In Wei Mansion, Lung Qingxin has been pacing back and forth in the courtyard. She didn't know what her sister's attitude would be after they went there this time. Seeing the two people coming back, Lung Qingxin grabbed her sister's hand and said, did you see that child?
I saw it.
Lung Qingyu's hands were still shaking. Then what do you say? Do you think she is? Lung Qingxin asked. She must be my child. I want to claim my child back. Lung Qingyu spoke firmly. It's just that today is a big day for their family. Chongqing said not to disturb them. We will go tomorrow. Then the Marquis, Lung Qingxin, was a little worried. Everyone knows that the Marquis's favorite daughter is Lu Zi. She hired a famous teacher from a young age to train her in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. When she was older, she even took her out to walk around. Even concubine Rong liked her very much. If such a daughter told the Marquis that she was not his biological daughter, would the Marquis be able to bear it? I've thought about it, Lung Qingyu said, after recognizing Xinran. Zi is still our daughter, so we treat it as if we have an extra daughter in the family. Isn't this good? Mom, have you ever thought about it? If you have an extra daughter at home, what should you say to the outside world? Are you saying that Lu Zi is not your biological child? Or are you saying that my sister is not your biological child? Can you promise to treat my sister as well as you treat Lu Zi?
Lütfen defendet Yevinran. This.
Lung Qingyu obviously hadn't thought that far yet. When she heard her son's question, she was suddenly stunned. Lung Qingxin saw her sister's dilemma and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Xian Ran is definitely his biological child. There is no doubt about it. As for how to tell the outside world, we should think about this issue slowly. There is no need to rush. Lung Qingyu has never been so sad. One is the daughter she has raised for 18 years, and the other is her biological daughter, who has been living outside since she was born. Both are good children, and she cannot bear to hurt either one. The culprits behind all this must be Yi Desheng and his wife. It's hard to imagine what they had in mind when they exchanged children from two families. Thanks to my being so kind to them all these years, they actually dare to do such a thing. Although the child is innocent, the two of them are unforgivable. Where does that Yi Desheng live now? I want to find him and find out. My Lung family has given him a lot of benefits over the years. I want him to spit them all out to me.
He's dead.
Lu Chongqing's words surprised Lung Qingyu. How could he die? Didn't he deliver a message to Beijing before? He is indeed dead, not long ago. Lung Qingxin also said. It's about Yi Xinran. She has been paying attention to this matter, so she knows it very well. To be precise, Yi Desheng's life and death are unknown, but his wife and daughter are indeed dead. So far, no murder has been found. One more thing. Lu Chongqing said, there was a fire in my sister's neighbor's house not long ago. Although in the end the county magistrate sentenced him to a murder of love, if the fire was a little bigger, it is likely that his sister would also be in danger of her life. How could this happen? Lung Qingyu's shock was beyond words. It sounds like someone has blackmailed the Yi family, and even Xian Rand doesn't want to let it go.
She said.
Lu Chongqing nodded, indeed. Maybe Yi Desheng offended someone in the business world. Lung Qingyu said. Over the years she has been running a cloth shop and has seen all kinds of dirty things in the business world. Yi Desheng was greedy and it was unknown who he got into trouble with. This is just one of the possibilities, Lu Chongqing said coldly. There is also another situation where someone wants to kill them and silence them. It must be a big thing to be able to do something so amazing. Maybe it's the shame of the family. Maybe it's the secret of the child's life experience. That person must not want his future to be affected by the Yi family. No way, he can't do this. Hearing this, Lung Qingyu's legs softened, and he sat down on the stool. She knew what Lu Chongqing meant, but she simply couldn't accept this possibility. If what Lu Chongqing said is true, it means that Lu Tingjin has been lying to her since more than 10 years ago, or even since they first got married. But the human heart is made of flesh. Even if he wanted to deceive himself, he couldn't have deceived him for so many years without any flaws. If he wanted to deceive himself, why would he do this? Caring is fake. Is the love over the years also fake? Thinking of this question, Lung Qingyu felt as if his heart was pinched hard by a hand. The pain was so painful that she almost fainted. Lu Chongqing, no matter what you are thinking, I will never allow this kind of thing to be suspected on your father in the future. Lung Qingyu looked at his son and said, no matter what, he is still your father and my husband. I have lived with him for so many years. I know what he is like. He will never do such a thing. Mother. What else did Lu Chongqing want to say? Looking at his mother's pale face, he finally stopped talking. After all, he was also guessing because this made his mother angry, and he couldn't bear it. But if it turns out that this matter is really related to Lu Tingyan, don't blame him for not caring about the relationship between father and son. At this time, Lord Lu was having tea with County Magistrate Qiao in the county office. Zhuke never came back, and now everyone else has gone to Yuntong County, and Zhuke has not come to visit him. Lord Lu suspects that something has happened to him. Does County Magistrate Qiao have any clues about this tragic case of annihilation of the Yi family? Lord Lu asked seemingly casually. Qiao Jingshan stood up immediately after hearing this. He put his hands together, crescent moon to salute, and said very respectfully, returning to the marquee, Yi Desheng's life and death are still unknown. The county police officers have searched everywhere, but there is no trace of the murderer. The humble officials suspected that 3 members of their family were killed by rogue bandits in the mountains. Mr. Lu squinted his eyes, gently tapped his finger on the teacup, and said slowly, it is possible that there are rogue bandits on the mountain, but your Yuntong County has always had good security. So where did these rogues come from? You have been in an official position for many years. Although you have not experienced many major cases, you should know that you need to be rigorous in handling cases and not jump to conclusions easily. Yes, I understand. Qiao Jingshan's palms became sweaty. The reason why he lured the bandits was because his son Qiao Ziyu was also involved. As a father, he didn't want his son's life to end here. Qiao Ziyu is so good at studying, and the Qiao family still expects him to shine on their family tree. But Yi Desheng has a close relationship with the Lu family. If Mr. Lu really gets involved, I'm afraid this matter cannot be passed over so easily. He was worried when he heard Lord Lu say, this matter is your case in Yuntong County. Although the Yi family has some relationship with my family, it is difficult for me to get involved due to my status. The county magistrate will just let it go and investigate. In this matter, whoever benefits the most will be the most suspect. Magistrate Qiao might as well check it out from this direction. Thank you for your advice, sir. Qiao Jingshan picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for the marquis respectfully. Lord Lu picked up the teacup. According to Qiao Jingshan, the county police officer did not notice the existence of Suzaku, which made him feel relieved. After all, Suzaku was experienced and would not make mistakes in this kind of thing. But Mr. Lu's purpose of coming to see Magistrate Qiao today is more than that. After talking about the Yi family, he brought up something else. What do you mean by what you mentioned in your last letter? He asked again. Only then did Qiao Jingshan remember the letter he had written to Lord Lu. In the letter, he explained to Mr. Lu the circumstances of his breakup with the Yi family and also mentioned that Yi Xinran now looked exactly like Mrs. Lu. He quickly replied, Hongji doesn't mean anything else. It's just that Yi Xinran, The eldest daughter of the Yi family has now regained her appearance and looks exactly like Mrs. Liu. Z was also very surprised when she saw her that day. I was just afraid that the Marquis would be deceived by Yi Desheng, so I boldly told the Marquis about it. In fact, the real reason was that Xiao Jingshan was afraid that breaking off the engagement would cause the Marquis to be dissatisfied, so he wanted to find fault with the other party so that he could stay out of the matter. After all, if he wanted to be promoted, he had to rely on Mr. Liu to speak a word for him. The Marquis had no expression on his face and asked calmly, "I heard that the eldest girl of the Yi family had her face disfigured when she was very young, and now her appearance has been restored? Sir, this matter is strange. I saw Yi Xinran several times when she was in the boudoir. Her appearance was indeed ruined at that time. But after she got married, I don't know where she found it. After taking the folk remedy, her face was cured. Looking at her face after recovery, it is indeed somewhat similar to Madame." Xiao Jingshan's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. The Marquis didn't seem very interested in this. In other words, he did not think Yi Xinran would be the real daughter of the Liu family. In this case, if he said that Yi Xinran looked like Mrs. Liu, wouldn't he offend Mrs. Ho's wife? So that's it. Mr. Liu said disdainfully, "I can't believe that a mere peasant girl would have such thoughts. How did she know what my wife looks like?" Magistrate Xiao's heart sank suddenly. "What do you mean, Mr. Ho?" Lu Ting'en continued, "I heard that there is a secret technique among the people which can transform one person's appearance into that of another person by cutting off bones and grinding skin. That's impossible, right?" Xiao Jingshan was extremely surprised. He had never thought about it in this direction. If what the Marquis said is true, wouldn't it be that someone deliberately used such means to get Yi Xinran into the Marquis's house? Then, by sending a letter to the Ho mansion, wouldn't he become an accomplice? It's really scary to think about it. But, with Yi Xinran's current family background, where did she find such a powerful master? Xiao Jingshan still couldn't believe it. What's so difficult about this? She doesn't need to find anyone for this matter. She just needs to wait for others to find her. It's actually like this. Xiao Jingshan realized it later. I broke out in a cold sweat. He hated himself for getting involved in this matter in the first place. Fortunately, it didn't lead to any big mistake. Otherwise, even if he has 10 heads, it won't be enough to protect him. Then, according to what the Marquis said, is it necessary for me to investigate Yi Xinran carefully? Although he has always had a good impression of Yi Xinran, when it comes to his own future, his choice will not be biased at all. That's not necessary. After all, this is just my guess. But Magistrate Xiao might as well think about it. If all the Yi family members are dead, who else can know Yi Xinran's true identity? Magistrate Xiao suddenly realized. So that's it. He originally thought that the biggest beneficiaries mentioned by the Marquis were the relatives of the Yi family who were greedy for family property. But I never expected that the biggest beneficiary pointed out by Mr. Ho was Yi Xinran. As long as everyone in the Yi family is dead, only she can explain Yi Xinran's identity. If she wanted to defect to the Ho mansion, she could make up a story about a civet cat exchanging for a prince based on her appearance. But isn't that too risky? Magistrate Xiao thought about it and said it unconsciously. If a blood test proves that she is fake, then it will be a crime of deliberately confusing the heirs of the Ho family. That will lead to beheading. I said, this is just a guess. The Marquis took a slow sip of tea. However, I think that if they really want to do this, they will definitely think of a foolproof way. Xiao Jingshan admired Mr. Ho's calmness from the bottom of his heart. When it comes to this kind of thing, Mr. Ho is actually able to think so carefully. Unexpectedly, what was originally a simple murder case turned out to be increasingly bizarre. He called his subordinate who was standing outside and told him to notify Agent Li and focus on checking Yi Xinran's recent movements. If there is any abnormality, please report it as soon as possible. The killing intent in Lord Lu's eyes flashed away. He also had some regrets. At first I thought this child was just a gadget that couldn't stand up. With Yi Desheng involved in Lung Qingyu's energy, he could occasionally mention that his wife was too concerned about other people's children to make Lung Qingyu feel guilty in order to achieve his goal. If he had known that today's situation would happen, He would rather have shut up the 4 members of the Yi family earlier. It's just that now it's too late to talk about this. Lu Ting'an only hoped that Leng Qingyu would not stubbornly recognize the child. If she insists on seeing you, don't blame yourself for being cruel. Lord Lu left the county government office and immediately ordered his subordinates, Xuanwu, go check everywhere in the county to see if there are any marks left by Suzaku. Yes. Guard Xuanwu got the order and left immediately. Lu Ting'an walked into a pastry shop, carefully selected a box of walnut cakes and a box of jujube paste and sweet-scented osmanthus cake, and carried them all the way back to Wei's house. The steward of the Wei family was a little book boy, which made Lu Ting'an look down on Wei Jingji very much. The family clearly has money that they can't spend all their money, but Wei Jingji still looks relaxed and content, and he doesn't know who he is showing it to. But Leng Qingyu insisted on staying at his sister's house, so he had no choice but to agree. When he returned to his room, he saw Leng Qingyu sitting in front of the dressing table, lost in thought. He walked over gently and shook 2 boxes of pastries in front of Leng Qingyu. Said, "What are you thinking, madam? Do you want to eat the jujube paste and osmanthus cake here?
I just want to buy it.
Try it quickly." Leng Qingyu forced a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Ho, for taking the trouble. I don't want to eat it yet. What happened? Did you have an argument with your sister?"
No.
"Then who made Our Lady unhappy?" Lu Ting'an opened the pastry box, took out a piece of sweet-scented osmanthus cake, and handed it to Leng Qingyu's mouth. "Eat something sweet and you will feel better." Leng Qingyu had no choice but to open her mouth and take a sip of the sweet-scented osmanthus cake. "Is it delicious?"
Lu Ting'an asked.
"Tasty." Leng Qingyu nodded, but stopped talking. "Madam, if you have anything to say, just ask." If there is anything we can't say between husband and wife, Lu Ting'an reached out and wiped away the residue from the corner of Leng Qingyu's mouth. "Chongqing met the Yi family's child here. That child looks very similar to me." As soon as Leng Qingyu said this, he looked at Master Ho's face. Seeing his worried expression, he quickly said, "Chongqing said that he and the child hit it off instantly and felt connected by blood." The Marquis frowned. "You believe what he says?" Leng Qingyu quickly said, "As you know, Chongqing has never been close to anyone since he was a child, not even Z." The Marquis sighed and said helplessly, "I didn't do this well."
Ah?
Leng Qingyu didn't understand what Mr. Ho meant. "Lu Ting'an, it was because I had been too strict with Chongqing since I was a child, and I was too indulgent toward Ji. That's why Chongqing was jealous of his sister and didn't get close to his sister." How could it be possible? Chongqing, he is not that kind of child. Mrs. Lu wanted to explain to her son. The Marquis interrupted her and said, "But I didn't expect that Chongqing would deceive you in this way. What does he want to do? Does he want us to recognize the child of the Yi family? Madam, think about it. If that child of the Yi family is our biological child, what about Z? What should I do if I know it?" Seeing that the lady was silent, he continued, "A month ago, concubine Rong tested my intention and wanted to marry Z to the 3rd prince. If Z could marry into the 3rd prince's house, how big a deal would it be for our prince's house? At this critical moment, we can't make any mistakes. But I really think that child from the Yi family is my daughter." Leng Qingyu was a little disappointed. At this time, the Marquis only had the future of the home mansion in his mind, but he never thought about how much their children had suffered outside. That is their biological daughter. "Madam, I know you liked that child before. I also found out today that except for her, something happened to Yi Desheng's family. If you really can't let go, we will accept her as your adopted daughter and let her be your savior. Okay?"
Lu Ting'an gaf in.
Adopted daughter? Leng Qingyu did not expect that Mr. Ho would make such a proposal. But if I am my biological daughter, how can I be willing to let her just be an adopted daughter? "Lord Marquis, after all, that is our child. This is just your guess." Lu Ting'an raised his voice unconsciously. "I will ask someone to check. As long as she does a blood test, we will know whether she is our child."
No.
Mrs. Lu changed her previous attitude and suddenly became tough. "She must be my daughter. I don't want to shed blood to recognize her." "Lady," the Marquis advised, "you have been deceived by that boy Chongqing.
No.
Lung Qingyu was very calm. Mother and child are connected. I can recognize my own child. In these years, I didn't care enough about Zi because I couldn't feel my love for her from the bottom of my heart. Mr. Ho, I know that you are afraid that this matter will affect the future of the Ho mansion. I just want to recognize my daughter. I don't want her to not even know who her biological parents are. You. The Marquis wanted to say something, but finally held back. Okay, even if she is our daughter like you said after so many years, do you know what her character is now? She doesn't understand the rules of the house, and she doesn't have the self-cultivation of our young lady. If you take her back, will she be able to adapt? If you suddenly go from a wealthy family to live in a poor mountain village, you may not be able to adapt. But from an environment with nothing to returning to a life of fine clothing and food, what is there to be uncomfortable with? Lung Qingyu is a businesswoman after all. Although she has been accustomed to listening to the Marquis in everything over the years, when she really faces the result she wants, her mind is clear. As long as I treat her well and teach her slowly, she will definitely get used to it. Lu Tingend didn't expect Lung Qingyu to be so persistent in this matter. He was not as persistent as the Lung Qingyu he knew. The Marquis calmed down. Okay, since you insist so much, I will come with you tomorrow, and we will go meet the child. I'd better go on my own. Lung Qingyu actually didn't agree. The incident happened suddenly. I'm afraid of scaring her, so I'd better go see her first. After she's calmed down, we can go there together, okay? Just as Lord Lu was about to refuse, a figure walked in from outside. Father, Mother, what are you arguing about? Dad, you know clearly that your mother is not in good health. Why are you still quarreling with her? Lu Zi stepped forward and gently hugged Lung Qingyu's arm. Lung Qingyu's expression stiffened for a moment. She quickly calmed down and reached out to touch Mo Lu Zi's hair. Mom, please discuss something with your father. You're still young, so don't get involved. Mom, I have grown up and understand everything. If Dad bullies you, I will make the decision for you.
Good.
Lung Qingyu smiled. This time I came to Yuntong County, Zi seemed to be more sensible than before. In the past, she only liked to go out and socialize with the ladies of various families and rarely got close to her mother. These past few days have been the most harmonious time for mother and daughter to get along with each other since Lu Zi grew up. You have such a sensible girl, but you are still not satisfied.
Let me tell you what is good about you.
Marquis Lu dropped these words, turned around, and walked out of the room. But Lu Zi pestered Mrs. Lung and continued to ask, Mom, what's wrong? Did you and Dad quarrel because of me? No. Lung Qingyu sat down. She looked at Lu Zi and asked hesitantly, Zi, do you mind having another sister in the family? One more sister? Lu Zi rolled his eyes. Mom, do you want to have a little sister with Dad? Of course I'm happy.
No.
Desolate and stunned. It's as big as you. Mom, do you want to adopt an adopted daughter? Lu Zi leaned on Lung Qingyu's shoulder. Why do you ask me this all of a sudden? Do you think my daughter is not considered enough?
No.
Lung Qingyu didn't know how to explain. She was also afraid that what she said rashly would hurt Lu Zi's heart. It's okay, Mother. Lu Zi suddenly said sensibly. Mother can let whomever she likes to come back. I know that I am Mother's daughter, and Mother has been the best to me. There is only one more person in the family who will be filial to Mother with me. Qingyu patted Lu Zi's hand gently, feeling pleased that she was sensible, but Zi was so sensible that there were some words she couldn't even say. At this moment, Lu Chongqing walked in from outside again. Seeing Lu Zi leaning against Lung Qingyu, he went up and picked up Lu Zi's collar and pulled her up. Lu Zi, you have forgotten what I told you. Don't get so close to my mother. Lu Chongqing, let go. Lu Zi angrily tried to shake off Lu Chongqing's hand, but his grip was tight. No matter how hard she fluttered, she couldn't break free. Mom, look at him. Lu Zi was carried aside by Lu Chongqing. Her clothes were messed up, and her hair was half spread out. She was so angry that she could only complain to Lung Qingyu. Lung Qingyu looked at Lu Chongqing helplessly. Chongqing, how could you do this to your sister?
How old are you?
She is not my sister, Mother, I hate her. Lu Chongqing's attitude towards Lu Zi was as usual. He has hated this person since he was a child. This person will always take away his mother's concern for him. When he grew up, he discovered that Lu Zi had many small thoughts. He would deliberately pretend to be pitiful in front of the marquis, and would also lead himself to make mistakes in front of the marquis, which made him even more tired of Lu Zi. Because of her, Lu Chongqing felt that girls were terribly scheming, and he never wanted to get married or talk to women. It wasn't until he met Yi Xinran that his view changed slightly. Mrs. Lu knew that Lu Chongqing couldn't make sense, so she could only coax Lu Zi and said, "Zi, Chongqing has such a bad temper. Don't argue with him. You go back to your room first. Mom will come see you later." The expression on Lu Zi's face was very aggrieved, but she still endured it without saying anything and walked out obediently. "Mom, she's all pretending." Lu Chongqing sat down angrily. Lu Zi was not so obedient. He once saw with his own eyes that Lu Zi poked the maid's head with a hairpin, causing blood to flow from her hair. "Chongqing, I know you don't like her, but after all, you grew up together and she is also your sister." "I don't want the sister. I just want Yi Xinran to be my sister." "Then let's go see her tomorrow and persuade her to go home with us, okay?" Thinking of Yi Xinran, Lung Qingyu's lips unconsciously revealed a smile. Lu Chongqing nodded. Although Yi Xinran was not polite to her at all and would not let her live in her house, Lu Chongqing just liked this sister. He wanted Yi Xinran to live with him. The next day, Mrs. Lu asked her servants to arrange a carriage early and asked Lu Chongqing to go to Yunbian village together. In order not to look out of place, she deliberately found a plain colored dress to wear. Standing next to Lu Chongqing, anyone can tell that both of them are the type with beautiful features. But Lu Zi, who was peeking from a distance, had a mean look on his face. Even though the home mansion had taken good care of him for so many years, he still didn't have half the temperament of Lung Qingyu. The carriage was moving very fast. The coolness of the morning slowly dissipated the irritability in Lung Qingyu's heart. Let her heart calm down little by little. It's not that she doesn't consider the future of the home mansion, nor does she care about the marquis's arrangements. But what could she do wrong? She just wanted to recognize her daughter. When the carriage arrived at the door of Zhao's house had already locked the door. Lu Chongqing asked people and found out that they went to the new house early in the morning. The beams that were installed yesterday should not be habitable yet. What are they doing there so early? Lu Chongqing doesn't understand. He got on the carriage again and urged the driver to drive the carriage to the new house. They came once yesterday. Today, the new house is not so lively, but there are still many people in the yard. There are a bunch of cabinets and beds in the yard, and everyone is studying how to arrange them. Lung Qingyu saw Yi Xinran talking to the workers and did not disturb her. It was Xiao Huaiyan who saw the people outside the yard and reminded Yi Xinran. Yi Xinran looked up and was a little surprised to see Lu Chongqing. She walked to the door and asked with a smile, "Chongqing, why are you here?" "Sister, I miss you. And I'm not here alone," Lu Chongqing said and stepped aside, revealing Lung Qingyu standing behind. Facing his daughter for the first time, Lung Qingyu's eyes suddenly became moist. Although this child is dressed simply, he looks so beautiful. Snow-white skin, clear eyes. Lung Qingyu seemed to see himself through Yi Xinran when he was young. But at that time, I was far less energetic than Yi Xinran. "Are you Mrs. Lu?" Yi Xinran saw that the lady opposite had been refusing to speak, so she had no choice but to speak first. Mrs. Lu's tears finally fell. "My child, I am a mother." Her voice was choked with sobs, and she wanted to go up and scratch Mo Yi Xinran's head. But as soon as he raised his hand, he stopped again. She didn't dare. She was afraid that Yi Xinran would avoid him, and she was also afraid that she would refuse. "Mother?" To Lung Qingyu's expectation, Yi Xinran actually called her. "Good boy, it's all your mother's fault. She has made you suffer all these years." Tears fell from her eyes, and she felt so comforted as never before. Seeing Lung Qingyu's appearance, Yi Xinran finally understood why Mrs. Lung kept saying that she looked like her sister. "Because I am so similar to her. I'm not used to calling you mother, so I'd better call you Mrs. Lu." The next moment, Yi Xinran said suddenly. Lung Qingyu was caught off guard. You blame me? She asked cautiously. It is impossible to say that it is not strange. No matter what the cause of the matter was, the final result was that the original owner suffered a lot at Yi Deshang's house. Finally died with hatred. Although she cannot represent the original owner, facing such a family member, she will inevitably have a grudge in her heart. But Yi Shinran didn't want to attribute all the reasons to Mrs.
Lu.
It's not your fault, she explained.
It's me.
Because I haven't received any love from my parents since I was a child, I can't get close to my parents. She could appreciate Mrs. Lung and accept Lu Chongqing, but she couldn't live up to Lung Qingyu's wishes. Yi Shinran felt that it was probably because he had expectations for her as a mother. Because there are expectations, there will be higher requirements. I still feel more comfortable calling myself Mrs. Lu. Okay. Lung Qingyu quickly agreed. You can call me whatever you want as long as you're happy. Mom knows that you feel wronged, so Mom wants to take you home and make it up to you. Are you willing to go back with me? Go back. Yi Shinran turned around. Behind her was the big house she had just built, and in the yard stood Xiao Huaiyan, who had always supported her. When Xiao Huaiyan saw her turning back, he smiled and waved to her. Mrs. Lu, I do not deny the fact that she is your daughter. However, I am quite satisfied with my current life. Beijing is too far away, and I am not familiar with the people there, so I am still willing to stay here. Hearing this, Lu Chongqing and Lung Xinyu looked at each other. Although they all hoped that Yi Shinran would go back, they seemed to have expected this result. Yi Shinran is not a helpless orphan. She is now a girl with her own family and the ability to make money. She can decide how her own life should go. Mom, since my sister isn't going back, I'll be here to accompany her. Lu Chongqing said. You're not going back either? Lung Qingyu looked at his son. I have to study here anyway. I used to have you worry about me. Now that I have my sister here, you can feel more at ease. Lu Chongqing smiled. Besides, my sister's medical skills are so good. I took her medicine, and my recent heart ailments no longer occur.
Good.
Lung Qingyu nodded. I feel more at ease when you two are together. Mom, what about you? Lu Chongqing asked again. Sister and I are both here. Do you want me to stay here too? Lung Qingyu shook his head. Your father will return to the capital soon. There are still so many things to take care of in the home mansion, I can't worry. The mother and son were discussing here, and Yi Shinran just listened silently. At this time, Xiao Huaiyan walked out of the yard. I've asked people to decorate the main room. Let's go inside and talk. As he spoke, he gently squeezed Yi Shinran's shoulders. Mrs. Lu looked at Xiao Huaiyan. He was tall and dignified, and he didn't look like a country boy at all. Seeing that he cared about Yi Shinran, Mrs. Lung nodded silently. It would be a good match for a daughter to marry such a person. Looking at the house that had not yet been repaired, Mrs. Lu said, although you are unwilling to go back, since you are the young lady of the Lu family, all the rules must be according to the young ladies. I will find someone to match you with 2 maids tomorrow. Go find a housekeeper, and I will send you 500 taels of monthly silver as scheduled. 500 taels? Mom, what you gave me was obviously 300 taels. Lu Chongqing complained deliberately. Yi Shinran also said, Madam, you don't have to be like this. Our family's life is actually pretty good. I know. Lung Qingyu did not refute, but said, I just hope you can be more relaxed. Mrs. Lu, Xiao Huaiyan, who had been silent for the whole time, said, I know Mrs. Lu cares about Shinran, but since she can't accept favors from others, we can't accept favors from others for no reason. We understand Mrs. Lu's kindness, and there is no need for anything else. Xiao Huaiyan spoke. Lung Qingyu was a little embarrassed for a moment. Yi Shinran also said, just do what your husband said. Lung Qingyu had no choice but to agree. She knew that it would be difficult for Yi Shinran to accept herself all of a sudden. But she was in no hurry. The rest of her life is still very long, and she still has a lot of time to slowly ease the relationship with her daughter. Then I'll do what you said. But Shinran, if you have any needs, you must tell me, okay?
Okay. 예빈란 nodded.
In that case, I see that your family is arranging and decorating the room. Although I am not very good at it, I still know a little bit about it. Let me go and help you. Yi Shinran led the way and took Ling Qingyu to the main room where it was being decorated. There are 2 rooms in the main house. One room has a Kong and the other room has a bed. Several people were carrying the cabinets, not knowing where to put them. I think the cabinet is suitable to be placed here. It is right opposite the bed, so it is convenient to take things out. The space over there is big, and you can even put a table. If you ask me, this cabinet is more suitable to be placed next to the bed. The 2 parties couldn't reach a consensus, so they happened to see Shinran come in and quickly asked, "Oh, it's great that the master is here. I was too embarrassed to disturb you just now. Brothers and sisters, where do you think this cabinet should be placed?" Mrs. Liu looked at the layout of the room, pointed to the west wall, and said, "Put it in that corner. It's convenient to use and won't be too eye-catching. Okay?" Everyone didn't know who the lady was who was speaking. They hesitated for a while and just looked at Yi Shinran. "Okay, just let it go as Madam says." When Yi Shinran bought these cabinets, she only cared about the appearance and did not think about the matching issues at all. It is indeed a bit difficult to match them now. But fortunately, as Ling Qingyu said, she is somewhat good at this aspect. Under her command, all the tables and cabinets in the yard were quickly returned to their places. Ling Qingyu checked it and said, "We still need a dressing cabinet and a Nama box. That box may seem inconspicuous to you, but it is quite convenient to put a ledger or some valuable items in it." "Okay, then I'll buy it tomorrow,"
Yi Shinran said.
"No, I'll go pick it up on the street tomorrow and have it delivered to you. Mom doesn't have anything to give you, so don't refuse this little thing, right?" Ling Qingyu looked at Yi Shinran expectantly. Yi Shinran was helpless and had no choice but to nod. Ling Qingyu was very happy. She walked through each room again and gave her opinions on what color curtains should be used in each room and what color quilt should be matched. Children should use brighter colors. I think grass green and blue are both good. You too should use more festive colors, such as red and goose yellow. The guest rooms are more elegant. After hearing this, Yi Shinran really couldn't remember it, so she had to ask Lu Chongqing to help her write it down. "You don't need to prepare these things. The Lung family has a cloth shop here. I will arrange for the shopkeeper of the cloth shop to send everything over." Ling Qingyu showed the same expectant look as before. She discovered that her daughter was soft-spoken, but not tough. If you show mercy, she might give in a bit. What a kind child. Ling Qingyu admired. After reading them all, including giving several opinions on the style of the pillow, Mrs. Lung finally stood up and left. "It's almost done. I'll go to the county seat to arrange for them to prepare it and have them deliver it as soon as possible." Yi Shinran looked at the sun and said, "It's already noon. Let's eat before leaving. Can I stay for dinner?" Ling Qingyu was a little surprised. "It's just a meal, madam. Don't take it too seriously."
예빈란 similet.
During this morning, although Yi Shinran knew that Mrs. Liu stayed here on purpose to get closer to her, it was true that as Mrs. Liu thought, she had a soft-spoken character. Seeing his own mother looking at him with such cautious and expectant eyes, any barriers in his heart have almost disappeared. The new house can't cook yet, so they went back to the old house first. But looking at the appearance of the old house, Ling Qingyu felt extremely distressed. Chongqing and Zi have been well-dressed and well-fed since childhood, especially Zi. She wishes she could have 10 layers of mattresses on her bed to sleep peacefully. But in the house in front of me, the windows were broken, the roof was leaking, let alone the kitchen. It didn't even have a door. Fortunately, they had built a new big house. Otherwise, Ling Qingyu would have let his daughter take her son-in-law and his family back with him no matter what. "I made mung bean water in the morning. I'll give you a little to quench your thirst. Although it has entered autumn, the autumn tiger is really powerful. Every noon, the sun wants to burn people with oil." Yi Shinran liked sweet, so every morning she would boil a pot of mung bean water, put sugar on it, and dry it there. She served 4 bowls of mung bean water, and Xiao Huaiyan helped her bring it to the table together. Lu Chongqing took a sip first, feeling sweet, cool and sweet, exceptionally refreshing. Mrs. Lung didn't want to drink it first, but this was brought to her by her daughter, so she lowered her head and took a few sips. The soft, glutinous and slightly sweet mung beans melted in your mouth. Mrs. Lung, who had not eaten mung beans for a long time, thought it was good, so she took a few more bites. Yi Xinran drank the mung bean soup in his bowl and got up to cook. Xiao Huaiyan also went to help. Lung Qingyu originally wanted to go, but was stopped by Lu Chongqing. "Mom, please stop joining in the fun. The food I cook is delicious. If you interfere, it won't necessarily taste like that." "You brat." Lung Qingyu felt happy and pinched Lu Chongqing's nose deliberately and said, "You forgot when you praised my delicious noodles. I just forced myself to eat it to comfort you." Lu Chongqing finally told the truth, and Lung Qingyu was not angry at all. He just patted his son on the shoulder and told him not to eat his own food in the future. The two of them couldn't help in the kitchen, so they watched the chickens, ducks, and geese raised by Yi Xinran's family in the yard. The chickens immediately fluttered around when they saw people. Lung Qingyu looked curiously, grabbed a handful of corn kernels, and threw them on the fence, watching the chickens scramble to eat. Lu Chongqing looked at his mother from behind and felt that she seemed much happier than when she was at the Ho mansion. Mom also likes it here. It would be great if she could stay. Lu Chongqing thought to himself. Soon lunch was served. The style of dishes is simple. A plate of fried wild vegetables with meat, a plate of fried eggs with leeks, and a bowl of milky white Crucian carp soup. Lu Chongqing went to serve the rice as a familiar person and urged his mother. "Mom, come and try my sister's cooking. Why don't I see you so active in eating at home?" Lung Qingyu glared at his son. Lu Chongqing didn't care. He served the soup first, and after taking a sip, he immediately praised it. "Sister, your skills are really amazing. If you go back to the capital, you must let those people in the kitchen come and learn from you." Lung Qingyu scolded his son and explained to Yi Xinran. "Xinran, don't worry, he is like this. He always likes to talk nonsense." Comparing Yi Xinran to the cook, if it were Lu Zi, he would have started crying and making a fuss. But Yi Xinran didn't care. "I just do it casually. If I really teach others, I may not be able to teach well." A clean meal. Lu Chongqing also used the last bit of fish soup to soak the rice. Lung Qingyu was just about to say that he had no rules when he suddenly felt a severe headache and had to endure it. Lu Chongqing didn't notice anything unusual about his mother and was still showing off. "Mom, fish soup with rice is really delicious. How about you try it next time?" Lung Qingyu supported his head with one hand and squeezed the silk handkerchief in his hand with the other. Yi Xinran was the first to notice something was wrong with her. "Mrs. Lu, what's wrong with you?" I'm fine. I just have a headache." She waved her hand. Only then did Lu Chongqing react. He dropped his rice bowl and came to his mother's side. "Where's the medicine? Have you brought it?" Forgot. Lung Qingyu's forehead was already sweating. She was afraid that Yi Xinran would be worried, so she comforted him. "It's okay. It's all an old problem, and it will be fine in a while." How could Yi Xinran believe it? She raised Lung Qingyu's wrist with one hand and held her pulse with the other. He whispered, "The pulse is very disordered. Chongqing, please carry my mother to the room." Lu Chongqing didn't have the physical strength, so in the end it was Xiao Huaiyan who took action and carried Mrs. Lung in. At this time, Lung Qingyu had already fainted from the pain. Yi Xinran took out the silver needle, first helped Mrs. Lung stop the pain, then took out the syringe and drew out 2 tubes of blood from Mrs. Lung's wrist. "Sister, what are you doing?" This was the first time Lu Chongqing saw Yi Xinran treating illnesses and saving people. When she treated herself in the past, she would fall asleep within a short time. Blood test. Yi Xinran didn't explain much. Put the drawn blood away. He took out 2 more pills and stuffed them into Lung Qingyu's mouth. Seeing her slightly relaxing her brows, she asked Lu Chongqing, "What medicine does Mrs. Lu usually take?" From her pulse, it looks like she has been poisoned.